Good morning, everybody. See, what did we say? We talked about it, right? We talked about the possibility of a gap, and if there was to be a gap, yesterday we said it should be to the downside. So we're going to go ahead and sell some of our contracts here. In the morning, you just flicked right back up in between 1 and 2. I held a majority of the more expensive ones, the 620s for 8 days out, just for a little second here. And now I'm starting to sell it at market fill. And then for the other account, the main account, we're up 50% on these. In the morning, we were at, let me see how much we were at. In the morning, we were at 134. So we're basically at the peak right now. Up 40%. What I want everybody to do is just put a stop loss and just sell out. That's a nice first gain of the day without us even having to do a single thing. I'm thinking this market's actually going to start dropping to the downside here and go a little bit lower. The only reason why I think so is just generally because if you look at this blue wedge, which is so funny how I just ran up to that right now, but that blue wedge was the weekly upside, right? So since you broke below it, you're now going to hit King's Point, which is potentially at 618. So there's a very good chance you might just continue to fall to down here. How do I know this? I'm going to share some examples from last year first. That's the first thing we're going to do to show you how this is very consistent. It's like literally just like second nature at this point. And then once I show you that, you'll then be able to understand how you can consistently draw this grid every single time and how you know that it's going to want to fall down to this circle right here in the corner. If, again, it falls beneath 622.08, this market will fall down to 618. That's basically your placeholder. So in case you guys want to get some puts, you could just wait for 622.08 and then continue to play downside first to 620, which is where my options, that's my option strike price right now, and then to the quarter point. Or not the quarter point because this is technically the quarter point, but the 1/8 point, which is in between this point and this point down here. That's King's Point right here. So now we're up 50%. Our contracts are going up even more here. What I'm going to do now is, since I'm at 50%, I'm just going to take my gain and then we're going to hop into another put below the midpoint. How does that sound, everybody? So again, we're going to hop into another put once we get below that midpoint, 622.08. All right. Stop loss is set now. I just got filled. That's a nice little gain right there. So again, that right there pays for the NVIDIA contract. Now that NVIDIA contract's free. And we have another $122 to use. So let's just give this probably, let me think. Give it to 945. And then we'll see where the market starts going. It should start either falling down till 945 or it should continue to head up higher till 945. Remember, this is a time thing. So just 9 more minutes. Actually, no, 11. Just 11 more minutes. Let me also check the challenge account. Let me make sure all the contracts were sold. Excellent gap we predicted overnight. Okay, so the total amount Are you eating? Did you just try to eat an ant? What is your problem? I'm like, what is she eating? She tried to eat an ant. Never mind, she was trying to eat a beetle. Why are you trying to eat that? What the hell? Remember, everybody, we sold the contracts just because that flow right there was terrible. That was just going to destroy more value, so you might as well just get rid of it for the same price it was at the open, which was at the peak so far. It did go down, it did go up a little bit more, not down. However, we don't really care about that right now. What I'm more so looking at now is Coinbase. I want crypto to crash now. So the whole entire crypto market should be falling here very shortly. By the way, I apologize. I was fixing these zones earlier. Let me see. Is this all set now? That's all set. That's all set. Is everything all even? I swear every time I zoom in, it's like it makes itself more uneven. Look at this right here. Is this even? Alright, perfect. What is wrong with this? I gotta fix the size of that. Alright, that looks good to me. Okay, so let me just fix this right here. 1 second, everybody. I have a problem with making things perfect. I'm sorry. Is this perfect here? It is almost perfect. Let me know if SPY does something crazy. This is perfect. This is almost perfect. I mean, yeah, it's basically perfect. It's fine. That's not really anything major. That's fine. How's the top? Is the top perfect? The top is perfection. Excellent. Okay, so now the next thing I gotta check is why the hell did these things look weird? What's going on here? I know I already checked this already, but let me check it one more time. I feel like there's like some dwarves that are like logging on to my trading view with another application. They're fixing it. They're messing this thing up. Alright, we're done with this for now. I'll finish it later. I wanted to have a more simple Microsoft DARP chart with the diagonals. And no, yeah, I think we have a perfect recipe here. So it's about time to get puts on Microsoft, everybody. If you want to start buying puts on Microsoft, just make sure they're at least like 6 months out, 3 months out. And you can get them pretty far away. I'm thinking Microsoft is going to collapse. Do they have supercomputers yet? No. Did they invent a new state of matter? Technically, yes. But is it in a supercomputer right now? No. Therefore, you could just see this thing collapse right back down to this yellow circle. Because there's a big ass gap here. From here all the way to down here. So acknowledging this gap, acknowledging the halfway point, that's why this circle is here. Every time you have a gap that's very large, let's just say if this whole candle is a large gap right here, you always fill half of it. Always. Take, for example, Tesla. Let's go look at it real quick. You guys see how you had a gap here? The reason why I played calls here was, again, to fill some of the gap. We sold it. Waited for it to drop below again. Bought it again. And then sold it again in the morning yesterday. And then it filled the rest of it. You didn't fill all of it, though. You filled only... You have like a small little portion of it now. And then look at what Tesla did pre-market. Straight down to 296, which is where I wanted you guys to buy it. So, they know what we're doing. We know what they're doing. And this is perfect. We're just going to wait. Then they're going to send us right back up to fill the rest of this gap. If you go below 285, 286, we have a problem. You might just collapse straight down to 250 and then to 214. It looks like Tesla's gonna crash. I'll be honest with y'all. It looks like this thing is gonna go lower, like down here somewhere. So there's that. We got to start playing short on the space company soon. These things are in the damn sky. Look at this. This thing is insane. So I think that we should play the puts on this, but let's just do it in an efficient manner, kind of like something like that, right? Where as soon as it falls below this wedge and it falls below the top of the box, all right, boom. We'll have an alert here. Add alert. See, it doesn't add alerts no more. I think I broke my alert system. Not too sure what happened there, but NVIDIA, we bought a put for a 1 day, which was now a 0 day for today. The put is for 160. So all I want to see occur here is, as I'm sure SPY is running up with NVIDIA, once we get that peak, wherever the hell the peak's going to be, maybe in like $5 after it fills the gap on SPY or half of it, I'm thinking NVIDIA is going to collapse right back down to 160, which is yesterday's low. Let's say this is the uptrend, right? Let's say NVIDIA is heading up higher. What would you do here? You would wait for it to get above this box right here, which is 165.89. And you would play a quick little 5-day so that you could run up from 165 straight up to 171. Just $6. After it hits this, you can get another cheap put again. Just like how I told everybody to buy puts the second you hit this line for the first time ever. You've never hit this line before. So the first time you always sell off at least a little bit. Quick little gain. The next day you even sold off again. Beautiful. And now today you're rising above, so it's continuing to head up higher. This is very bullish, basically. So we'll see if it's only bullish because of SPY. Let's take a look at SPY. SPY is actually going the opposite way. That's kind of funny. That's very funny, actually. Things are snapping into different directions now. Okay, so where's the midpoint? 622.08. So yes, now it's below the midpoint. So since it's below the midpoint at this time, the first thing we're gonna do is look at the midpoint, wait for it to go past yesterday's low, allow it to get bought up, meaning get bought up around number 2, if not the blue line down here. We'll then wait for it to jump to number 1. After it does that, it should kill enough value, and then we'll hop into a put. So now this is a game of puzzles, basically, is what I'm telling you. Every day is a new puzzle, but with just the first move of today, with how you hit this blue line from the opening price, which we can actually fix this up a little bit, make it more exact. I think it's at the opening perfectly, but let me make sure. It's off by how many cents? That's like 15 cents, 8 cents. So let me just fix this real quick so it's perfect. Right about there. And then, so the first reaction was in between number 1 and 2 perfectly. This second reaction is now more bearish than the first one. So now the equal reaction of today so far is we're more bearish, basically. But usually what's funny is when that occurs, there's a sudden shift, and you could literally just get bought up right back to the top, just like how we called it out pretty much yesterday, right? So you fell down right above number 2, and we told everybody the equal reaction would be running up to just about number 2 and then falling. And you ended up falling on number 2. Wasn't a giant drop, but it was still a decent drop nonetheless, which carried some good percentage, right? So that idea was still correct. For today's idea, it was basically we wait for this market to drop down a little bit more just due to last week Friday. The next thing that could occur, honestly, this is the one thing I didn't tell you guys, was if we look at this chart right here, supply and demand zones real quick. Look at last Friday, which was over here. It ran up first and then shot down. And then the rest of the week, or the next week after that, it continues to run up higher. So remember, ran up, shot down. The rest of the week, it continued to head up higher. It just came from a lower point, so it was running up into Friday. Look at today. You run up into Thursday, you already collapsed. So now that's the same thing as last week. And if you look at Friday of last week, or Monday, right, it dropped straight down. The only thing that's difficult about this is there was no Friday last week. There was only Thursday because of the holiday. So that's why I'm looking at this Friday instead. And again, the conclusion was you run up, you get shut down the whole entire day, and then the rest of the week you're running up. So the idea was weekly calls with daily puts. Over here, we bought weekly puts at the top. You guys know what we're going to do now, right? Perfect. Exactly. We're going to play some daily calls now because I'm thinking that this market does want to head down lower. It definitely wants to head down to the low. I think it's just going to play with people today. So I think we're going to actually run right back up again and mess with the gap fill. We might even run to like number 4 or just before number 4 like yesterday. And we might do something funny is what I'm thinking. So yeah, that conclusion was made and created just due to the sole fact of weekly trends. This is the reason as to why every single time I trade every single day, usually as long as I put enough work in, the results are the same every single time. As long as I put enough work in, the results are the same every single time. And what are the results? It's simply a perfect understanding of how the trends could develop just using the last week. Think about it like that. So for next week, I'm going to use this week. For the week after, I'm going to use next week. That's the reason why it always works. You know what I mean? Because I don't just throw on a bunch of trading styles on the screen because that's too random. You want to throw trading styles on the screen, but at the same time, you want to understand the weekly flow with these trading styles that you're putting on the screen. Does that make sense? So it's like you put something in a certain area just so you can understand what's going on, and then you try to replicate the idea of placing it in the same spots, same areas, just like the reversal points. We always place it at the opening price, and it always works every single day. There's some days where it runs through number 1 and it falls in between number 2 and number 1. I'm sure you guys understand what I'm going to do next. If that keeps happening, all I had to do is go like this. Watch this. Put a reversal point in between these two areas, and I can guarantee you this is basically almost the same thing as yesterday. So now let me copy 1, and 2, right? Because technically this would be a new number. So now let me paste this over here to the left side, ladies and gentlemen, and look how funny this is. Yesterday, instead of reversing on number 1 or 2, you reverse on something else that was in between them. So all I had to do to improve this style was just add a new reversal point. Simple as that. And we're gonna probably end up doing that. That's why I was talking to you guys about updating it soon, was because the market's changing, flow is changing, price action is changing, the numeric amount this SPY is moving is changing, and I can see it happening to my trading style. I know it. That's why number 4 is not getting hit all the time no more. Because the market that we're easing into is just like 2024 when I was first teaching you guys, which was a very slow market but very bullish. It's kind of hard to trade because none of our trading styles that we had were predicting the future. And then, you know what we did? By June and July, we started creating trading styles that could predict the future. And you guys know what started happening? Then the market started going sideways and falling out the sky. So it was like the funniest thing in the world. It was like we were playing cat and mouse with the trading styles, with the learning, as well as with the trading. We had some really good trades last year, but again, it felt like we were playing cat and mouse. It felt like the market was always ahead of us. And what I realized was, if we just got more aggressive with the technicals and just created another 100 charts, another 100 trading styles, we would probably understand everything perfectly. So that's what I did. I created a crazy amount of trading styles as aggressively as possible. And then we started easing into the November, like the winter months, the fall months. And around that time, the market started changing to a bearish market. But guess what, everybody? I lost my money the first time. I lost everything because of a bearish market, because I didn't know how to play it. So you have to understand that because I lost everything in the bearish market, the first thing that I personally had to resolve was trading a bearish market. So in terms of my skill with trading bearish markets, I would say it's probably the best skill I have is trading bearish markets. Just due to the fact that I kept having to learn and learn and learn for 2 years in a row. And then once the market started flipping, I was easily able to tell that the bearishness was leaving. And I was easily able to tell that we should go long here. The problem was, I didn't think the market was going to go up this high. So again, there's a reason as to why I'm telling you this, and I'll explain in a second. But after that point, where we basically, ran into the sky, and this is now 2024. It's 2023 basically first. You ran up to the previous high of 480. And by that point, most of the money I had lost, I had recovered some of it, not all of it, but I have recovered some of it. And with just that capital alone, I was able to actually continuously grow and then start trading Tesla. So you have to understand that when I started trading other names, it was only when I was trading SPY for around 3 years. That's when I actually started trading other names more efficiently and with, more understanding. So if you guys are trying to trade, just understand, focus on just SPY. That's the first thing I have to tell you. Make sure you're just focusing on SPY. The next thing you need to do, make sure you guys have these reversal points. And then the final thing you need to do is just literally trade them. Because I've made these in a certain way where it works with both bearish and bullish markets. That's the craziest part. So this is your one perfect trading style where no matter what type of market we're switching into, even if we're in the middle of two markets, you're always going to have the upper hand. That was pretty much the whole entire reason for the story. But no, yeah, it was like a funny history. It was a funny situation that we had in history where, in our history, I should say, where it was just as you're learning, the market's learning more and it's changing faster. And unless you have enough aggression and enough capacity to not give up, even when things are not going your way, you just need to micromanage. So what I learned how to do was teach you guys how to do the small term trades, 3-day trades, 0-day trades. We did it in a more efficient manner. And then at the same time we started doing that, we started opening up the horizon for getting into the swing trades, the leap trades. And when we did that, that's when everything changed. When we were looking at the bigger picture and the smaller picture at the same time, everything completely shifted. So as long as you're looking at the bigger picture and the smaller picture at the same time, again, you're going to have the same view that I have with this market. That's the first thing. But that's after you put the reversal points on your screen, because they're the most important thing. As you guys can see, the market just flipped up green. So to those of you who got calls down there, amazing job. Absolutely phenomenal. You did exactly what you had to do. Now, the next thing we all need to do here is wait for this to hit number 2 and 3, sell out of everything, and then potentially buy some puts for you to fall right back down again. Make sure you guys post your notes whenever you get an opportunity. We're going to start going over the notes in a second here. All right, we're definitely going to have to fix that AC. It's fine for now, but for tomorrow, what I want you to add, AC, if you have a chance, just actually, yeah, if you have a chance, just give me a call later today and we'll go over it. But just so people generally know, the one thing I want to happen with your notes is there needs to be one thing you fix about it. So whether it's making it look better visually, whether it's adding a little bit more information that you normally don't add, right? Like, what were you thinking in the moment? You were watching a video you randomly saw on YouTube and some random guy was talking about this random company. So in that moment, you were just like, wait a second, what if I tried trading that same, idea with SPY? Anything could shift your mentality, your mindset. And if you're not viewing the shift from a third person, what's going to happen is you're not going to understand how you even went from level to level. It's almost going to feel like it just happened. But stuff doesn't just happen. It only just happens when you don't actually have a good understanding of what you're doing. And again, that's going to hamper your growth because growth is a funny attribute. It's actually a skill that you develop, right? Not growing, right? But the idea of growth. Because obviously with growing, it's, multiple different things. It's becoming bigger. The growth of growing, right? That growth part, that first beginning part, is just generally your ability to even understand how to grow in the first place. Because then when you get to the next level, boom, you know what you need to get done to get to that next level after that. It's almost like a train, right? It's just shifting tracks and you always see what's in front of you. So as long as you guys understand that, and you understand that if you actually try to grow, really, like if you really tried and you were doing the notes exactly how I stated you to do it, within a month, you would be fully profitable and probably have the opportunity to quit your jobs, if I'm being real with you. It's all really dependent on your ability to take notes and your ability to show me that in your notes, there is growth. Like from day to day to day. That's the one thing I look for. So, yeah, that's why I also brought up the visual thing. Because sometimes, like for my charts, like I couldn't add nothing. So what would I do? I would change the colors a little bit, make some colors a little bit lighter, toy with certain, areas, toy with certain different tools, and eventually you get like a really nice, well-rounded off chart. And that's all I want from you guys, is a really nice, well-rounded off note, because then I can imagine what your charts look like. Danny, that looks, I don't even know what you wrote that on. I like the way that looks with the gray background. That looks really nice, whatever you wrote that on. I like how you color coded it as well. That's awesome. I never even thought about doing that. That's a good ass idea. To use like Microsoft Word instead of the Discord just regular thing. Whatever you call the Discord, the regular text note thing. That's really nice. And then culinary, we got culinary doing it on his chart. Breakpoint heading to 619.49. Excellent. That's a really nice call out right there. That's exactly what I was thinking as well. I wish the market just continued to gap straight down. It should have went down to 619, but it's whatever. It happens. It happens. It's all good. And then you said 116 point, my break. Culinary, are you looking at the bigger DARP? Or are you looking at what DARP are you looking at? If you could text. If you can, it's all good. Welcome, BG. My fault. I don't know if I welcomed you here yesterday. Welcome back. Nice to see you here again, BG. That was a crazy play, by the way. That long leap that you had on SPY. Only putting in $100 and taking out $1,000. Excellent, bro. That was insane. Wait, what? Got it. Yeah. Excellent. That's all I need to know. All right, perfect. Um, Let me see here. Everybody's notes yesterday, by the way, at the end of the day was amazing. Thank you guys for posting AM notes and PM notes. Because in actuality, that's truly how you're supposed to take the notes in the first place. You're supposed to do it at least once at night and then once at the end of the day. So basically, the one at night is for the next morning because I want to see people's ability to be able to predict stuff. Just like how yesterday I told everybody, we could gap up, but logically, that would be out of this world. That would probably make SPY the craziest thing I've ever seen. This is already the craziest thing I've ever seen. With how SPY just ran up here, it wasn't supposed to get above 613. So, to see everybody just be able to chop this up, it's amazing. No, yeah, I really appreciate it. You guys are literally moving fast because that's what we need to do right now. When the market is breaching into new territory, this is the best way to learn, especially for a bullish market. And then if you take your notes properly, guess what you could do in a year when we have another crazy bullish market and we're running to like 700-800. You could just use the same notes. See how you did it last time and you will never forget. That's the most amazing part about this. So, no, yeah, you guys did a lot. You guys really did a lot last night. So I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to go over today's notes in a second here. I just want to do one more thing, and that's get this SPY put. Just patiently waiting here. I think I want to get it when it gets above the blue line. I think it might hit the 200. Yesterday, did we hit the 200? I think we did in the morning, right? Yeah, we did. So we haven't done a ghost touch yet, and I'm thinking we're going to do that soon. So what I really want to try here is just, since we're at reversal point number 1, we could just get a $10 put. And then when we get to number 2, we average down on the $10 put. When we hit reversal point number 3, we buy a new put. Because remember, we made a bunch of capital last night. You know, we basically threw in the whole entire account. So now it's just a matter of us penny pinching, only using a small amount, tiny little amount, just so we can make the most. And then the funniest reality is, if I use my unsettled cash, because remember, now my cash is unsettled. It's not going to be settled yet. It's a risk for me to sell a contract in the negative because they're going to give me a good faith violation. So truly, the reason why I chose Webull to be the account to take my $100 to $1 million was because you can kind of abuse the system. You could put in, let's say if I have $30 or I have 300, right? I could throw in $30 as unsettled, and as long as it's a good trade, every single time I'll end up selling it for 60, 80, 90. And you know it's the funny reality, right? Because you're only throwing in 30, because you're really waiting for that best opportunity, and you know you're not going to throw in your whole entire account. When you actually trade 5 to 10 times a day, and that's the reason why I actually had that many trades in February. That one day we had around 100% wins. It was 11 to 15. I think it might have, no, yeah, I think it was 11. It was like a little bit over 10. There was one of them that would have been one. I think it was like 96, 97%. And that one we ended up not selling, so we took a loss on that one. But besides that, everything was practically perfect. Everything was, and by the way, it was not a 0 day. So technically that day it was for full wins, no losses at all. The next day we took that loss because it was a 1 day. But the reason why I traded like that was because my cash was unsettled that day. I had around $300 and I ended up taking it to around 680 just by trading 11 times and getting all those percentages. So it's kind of funny the way the world works, you know, it's kind of funny the way the universe works. Because that was my intention in the beginning of the day was, I think that day was going to be slow. I think it was going to consolidate. I think it was going to rubber band. and act like an accordion. An accordion is basically a consolidating market where you're moving up $1, getting shut down $2, moving up $1.50, then you drop down 50 cents, then you jump up $2, now you're jumping down $1. So like you're staying in the same area, but you're moving a really good amount every time. Then you consolidate for like 10 minutes, 15, then you move again. So that's what I think today is going to be like. And so far, yeah, excellent. So that was the analysis from yesterday. That was the analysis for today. That's also a little bit of information on the notes if you guys want to improve your notes. Just have the idea in your head where you need to improve it one way, whether it's visually to make it easier to read, whether it's more organized, whether it's more information, but just always make sure there's progression with it. That's the only thing I want from you guys. Everything else is perfect, honestly. That's it. Everything's perfect. The progression is not bad either. Don't think the progression is bad, but there's like one of you or two of you that need to get on board with everybody else. And one of you is AC, and then the other one is Hoover. Hoover, we need to get you on board with notes. I haven't seen a single note in a little while. Probably about like 10 days. So we just need to improve that. Same thing with Mansa. Johan, whenever you get an opportunity. I know you're updating on your server, but whenever you get an opportunity for you to post it over here. And that's all. Everybody else? Oh yeah, BG. We got to talk. I want to show you what you had to do for notes and how you had to post them. It's going to be a daily thing that you have to do whenever you do trade. If you don't trade, it's all good. You don't have to post them. But just literally write in the notes channel, you didn't trade and why you didn't trade. You don't have to give us your personal information, by the way. You could just be like, you didn't trade because you don't want to. Simple as that. Alrighty, everybody. So we're patiently waiting now. We took our gain. We ran out. We're gone. You're hitting the same wedge again, actually. So that's probably why you're getting stuck here. It doesn't look like you want to get above it. I do suspect you might get above it for a second or two to fill some of the gap. If you don't, and we head down lower, let's say we head below 622, we're just going to keep playing puts straight down to 618. You got that, everybody? Number 622, the first level I gave you this morning. It's a very important level. So 620 puts, there are 0 days. Let's go ahead and take a little look at some of these contracts here. So look, this is the gap the SPY has right now. I trust Webull over TradingView when it comes to gaps, but when it comes to technical analysis, don't even think about touching Webull. It is terrible. Look, watch. As soon as I paste this here, look what it's gonna tell me. Oh, never mind. It didn't say nothing that time. But usually what happens on Webull is if you have too much stuff on your screen, they end up removing older lines and older things you created without telling you. So it sucks. But as you can see, the midpoint is right here at 624.65. That's the first major area I want to see SPY run into. And then boom, we have this one right here. That's the next area you're going to want into. What is wrong with this cat? Can you calm down? She's like climbing the walls like Spider-Man. 623.43. That's what we're stuck on right now. So we filled 1/8 of the gap, or a little bit over 1/8, and then now you're getting stuck here. So what can happen is you could, honestly, if the market, where did this just pop up from? That thing just popped him out of nowhere. Go over there. When the market gets stuck like this, to me it looks like you actually might just come right back down to a new low. That's what it looks like to me. So what you could do, ladies and gentlemen, please understand what I'm saying. Buy a single contract with a very cheap price, just $10. If it doesn't work out, so be it. We're going to wait for the halfway point, which is 624.66, right around the 200. And then we're going to buy the second option, which is going to be at $20. The only time you're ever going to buy something more is once you actually make that next high, which is going to be right around the fourth reversal point, which is right around 625.70. So I guess it's right before another high. Actually, you know what? Nah, because of this gap, I don't trust it. I would say play number 3, wait, skip number 4, and then play puts on number 5. Don't play puts on number 4 because it's so close to finishing the gap that you might just finish it. If that makes sense, everybody. So again, I'll go over it again in case nobody heard me or in case you just joined in late. Every time a market gaps down, there's 3 ways you fill it. First way is you just literally fill it the same day. The second way is this is actually crashing and we were never meant to fill this right now. So we're just going to start dropping out the sky the rest of the week. And the third way is the consolidation way, which is in a slower market, which is kind of like the market we have here, right? It is making new highs, but it is slowing down. And I can show you that with the next chart. Just give me a moment. But if you just look at this right here, every time it gaps down, the market will always fill a quarter, half, or so no, let me explain it like this. It fills a quarter, then falls. How much it falls ranges. It could either be to the opening price or it could be to the low. What I've found is when it at least fills the midpoint, which is 624.66, usually you get a crazy trend. And that crazy trend is basically, usually you make a new low. So if you hit this area here, I could see the market swooping down to a new low to then fill this other gap that we were supposed to fill a couple days ago. As you all can see, we start to fill this other gap. So I'm thinking that, I'm thinking we might just go ahead and head right back down here and fill the gap. Fill this one down here and then start running right back up to, run to a new high. And it kind of applies to the thinking because we told everybody SPY should fall to 613 or 614 before we head up to 630. Logically. If it wants to just head up because, the buyers, they just want to step in and they just want to send this market up right now, then okay, I guess. That's fine. That can, of course, happen, right? However, what's normal? Well, what's normal is a consolidation market and you taking at least a few weeks to run up into a new high. Meaning you make a new high, you consolidate, then you drop a little bit, and then you run up, you start gapping up. Once you drop, you gap up to then start making new highs. The only times you gap to the downside are when the market's doing something very ridiculous, kind of like how SPY's doing. That's why I told you guys to sell out those contracts. And that was also another reason as to why I told you guys that this market would gap to the downside, not gap up. Because when you gap up, it's usually never when you're already running up like this. That's why when SPY gapped up over here, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, this is ridiculous. Nobody's ever going to believe me because they don't really look at the market as deeply as I do. But you usually never gap up like this right here. This gap up was, this thing, I think, made me the most upset. Not even upset, it just made me mad. It just made me mad, honestly. Because it was just like, you don't normally do that. When does SPY ever do that, And it's so funny how it did it in that situation where you were at a very important point, the structure point. You were at 565. So it was so funny how you did it at that level. But I'm guessing when this market falls here, you're going to fall down to 565 and at least fill this gap. At least. Because you still have more gaps down here, but it's underneath the midpoint. It's less important. Everything above the midpoint, which is 548, is very important. So, yeah. And then you have another gap right here. This is how you're supposed to gap up. Look, you run up, bullish market, and then it's so funny as well because I remember in this moment, I also told you guys, I was just like, wait a second. Now it looks like the market's going back into how it normally used to trend. So when you fell here, I told everybody, if it holds, you're going to run right back up into a new high. And that's exactly what you did. You just gapped up right here. And then, as you can see, it ran up more. But then when do you gap up again? Right here, right? Once it's at the low. So that's how you play gaps up. That's how you play gaps down. It's actually timeable. It's just, it changes, you know. Sometimes it's a little bit different. But yeah, that's the closing statement of how we predicted the market gapping down, and then how I just predicted the market running back up again. We knew it was going to happen just due to last Friday. So this is pretty awesome. This is really nice. The next puts that I'm looking at right now, remember, I didn't talk about puts. I told you you could buy the puts. Now the puts that I'm referring to specifically, because remember, I didn't give you a put option yet. These puts are specifically going to be, drum roll please. And if you took a trade, that's proper. That's good. I want you to write it down, and I want you to take note of it. Whether or not you were right or wrong, I can't tell you yes or no yet. That's the fun part about trading, is you don't necessarily always know if you're right or wrong until about an hour or two goes by, 3 hours go by, and you see the price action develop. Because then you could see what your idea was, and then what the market did. But remember, take note of it. Don't make yourself feel stupid or feel like you did something that was, you know, not logical or unnecessary. Just take note of everything you do. Take note of every word that I say. And take note of every word that you pretty much just, you know, write down. Take note of it. Take note of it. Also, remember what points I told you to buy puts on? I already told you guys where to buy the puts. So where are you guys buying your first major put? What did I tell you guys? Let's see if everybody's listening. NVIDIA. What in the world are you doing? Correct. Just like that. So, just like Culinary stated right there, we're playing for half of the gaps to get filled, and then we're playing some puts right at the third reversal point. It could fall here. That's why I told you to get puts on number one. That's why I opened up the opportunity for you to do that. However, you just want to preserve and save your capital. Preserve it. Save it. When I give you a play, just watch it. Paper trade it. You said you love the work. It goes underappreciated. No, I appreciate you. Thank you for that. You know what's crazy? Is I felt like that for like the whole entire time. It wasn't until like last month or 2 months ago where I was just like, all right, if I'm trying to be the best teacher in the world, when I was trading, is emotions necessary? No. So is me being emotional about how I think people perceive my help necessary? And honestly, it's not. If I view what they're saying, that's one thing. But if I'm now getting emotional and then I'm trading worse, I'm giving you guys less helpful information. I'm not being the person who I am, the person who I know I could be. It's just unnecessary. So I started to shift from that mindset. So I do appreciate you saying that. And I do appreciate, you know, if this information has helped you. I appreciate you taking it and writing it down and listening to me, because that's what matters here. Not how I feel about other people. It's just the people who, gain from it. That's the only thing that matters. So I feel like that's what honestly took me over my wall, because it's like I got stuck. This is the first time I ever got stuck. Every problem I've ever had, I've been able to solve easily within a couple days, couple weeks. I couldn't solve this problem for months, and it was just an adjustment to my perception. So it's kind of funny, but that's how you trade. You have to adjust your perception. You have to take note of yourself and how you feel, how you think people think about you, right? It doesn't matter what they think. However, if 90% of the people that you talk to, they hate you for a certain reason, it's probably because you did something. And if I did something, I would want to be aware of that. So that's the only reason why I pay attention to what people say. However, I just got to remove the emotion that comes with the words, I guess. But yeah, that's pretty much all I'm doing at this point. And it takes you to the next level. That's the reason why I'm bringing it up. I apologize. But no, yeah. This is a very fun daily little thing here. It's always problems every single day, right? Especially with this market, especially with SPY. You guys know it better than I do at this point. SPY is the most annoying thing in the world. So it's like, in order for you to consistently deal with a problem and to always have the ability to problem solve, you have to fix your own personal kind of like perception on things. Just like I taught you guys before, everything is a lens that you look at the world through. Even the 200 moving average. So, yeah, just understand everything is a lens. Everything is a lens. When you have a problem, change the lens. Clear the fog. Look at stuff differently from a whole new angle. And everything will always go your way. And I know, and think about it. Like, once somebody hears a single, video of mine, or they see a single session of me trading, I know it changes their life. So it makes me very happy. Just me being here talking, it just makes me happy because I already know that's helping change people's lives. That's the best part about it. It's just use it, ladies and gentlemen. Please use it. Use the information and actually change your life. Don't tell me you want to do it and then you don't do it. Really do it, because with this information, it's most certainly possible. There's no convincing needed. It's just you watching me is good enough for you to understand. So, yeah. Steal it all. Take it all. And help yourselves. Change your lives. Go on some nice vacations. Make sure you send some pictures to the Discord, though. I want to see where you guys go. So that I can go there, too. And pretty soon, we're going to be traveling together. So, get ready. Get ready. We're going to be going on trading tours around the world. You know how fun that's going to be when you guys bring your family? We'll have like a certain building by where everybody sleeps. And we all go to that building at that time to trade wherever we're at around the world. Whether it's 3 a.m., 4 a.m., whether it's like 9 at night, right? We'll make it work. We'll make it work. We'll make the vacation count. And of course, since this is a vacation that also includes work, right? Boom, taxes. Use that to leverage against your wins. Because at this point, you're just winning here. If you're in this room and you're listening to me, I already know you're winning. It's not a matter of if and or but, right? It's you're winning. I know that. What are you going to do with the wins now? Because 45% of it is going straight to taxes. You got to be very cognizant of that. Think about it off the gate so that when that tax bill comes, you're not going to have a heart attack. Because that thing will mess you up. So don't, and by the way, don't spend the money from your taxes that you're supposed to pay. Don't spend that on nothing. Keep it as cash. If something dramatic happens, Tesla falls to $80, all right, you could use a little bit of something if you need that money. Because then I can actually save everything. That could probably give you the same amount of money you're going to pay from in taxes with just investing 5-10,000, you could definitely 10x that with Tesla. So there's certain investments that I would be fine with you doing and be fine with you risking in terms of your life and your livelihood. But most of them, just literally ask me. Most of these things that you're going to do in terms of taking out loans and investing in terms of options trading, in terms of 0 days, and I've already made all those mistakes. And I'm happy to tell you that. Was I happy about it in the moment? Absolutely not. There was moments where that thing used to get me so down where I would just start crying in the corner. Just go in the corner and cry. That's the only thing you could do. But, you know, most days that happened, it was just because I gave up on myself. That's all it was. I swear to you guys. I swear. The only reason why I had all that trouble in 2022 with making my money back was because I gave up on myself. And I kept telling people I didn't, which was the saddest thing. Because then when people started giving me the energy where it was like they also now feel like they give up on me, then I thought I was just like, oh, I knew it. These people don't care about me. These people don't. And I was so stupid, so childish, so immature, you know? And now I think that it all happened for a good reason, you know? As long as you guys could learn from my mistakes, you guys don't need to make the same mistakes. You are all very intelligent people. You guys should be shooting into the stars every single day. And how do you do that? It's by making sure you really try. Making sure you see the gaps. When's the next time you're going to buy a put? Understanding that if I have $5,000 and I just put in $1,000 into a put play at number 3, the only time I'm going to average down is maybe at number 5 or 6. I'll make sure it has 5-6 days of time. And yeah, I'm not going to put in my whole account, because if I just put in 1,000 and then I average down with 500, 1,500 in total, and the market goes my way the next day, I'm taking that to 3,000, you know, if not 2,400. And then with that extra 2,400 or whatever it was, 700, 800 that you made on top, now you could just use that instead of the other money you have in your account. Now from 5,000, you're at 5,800, 5,800. You do it again, you're at 6,000. Now you're at 8,000. So the growth is going to happen very quickly. You guys have to understand that. Don't think that it's so impossible that you just can't touch it no more. The first thing is you guys need to start buying 5-day contracts. You guys keep selling your contracts too early, I'm noticing. And then whenever something big happens, you guys sell your contracts too late. So with a move like last night, make sure you burn it into your memory, because you can always prepare for this in the future. Like I told you guys, that run up in the morning was a little too quick. That's why I didn't just panic and go crazy, and then we gave it a moment. We gave it a second. It could have went against us, of course. That's always a possibility. But we had a good enough entry where we were still profitable the whole time. So we still had a lot of room for this to run up, to average down, and then hop back out if it went right back down again. So again, it's all logical. It's all building blocks. And it's all, if you really want it to happen, it will happen. I promise you guys. So within the next month, while I'm completing my own personal challenge of getting from $100 to $1 million, I want you guys to also partake in these challenges and post it inside of my $1 million section in the Discord. I want you guys to be a part of this, every single one of you. I want to see you guys posting your accounts every single day. I want to see you guys posting the notes for that account separately from your own main account. Or I guess if you only trade on the $100 account, you could just post that in your notes, and that's fine. You don't have to post it in the $1 million section. Just post a picture of how much capital you have the next day. Because what that's going to do is, the next day when you have $300 the previous day, when you drop from $300 to $100, because some of you, that's going to happen to you. And you know what you're going to do? You're not going to want to post no more. So then it pretty much just goes downhill from there. What I want to be able to have you guys do is first understand that the reason why you lost money in the first place was because you gave up on yourself. 100%. Because think about it like this. it's a psychological game. When I made my first $100,000, I remember I had days where those contracts were 5, 6, 7 days out, and I was down a lot. I got to 10,000, I lost half of it. Didn't actually lose it, but because I bought my contracts too early, I pretty much lost half of it. I was down so much. So what did I do? Aggressively bought at another point. I threw the whole entire account into it. The other 10,000, or at the time when I had, what was it? Was it 10,000? Was it? I think it was like around. I think it's around 10,000. Yeah. So I threw in the other 5,000 at the time. Tesla was the $15,000 play that I ended up having to rebuy. So Tesla, I think I told you guys about that story, but like a dummy, I was buying contracts at $1,200, right? I spent 10,000 off the rip. By the end of that day, the contracts were at 100 each. So I went from 10,000 to 1,000 within like 6 hours. I was like, all right, you know what? That's a problem. I have another 7,000 I could use. What do? I was like, all right, let me just dump in 5,000. I bought a bunch of contracts at 70. I put it limit price at 70, 50, and I just left it like that. The other 5,000, and I literally, during midday, I went to sleep because I was like, I can't take this. I woke up at night, and that was probably the most upset I've ever been, ever. I've never been that upset. And like, I just didn't know what to do. I was just staring at the wall. I didn't even want to look at the charts. I didn't even want to see what Tesla was at because I was just like, it's not going to help. Let me just wait for tomorrow and let me not look at nothing. The next day, I was up 15,000 on it. I went from 17K and I jumped instantly to the 30,000s. Or was it 30,000? I think it was like 20. It was like high 20s, I think. And boom, my first goal was accomplished within 2 weeks of me ever options trading. Because I did something stupid, but because I didn't give up on myself. I didn't sell the trade. I had enough time. I knew I had enough time. Did I actually know? Maybe not, because I was a new trader. I don't know what I was thinking. But at the time, I did trade stocks for 6 months before options, and I was making a lot of money with stocks. With just stocks, I turned $600 from the stimulus check they gave us, and I turned that 600, and I basically turned it into 3,000 within 1 month. That was January of 2021, where I played the biotechs, Casper Maritime, I played FRSX. So it was a bunch of biotech stocks with some electric vehicle stocks, basically. And the reason why I did that is because Biden was signing executive orders to fund, like he had some type of package where it was putting a lot of money into electric vehicles, into green energy, into cars, electric cars, and whatever other categories there were at the time. And I was just like, perfect. This is a perfect situation. Plus COVID just happened. So yeah, I turned 600 into 3,000. And then you know what I did? I took that 3,000. I took it into 6,000. When I hit 6,000, I threw it all into a bunch of trades that had margin. And I'm sure you guys could guess what happened. That was my first lesson I ever learned when I was stock trading. I threw 9,000 or 6,000 into the trades, which gave me another 3K of margin. So I had $9,000 in holdings. And while the stock market ran all of 2021 and everybody was making money and changing their lives, I had friends making money. I had friends hopping on to start trading. Not actual friends like that I knew in person, but over the internet, like from playing video games and stuff. And like they would be getting crazy ass trades. And I'm just like, what am I doing wrong here? Like, what is happening? The companies that I chose, they just weren't going up. And yeah, that 9,000 went right back down to 3K. And that's when I started with 3K in October of 2021. And I took it to 100K within 3 weeks. You guys could literally do the same thing. You guys should be able to do the same thing right now. So that's what I want to see. That's what I want from you guys. I want to see you turn at least 300 into 3,000 first, which might take a month. That's fine with me. It might take you 2 months. I'll give you even 2 months. But by August, by September, you guys need to be at least at 50K or 100K, every single one of you. Because that's the only way I'm going to make you millionaires. If we're still playing with $1,000 and $100 and you guys can't maintain the capital, eventually I'm just going to have to keep letting more and more people go until I can only just have the ones that can properly, level up. Not saying none of you can, because every single one of you can. That's the craziest part. I believe in every single one of you. It's just make sure you believe in yourself. That's the one thing that I can't change. So that's kind of the only thing I want from you guys, all right? Just make sure you believe in yourself. And yeah, that's it. That's all, ladies and gentlemen. That is all. I always like sharing those stories because it's just like I don't want you guys to deal with that stuff I dealt with. And unfortunately, some of you had to now deal with some of the stuff I had to deal with, which was taking large losses at the time. I used to take out, you know what I did at one point? When I lost the 100K, and by the way, the reason why I lost the 100K is because I wanted to help friends. So I wanted to invest into stocks and options where I didn't have to look at it no more. That was the reason why I ended up actually losing everything. Kind of stupid, but at the same time, it was just for me to help other people. So yeah, of course, I'm sure you understand that it made me not like people. It made me not want to help people. And I felt like that was like the universe trying to pull me away from being a teacher. Because that would have literally shattered me if I never, just kept going. So in terms of you guys are soon going to be teachers here. A lot of you guys want to be teachers. And if you want to be a teacher, you must take note of everything. Everything you see here, everything you see me do, because I want you to create your own legacy. It's not going to be off the back of mine. My legacy is my legacy. Each of you have your own legacy that you need to fulfill. And that's the only thing you should be concerned with. But at the same time, just allow my legacy to just help yours, right? Just allow it to. And you don't even have to bring my name up at the end of the day. You don't have to tell nobody. You don't have to say nothing. I don't really care. Because deep down, I already know. And that's all that matters. You guys got that? Because especially with men, they don't like. One of the hardest things that I had dealing with some people here are the guys, the men. And it's the reason why is because they have a lot of pride. They want everything to be dumb, 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 dumb. Me, 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 me. I want to be the great. I want to be the best. And I get it. I completely get it. But if you don't use the hours of experience that I have and that I've gained, technically it's a waste of time. If you want to do this all by yourself, it's going to take you probably at least a year or two of really focusing, not having a family, not having a job, just literally doing this. It'll probably take you. And you could probably do the same thing I did, honestly. I'm not that great. I'm just a normal person. It was what I did that made me great. And that's why I do think that now I'm, of course, great, but it's only because of what I did. It wasn't me, myself, and who I was before. It's the act of persisting and being patient and consistently trying and giving up on yourself and then not giving up on yourself and then giving up on yourself and then still being here at the end of the day. So as long as you guys could do that, again, within the next 10 days, 20 days, I should start seeing some crazy trades. It doesn't really matter what the market does no more. It doesn't matter if it's up or down, if it's going in circles. You guys are fantastic traders. You guys are literally the best traders in the world. You guys are better than me than when I first started teaching. You know that, right? That's what makes me certain that most of you could already be teachers right now. It's just you don't believe. So yeah, keep working towards it. Keep working towards it, everybody. I hope that wasn't too much talk in there. Was that too much? Did that fill you with some love, everybody? You guys know I love y'all. And look at that, culinary. Excellent. That's what's up. So, of course, the first entry on this area was in the middle of 2 and 3, just like culinary had stated, right next to the 200 moving average. And the market's fallen so far. It's fallen down to the 8-day EMA. It could just fall out the sky here. So we're just going to give it a moment. It's Tesla. Can you fall? What's your problem? I've been waiting to trade Tesla for weeks now. Remember, this drop on SPY could take you into a new low. Remember that. Do not forget that. Let's go back to Webull so I can show you where the gap is. Look at how you're perfectly almost at the middle. You're not at the middle yet, to be honest with you. Where you're basically right next to it. So just due to the fact that it's next to it, I could still see this taking you into a new low here. So if you guys got some puts, just make sure you keep a runner. Sell most of them by the time you hit VWAP. By the time you hit the center right around here, sell 90%. Just keep 10% just in case it just flops to the floor. You're still going to make good money. Trust me. Come on, SPY. Make my day. So far, 2 directions were correct. We got the first direction, which was down. Actually, no. I would say that was incorrect because you actually ran up first and then dropped down and then ran up higher. So we were right about the bigger direction being down at first in the beginning of the day. But we were wrong about the smaller direction, like it completely just going down first. But then again, did I say that yesterday? I don't think I really said that. So therefore, I guess I can't quantify that. But no, I should quantify that because then that would actually allow me to improve this without having to deal with making the mistake. So yes, that is a good idea. Remember, this is the only way to get better. Is to look at what I did, remember what I said last. Why would I say that? And try to correct my subconscious. Because if I can correct my subconscious thinking as to why I think of certain things and why that was the first thought that came to my mind, what happens is your gut becomes an instantaneous response when it comes to large moves. So instead of panicking, it's like you get some butterflies all of a sudden. It's like your body gets a little light and then you see the market moving quicker and you're just like, I know what to do. I know what to do. And it almost feels like you're weightless. That's what it's like being in the flow. When you see something and your gut is instantly right. And it's not hard to do that. Again, it takes you probably, if I'm being real with you, it would take a person a month. But a person doing this for a month, which is trading, 6.5 hours a day, and then doing charts for another 6 hours, at least 12 hours every day, a person doing this is not really normal. You're never going to see that. So unless you guys are willing to put around 12 hours a day into charting, and you could probably make it 6, you could probably make it 8. If you know how to micromanage, you could probably quickly learn how you could simplify stuff so you could do less work. That's what I did. I just learned just ways of doing things a little bit quicker, like DARP. And what happens is you remember those levels in your head. So now it's like before SPY even runs up into a new high, I already know the levels that it's going to stop at. 626, 624, right? All because of 606 and all because of 596. You kept crashing at every 6th number. It's kind of funny. So yesterday I told you guys, if you don't touch 567, that's pretty much confirmation that you're just hitting King's Point right now and you might just fall out the sky here. And no, yeah, that's exactly... Don't go behind the computer. Don't touch the wires. Go over there. I was like, how do you just get behind the computer? So yes, that's the reason why we knew 626 was going to crash over here. But then to have 2 crashes and then the gap mixed with it, they just blessed us. I hope you guys see that. They really just blessed us. They gave us the easiest trade probably. And right now we have another easy trade. We knew they were going to fill half of the gap. We knew they were going to drop you out the sky. It's just a matter of how much are they going to want to drop you. I think because of over here, because it brought you to a new low, at least I could see you dropping around 522. At least to that midpoint, which is the weekly midpoint, right? And remember, everybody, what did I tell you yesterday? I tell you yesterday, it looks like you want to fall down to this midpoint again. You've hit this every single day this week. It is the weekly zone, the weekly range. So it kind of makes sense that you would hit it every day, right? Kind of, right? Because it's the midpoint. But then yesterday was just breaching towards the top. Did you breach towards the bottom after you made this bottom over here? You did not, right? So this automatically tells me that we're probably going to fall to 617. Straight down to here. So if you guys want, you could do two things. You either buy a 5-day call right now or 5-day put right now, or you wait for it to fill a little bit more of the gap, and then you buy the put right over here. So if it fills maybe like up to, let me draw a circle for you. Actually, I'm just going to put a rectangle. Like, let's just say if it goes into this area, anywhere from here to here, you could basically be like, all right, I'm just going to get a 5-day put, one put, because it's probably going to fill half the gap and then make a new low. Or you could just buy it right now. I would suggest, if you didn't buy it already, just don't buy it no more. Just wait for the market to run up, see if it's just going to consolidate, and see if you can get another cheaper entry. Never, ever hop into a play late. Unless you know to sell early. That's the only way you can actually balance it out. If you get into a play late, you have to sell if that thing goes up 10%, 20%. You just can only take a small gain now. Because if that thing goes against you, now you just bought a play late. You knew that was a bad idea. And then the play went against you. So imagine how a person is going to feel about themselves. You're going to hate yourself. No matter how much you say you love yourself, I promise you in that moment, you're going to be like, I'm so stupid. Why would I do that? That's what you have to avoid doing and saying, because that's what creates an unbalanced gut and a terrible trader. That's always playing cat and mouse with themselves and the market. As long as you can trust yourself and know that you made the best possible decision in that moment, all you have to do is fix your decision making technically. And then boom. Not really, I wouldn't even say your decision making, because you made the best possible decision because you bought it, but your analysis was incorrect. So it's like the headings beneath, the subheadings were just terrible. You didn't really work on them. So yeah, just fix everything. I'm telling you guys, fix it all. Write down how much money you normally lose and why. Write down if you're normally taking losses, what times are you trading, and what contracts are you buying. And like specify stuff like perfectly. Don't feel like you're stupid. Just you need to learn. That's it. That's the only thing you should feel. With enough experience, you're going to be one of the greatest traders in the world. That's it. And I can't stop that. Nobody can. Nobody can stop your greatness. So just take notes, please. Even if you're on YouTube, just please take notes and post your notes every single day on YouTube. On the YouTube chat. Like as soon as I go live, I want to see all the notes. That's how I want things to be from here on out. For those of you that are still watching me on YouTube. Because then, at that point, once you do get an opportunity to join the Discord, it's going to be like a real streamlined, process. Like you're literally just going to fly through it. You're going to be like, oh, I remember hearing about this. I remember taking notes about that. I remember this. I remember he talked something about reversal points, so I want to find out where these are at. So that's also going to help you out when you join. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're coming up again. Looks like we might have another opportunity. You held on the blue line right here. So you might do something similar like yesterday where you run up into a new high. That would be a little treacherous, That would burn a lot of capital from people. Because everybody's trying to hop into the market. Everybody's very impatient. Not you guys, again. Not the people here. But the world, it's very impatient. The world doesn't really know how to use timing. Like whenever they see the opportunity, they just instantly jump to it. Which is why I give you guys opportunities sometimes, because I want to see who instantly jumps to it. And then once I see who instantly jumps to it, now we got to dig deeper. Why did you instantly jump into it? Because I told you Okay, let's get deeper. I told you about this trade yesterday. Why didn't you instantly get into that one? You know what I mean? And then we dig deeper. And eventually we're going to find the weakness or the weak point. Because it's not really a weakness. It's more so just a weak point in the thought process is tearing down your success. And I could track that down, I'm telling you. I'll track that thing down within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, as long as we're going back and forth properly. And you don't get in your emotions when I bring up certain aspects of, character or your mentality or your perception, because this is really mostly about psychology. If I'm being real with you guys, the market is just straight psychology. That's it. It's just understanding human habits and human patterns, because everything we see here is a human pattern. It's probably the only reason why I started noticing it. Alrighty, SPY's coming back down again. Let's see. For the $1 million account, I'm waiting for this to run up into number 5. If we don't run up into number 5 on the $1 million account, what I'm going to do is just scout play 0 days. We're going to talk a little bit less here so we can focus. And if you guys have questions, just make sure you post it in the chat. And make sure you send it to me. Always send me your questions every single time. I'm so happy with this. This is so amazing. This is phenomenal. Sometimes, you know what this feels like? Sometimes it feels like I'm painting. You guys ever painted? I don't know if you guys even like painting, or drawing. It feels like I'm drawing, where it's like you got the music blasting. You can't hear a single thing but the music. And every stroke of that pen makes you feel like you're flying. It makes you feel like you're weightless. It's wild. Like, it literally feels like I'm painting right now. Like I'm drawing a story almost. And I've often found that usually when people get to the maximum peak of whatever profession that they love to study or love to work on, when they actually get to the last level or near the last levels, they're able to actually think in that fashion. If that makes sense. Does that make sense, everybody? Whereas, like, when you get to the maximum level of whatever you do, you start... It's like, when a Pokemon evolves and they become a whole new Pokemon with a whole new set of skills. I could be wrong about that. I don't even remember. Does a Pokemon get new sets of skills? Whatever. Imagine something that you could upgrade and update, and then as soon as you update it, it's just like, boom, stage 2. New clothing, new skill tree, new powers, new things you had to update. It's like Prestige Master in Call of Duty, right? You get to level 60, and then you get to Prestige to the next Prestige, but you lose your ability to have all your classes and all your perks and all the stuff you built throughout leveling up. That's really what it feels like every single time. And when you get to the last level, or near the last levels, what occurs is you're able to actually see the last level in every other profession in the world. It's almost like a cheat code. And what you often will notice is everything rhymes with each other. Everything is the same. Everything is one. So when I trade SPY and I'm trading it in a certain fashion, all this means is you could literally trade Tesla the same way and make money the same way as this way. If it works in one spot, one place, one location, one investment, one name, it works everywhere. And I just had to tell you that story because it's just like, it's not really a story, but it's more so, I guess, just a thought about when you get to the last level, you start noticing the last level in every other, attribute of life. So yeah, just pay attention to that. It was one of the funniest things that I actually realized. It was like I was having it it was like I was talking to myself as a philosopher, right? And I was having conversations with myself, and I was like, no way, I'm now starting to understand why this works that way, and why is that so similar? You know what I mean? And it might have nothing to do with another topic or thing that you're studying, but again, it's just understanding that high level of operation is the most important thing in the world, I found. It practically makes you infinite. It makes you unlimited. That right there was one of the things I'm most grateful for. By far. Because literally, if I drop stocks, I know I could pick up whatever I'm doing next, get to the max level quickly, as long as I'm trying. But it's like, do I want to be brought back to a situation where, let's just say, you're like, screw stocks, I don't want to do this no more. You just, purposefully lose all your money, and you're like, all right, let's start from zero again. Would I do that? No, I'm not that much of a lunatic, I would say. But if I had to, I know I could. And eventually, at one point, I'm sure you guys all understand that when I get bored enough, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Once we actually get to the max level in stock trading, we're just going to drop it, use the money to start going into other fun stuff. It's very hard, it's very difficult, and then we're just going to start smoking everything. Making games, making music. Whatever you guys ever wanted to do, we're going to do it as a team, and we're going to start basically conquering every sector. That's what I really want to do. Improve this world, Really add to this world. And the only time you could do that is when you start getting a little bit of money for yourself. But you don't need the money. That's the thing, is the money's not necessary. It's just the will and the want to be great. That's what separates you. I apologize, everybody. The next thing we should do here is, instead of getting so focused with Tesla and Nvidia, I'm thinking about some more SPY puts a couple days out, because I do feel like this market might just, I know it can go to 630. It could literally go to 630 right now in one jump in one day. But I really want to play this midpoint straight down to this new low. So I'm looking at a new contract. This contract is going to be 7 days out. That was magnificent, everybody. Those contracts went from how much to wait, what? Wow. $350 from 170 yesterday. So 170 to 350 is how much? What's 350 divided by 170? Yeah, that's almost a perfect 200% gain right there. And then they sold you off. They drop you down, so you were only up around... that's only 100%. That's times 2. I apologize. And then they dropped you straight down, so you were only up 50%. And I'm assuming they averaged down. That's why the market bounced there. It's because they probably averaged down on their contracts that they bought for the puts. Because remember, these are 620 puts. So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to put myself in the mindset of the flow. Why would flow change like this? Why is a contract costing 170 and then the next day it's, 357, 358, and then within a couple minutes it drops right back down to 230? Is that a time to buy again? Right? Like, how do you know when to continuously buy? Like, if you bought a contract at 60, you sold it at 150, it drops down to 90, should you buy it? Right? That's a valid question. And what I would tell you is yes and no. If you're a new trader, no. If you're an older trader, meaning you've traded for at least a year, then yes. I want you to experience that now, because you're going to understand why your trades are not going your way. Because sometimes there's some crazy price action where, let me take you guys back to the supply and demand zones. Sometimes you get some crazy price action like this where it runs up, falls down, hits the quarter point. Runs up, falls down, still hitting the same quarter point, just a little bit lower. Runs up, stops at the quarter point. So you see how it's like, it's giving you equal reactions. And then when it falls down, quarter point. Now it's hitting the midpoint. So guess what? Exactly. That same day, that's how I knew that if this market falls down beneath this purple box, it's going to stop at the midpoint. If it runs up above the yellow, it's going to stop at the midpoint. That's why I had these lines right here. I had them for up and down. And look at how we perfectly, look at that. You see that right there? Perfectly stops right here and then gets bought up. So it's all structure. It's all human emotion attached to structure with, of course, the heading of everything being psychology. It's all psychological. So think of stuff with a psychology degree, basically is what I'm trying to say. I don't even know what that means. I don't have a psychology degree, and I'm not trying to disrespect people who do have that degree. But think of stuff as if you had what is it called? Psychological degree or a psychology degree? Probably a psychology degree. Think of it as if you had that degree and you were really trying to be in the mindset of flow. Because if I say big money, it sounds corny. Let's think about it. Every time someone brings up big money, or we know. I think we all know what they're doing. We don't need to keep bringing it up. It just makes you have a target on your back, if anything. So let's just say that this is market flow. That's everything combined. And that's what you're trying to put yourself in the mind of and in the shoes of every single day. So when the market does a trend like this here, go to the weekly and try to figure out what in the world is it doing. You guys see how when you held the midpoint and you ran up, you ran perfectly up to 624 and you stopped? Because that's the quarter point of the whole entire trend. You hit the midpoint, ran to the quarter point, and then boom, pause button. They do that on purpose. So now, since I know that, how do we play this? Well, guess what? I'm going to make my own remote and I'm going to unpause the market. I'm being corny. I'm playing with you. But what I'm actually going to do here is, since I know they paused the market, as long as it drops beneath this wedge and certain attributes of my chart, like for instance, break the boxes up again. As soon as they pass this down here, it's probably going to fall to the midpoint again. And then, of course, if you want to get really crazy, but again, my chart's going to start looking a little ugly now, you could also just break it up again. Make it perfect with the midpoint, just like that. Go like this. And then break it up again. And then you would have something like this here. So now do you guys see why it's holding here like that? Do you guys see why when you ran up, it stopped right here and then got sold off to the blue line, and then it ran up to another random ass point? It's not random. The markets, every single point that you see here happen is actually structured. It's all structured. It's all for a reason. So that's what actually makes you understand things better. It's because you understand, one, this is not random. Stop believing these YouTubers. I am telling you, they have no idea what they're talking about. Not because they're stupid, not because they're not intelligent, but because nobody put the same amount of time that I have into this market as me. Maybe somebody who's in their 40s or 30s, maybe I could see them being at a similar skill level. But still, most people have families and jobs, and I had nothing. All I had was time. And I put all my time into this. Like I told myself when I was younger, I was just like, all right, I can't be a dummy. Most people, they shift from thing to thing to thing to thing, and then by the time they're 30, they didn't really use any of their other experiences to benefit their life. Like for instance, like let's say if I did real estate when I was 24, if I don't want to do it by 30, at least make sure I have a house, right? At least make sure I did something with the real estate to put me forward. Most people, they don't do that. They just like reset, go back to another job, start at a whole new different level, which is level 0. So they never see the higher levels, most people. And that's just due to persistence. It's just due to nonstop trading. Out of those 10,000 hours from just 1 year of me trading, because I probably have at least 50 to almost 50,000 hours is about 5 months of actual time. I probably have around 50,000 to 100,000 hours of time now trading. And you know what's crazy? 48,000 of it was for nothing. It was stupid. It was only the 2,000 hours at the end where I realized, wow, I put so much time into this. I really messed up because this didn't take me nowhere. And it was just those last 2,000 hours that pushed me over that wall that made me be like, all right, I'm actually going to make this happen now. So I'm telling you guys, like, it takes a long time for you to actually be convinced that what you're doing is proper and what you're doing is good. You're always guessing, second guessing, and always, not assured because of these YouTubers, because of these people who think that they know what they're talking about, and they like to blurt out a bunch of words, but none of it makes sense. It actually just makes you learn slower, and sometimes not even learn at all. But yeah, just make sure of that. Make sure every single time someone says something, you question what they're saying. Even me. Question me. Question me all the time so that I can explain stuff to you. Like, why do I buy here? Why do I buy there? Why did I say this here? Why did I say a certain word yesterday at 3 p.m.? Silo, you said to buy puts at this time tomorrow. Now you're telling everybody to do this. If I make a mistake, bring it up. That's perfect. That's what an honorable community should do, is always bring up a person's mistakes, because we're all trying to get to the best possible level in life. And the only way we're going to do that is by pointing out our mistakes before anybody who really hates you uses those mistakes against you. So that's all I need you guys here for, is to point out any mistakes that I make, because that's going to make the learning and the teaching even better. And sometimes a lot of those mistakes are actually all planned, right? I don't know if you guys know how much I plan. Just know I've been writing stories ever since, I've been 16, 15, and even a little bit younger. When I used to go to weddings when I was 8 and 9, I used to have Linkin Park blasting in my headphones, let me tell ya. And I would just be writing stories. And I don't even think I had the Notes app at the time. The iPhone, I don't think it did. It had like a Dream Writer, some type of app where I used to write on. So just know I love writing stories. I get really in depth. I plan 5, 10, 20 years ahead of time. So how I teach you guys, it is very well planned. When you guys see the books, they're going to come out, you're going to understand. But for now, just try to take in as much information as possible and try to trade as much as you can. The only way you're going to get better is by trading as much as you can and taking the notes for every single trade. Simple. That's it. Don't think about nothing else. Don't think about watching news. Don't think about watching events. Don't think about nothing else but trading as much as you can and writing notes about it. Think about trading like that. Erase all the brain fog you have. Erase your minds right now. Erase it all. Just trade and write notes about those trades. That's it. Don't watch no more YouTube videos. You don't got to watch this 30-minute video and this 1 hour this and then read this news report every morning and then watch CNBC and then it's pointless. I'm telling you. That's only for people who get to the next level and who have a little bit of extra brain capacity because they were repetitive, that they could watch news and watch all that stuff. They can add to the trades. Because the only thing news does is accelerate the market. It does not change the market. It simply accelerates it. The only thing that changes the market is like black swan events, like tariffs, because it's something massive and major. But you know what's the funniest thing? Is that drop that you have with tariffs, those levels you hit, were all structure points. And you were supposed to hit those points. So you did what you were supposed to do, but you just did it way early. I thought you were going to drop that low around now, honestly. I didn't think you were going to drop that low in February, because you basically, for the first time ever in my history, a trend that I predicted occurred way too fast. Way faster than I even thought it would occur. So just know that. That's the craziest part about this. There we go. We got some of you leaving already. You already made all the money you need. I love to hear that. There we go. Remember, if you're going to overstimulate yourself every single day, just write notes. Write notes about your trade, and then just head on out. As long as you made a little something, something, just write notes. If you really need to change your life right now, you guys got to be going crazy right now. Trade 30 times a day, 40 times a day. Get as much trades as possible, and use simple ideas. You don't have to write stories. Just use simple ideas, you know? Kind of like, remember how I was looking at Target? Let's look at Target again, everybody. Target was like I swear to you guys, that was like the most simplest idea I've ever had in the world. Nvidia, you better fall out the sky. You better touch 158. You better put me in the money. I want to sell these contracts at $300. Come on, everybody. We bought them for only $20 yesterday. Right now, I think they're worth almost nothing. Let me check right now. So they're worth $7. No, they're worth $3. I'm going to buy another one. I'm buying another one here, everybody. At $3 for Nvidia. We'll see if it lets me get filled because it already starts to fall. I just noticed that. We have $3 more we could use. We're going to average down on this, if they let us. And then we're going to see how much these contracts can go up. I think you could still drop down to like 300 profit. Especially if it does an equal reaction. Come on, Nvidia. Give me the equal reaction. Equal reaction is just like this. You measure from the top of the box to whatever it ran to, right? Use the magnet tool so it properly snaps onto the top. Then take this box and go below. That's how far Nvidia could really fall right now if it wants to. Straight down to 162. So if it falls down here, my option is 160. And the reason why I chose 160 is because it's right by the midpoint. That's why we bought it over here at the top. Because I wanted it to fall to right here. And then maybe right around down here. The only way it's going to fall down here is if SPY starts crashing. Or if Nvidia is finally done running up. I'm thinking it's going to finish maybe at 170s. But we just got to wait and see here. It's almost done. It's 100% almost done. The trends just look very sloppy now. And by the way, the one thing you want to pay attention to is with SPY. SPY's falling out the sky right now, everybody. You're at number 1 on the reversal points. I'm not going to buy yet. I'm buying some calls here shortly. And the way I'm going to buy these calls is once you hit number 1 on the reversal point, I'm going to go ahead and buy some calls on my paper account, which is the challenge account. So again, I'm about to buy right now. And then on my $1 million account, the one that's more important, I'm going to wait for the better setup. I'm not just going to get a random setup. What's the better setup? The better setup is basically now hitting number 2 to 3 on the bottom. If it never happens, well then I'm never going to buy it. This is how you avoid wasting money and avoid wasting, capital into... It's the same thing. I know what I just said. Sometimes I do that, by the way. I don't know if I'm a little dyslexic. I can't tell. I never actually got that checked out. Or I don't know if it's me speaking too quick or my brain's getting like ahead of itself. One of the two. But as long as you guys understand that, I think you'll look past it. All right. So again, right here, we're not buying yet. It's still too small. This is only for the small fish. So I'm not really interested in this. Not right here, at least. I love how you hit halfway in the gap and you guys fell. Does everybody see how I predicted that? And how we continuously predict that every single time? Give me a yay or a nay, ladies and gentlemen. Yay or nay. Ah, my arm. Ladies and gentlemen, is that a no? Remember, in order for us to go far, in order for us to go further, we need to have pauses where you guys kind of like in like a, I don't even know what type of class they do this in, but I'm sure in high operating fields they do this, where you do a little bit of something and then you stop to take a break to acknowledge what you did, so you can actively, you know, just understand why and what you should have done better. So you can actually understand and range it. You can gauge it, I should say. You can gauge what you're doing properly. So make sure every single person here took a note of that. When you fill half the gap, you usually fall down back to the bottom or wherever you just came from. The only thing that would make this different is if we had two gaps. So if we were in between two gaps, we would be thinking about a whole different set of plays right now. Just like the other day, we first got a situation like that where we were in between two gaps, and I was just like, you know what it's going to do? It's probably going to fill the top one and then fall right back down to fill the bottom one. And let's look at Weeble, everybody. The bottom gap is all the way down here still at 620. So, no, yeah, you didn't even fill this bottom gap. Instead, you just filled half of this one up here. If you really want to, you might just literally fall straight down to here, if I'm being honest. Let's look at this on the weekly. You filled the top gap perfectly. Didn't want to run up higher. Fell down to here. You're hovering on the 15-minute 200 moving average, though. Like, you're staying stuck on top of it. On the 5-minute, where's the 200? Yeah, you almost ran into it. So you're stuck on it, but you ran into it on the 5-minute. So it's literally just stuck in between the 15 and 5-minute 200. If it could get bought up a little bit more. Yeah, this looks terrible, guys. This market does not look good right now. I kind of almost don't even want to get into the calls with everybody now. I don't think I even want you guys getting into the calls now. This might just flash crash here. But at the same time, I know it wants to fill a little bit more of that top gap potentially. Especially if it's going to fill the bottom one. It might just put you in the same situation where, look at the size of this gap down here and then look how much of the gap we have left. It might just fill it all the way up to like 525. And then once you get this far up, then you might actually just fall out the sky again and go lower. Why are you eating the cat house? Oh, man. So again, let's just see if this is going to fill a little bit more of the gap. Let's get to number 4 on the reversal points, and then maybe we might actually have to trade number 4. Because you might just want to fill the same amount of the gap that you did last time to the bottom. You're hitting the wedge from the bottom again, so this might be a double confirmation of more downside, everybody. I'm staring at the puts right now to see how much they cost. 621s are now at $27. By the way, I want you guys to take a second and go look at the open interest for me for the puts. Tell me what you think about that. These are for the 0 days today. I don't know why these people are still holding these many puts, but this is extraordinary. There's way more puts right now on the board. So that's why I think that the market switches into green territory like that. Because when you get a bunch of people that play puts, usually what happens in that moment is the market will always go against it. And then at one point, then it starts going into the put direction where they get paid out. But in the process of it, lots of people lose their money. Fluffy, can you please stop crying? They're not going to take you right now. Oh my god. She hears the kids, so she's like, I want to play with them now. Fluffy, come here. Come. Come over here. Can you guys, if you guys can't hear her cry, I'll leave her alone. If you guys can hear her cry, I'm just going to bring her. I'm going to take her out. Can you guys hear it or not? Because sometimes she gets a little annoying. I still love her though. Oh my god. It's like a child. It can't have a toy. Why are you looking at me and crying? What's your problem? Come here. Come here. Like looking at me and screaming. Come here. Come. They're not going to get you right now, I'm telling you. Alright, whatever. Stop getting louder. What's your problem? There's no way you guys can't hear that. Fluffy, come here. Come. Thank you. Come over here. Just sit on my lap. What's wrong with you? You were fine like 5 seconds ago. Come. There you go. Are you happy? Nope, she just jumped off of me. Oh, now she's playing with something. Alright. Anyways. The next option we're going to hop into here is... So the first one is going to be a 621 option. And this is going to be for the puts once we run up to the top up here. 621s are currently $30. And I want to see them worth around $14 to $10. So I can grow another small account. While I'm also growing my bigger $1 million account. Currently the $1 million account, just so everybody can understand. Currently that account right now is at $250. And what our goal is today is basically to have the opportunity to double it again. So until we get to a better setup point, we're not really gonna go too wild on the trades here. I just want to see the market really snap into one direction or the other. And then once it does that, we could play the small reversal for like 20%, 30%. We're going to do that with a very small option. And then the next thing we're going to do is try to double the $1 million account within the next hour or two. So we're going to be trading with it soon. However, we're not going to rush it because there's no need to. We started with $100, I think like 2 days ago. By the end of today, let's see how much money I'm supposed to have. Let's all look at it together. So by the end of today, let me see. $1 million account challenge. I'm going to update my day 2 right now, which was yesterday. Day 1, we took the account from what, $80 option, then we averaged down. And then we took that account to, what was it? Did I say how much I took the account to? No, I didn't say how much I took it to. I think I was at like 160. I think I was at 160 the first day. Then day 2, which was yesterday, we said the first or the next goal was going to be to hit 360. Yesterday, we bought some leaps, and we couldn't really trade like this. The market didn't really give us a good opportunity besides from number 3. So we need to take note of that, right? We'll take note of number 3. We'll take note of the fact that we didn't hit 360 by yesterday. Today, we're supposed to hit 800. And remember, I only have 250 right now. So right now we're way behind schedule. So in order for us to actually get ahead of schedule here, because I have some of the money in NVIDIA, that's why I don't have everything. I can't actually use all the capital right now. So what we're going to do here is we're going to aggressively trade the 0 days again. We're not going to trade no more 5 days. And we're going to try to take this basically $250. Try to take it to like 400 today. As long as we could take it to 400 today, which is about a little bit above day 2 and then a little bit below day 3. I mean, a lot below, about half of day 3. Then day number 5, or day number 4, which is Monday, we're supposed to hit 1800. So we're already way behind schedule. We need to make something happen. We need to make something occur, or else we're not going to do it. So again, this is a make it or break it type of situation. My favorite type of scenario to have, because now we're really going to get tested. So we'll see what we're made of here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we could do it. Remember, I want to hit $1 million by the 24th. That's the main goal. All right, so markets are consolidating. You hit the blue line, double point of confirmation, and you dropped. On the weekly scale, you're still holding here. So today could be a consolidation day, which of course I know I said that earlier. But what I mean by that is you might just stay stuck in this range here. Like in this box, I'll change it to a blue color. You might just stay stuck inside this blue box here. Why do I say that? Because the other day when you were down here, you were basically stuck in that same box. Watch. You guys see how the market's like perfectly listening to it, like hitting on the bottom there, and there. Even pre-market or after hours, it's it again right now. Not right now, but after all that, and then it started running up even higher. And look at how funny the next day is. And when it fell down, sorry, it fell down to the quarter point. So, yeah, that was real solid. That was really solid. But it happens, you know. Sometimes, in order to get to $1 million, you don't have the best trends, you know. But that's what makes it even more fun, because you actually did have a trend. You have hundreds of trades. Every single day, there's a 5 to 10x trade everywhere. You just got to hunt them down properly. So, that's the hard part, basically. Is not doing what you consistently do to make money, but consistently looking for that next better play. They could just help you build even quicker. And hold your plays. Remember, the only way you're going to hold your plays is if you stop buying the 0 days and you get something 5 days out. Because then you're going to understand 0 day flow better. So yeah, this reminds me of the summer. And this is what I was basically going to teach you right now. If you go to the summer of last year, this is where I built the wedge chart. So remember, make a wedge from the low, go to the next low. So let's just say we were waiting for these days right here to occur. So this whole entire time we didn't trade, let's just say. During this whole moment when you broke above this area, we didn't trade at all. Right? The only time we traded was once you had a wedge line down here, because then you were able to take this, put it to the top, and you can easily see the trajectory that you're on. Which means if the next day you start losing that trajectory, and you're not hitting the top of it no more like you once were, it's potentially weakening. You can draw that conclusion now. And as you could tell, how close is it to the white line over here versus here? It's clearly weakening. So with just that information, now I can get to the conclusion that SPY is going to probably drop soon. Where is it going to drop to? Well, let's go ahead and, make a box for the first weekly range that sent you into this area. The reason why I stopped it here, you can also put it up here. Let's be real. That also works. But for me, I like using an older point because it makes it more consistent for the next trades that I do with other random names. So when I trade Tesla, it does the same thing. Tesla loves to do this right here. It's just when Tesla's doing it, it's moving like $10, $20, like up and down, up and down, up and down. And then after a certain point, then it wants to break out. So all I'm trying to say is that with this style in mind, if you always wait for a low, and then I'll show you another scenario just so you can see how it consistently is the same thing. Once you create a wedge like this, and the market starts declining in value, you could start creating another wedge going either straight down like this, just going off of the next highs from the next couple days, or because this will obviously tell you when it's going to probably like wedge out the box, right? Or just have this horizontal box. Your first trade, just like today, is going to be for the midpoint. So let's say you get to the top. Look how crazy this was. This was literally the same thing as today. You guys realize that, right? Look at that right there. And then look at this right here. Look at that. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Watch this. I'm going to show you something cool. Give me 1 second. All right, my fault. I had to take a call real quick. Okay, so I took a picture of this because I want to show you something. We're now going to use this picture. We're going to go all the way to the right. And by the way, if you didn't know you could do that, now you know. You can always copy and paste pictures on TradingView. So look at how this was to the left. And then look at the right side. Look at the left, look at the right. Grab the weekly range. How you go about doing it, it doesn't really matter to me. How I would do it in this scenario is I would just grab this high. And then just like I showed you guys, you can grab the first low that occurred. Simple as that. That's all you have to do. Because in reality, it's like, what do you grab? This one, this one, this one. Since they're all right next to each other, I don't like none of them. If I'm being real, probably this one right here. That one's a good one to actually grab. Which is kind of funny because when you fell down the other day, you fell down to that halfway point, which is the reason as to why you were able to break up higher. So that gives you insight as to what the market could do. But anyways, let's go back to the same drawing. I guess this is a little bit different, right? I guess I'm going to have to actually draw it like this. Which is kind of funny, because if I actually draw it the same way, it tells us the same situation. Like you ran up above it, you fell down to the midpoint, ran up to the high, went a little bit higher, just like here. Then you fell down to this. Literally, you're at the same like area, day for day for day. You're doing the same trends. So, because of that, if we fall down, when you crack below this wedge, where did you go? To the bottom of that range from the left side, right? So yeah, if you actually do it like this, you make the box just a little bit more bigger than the weekly range. And it's so funny because the weekly range is about half of this box. So they're kind of similar. They kind of rhyme with each other, which is why they would work with each other. So look at the top. Look at the wedge, which this is the wedge right down here, right? You could say, let's just go from this low. And obviously you broke through it that same day. So this after hours right there, you would put the wedge to that line right there, just like that. And then you would make a line at the top, just like this, right? And obviously, you're at the right of the wedge, you're at the top of the box, which means if you fall, just like in the picture, you're going to possibly fall to the low. And this right here is the biggest trades that we could focus on. That's the reason why I focus on these trades here, because this is the big whales. This is how you turn $5 to 200 overnight. This is how you turn $100 to 300, 200 with a 5-day contract. This is how you double your account instantly. And then not only that, but if it continues to fall the next day, that's what makes you go up 3, 4, 5 times. But of course, you're not going to trade like that, nor are you going to be thinking like that ever. Am I right, everybody? Like, you're never normally going to be like, all right, in the mindset of being like, I know SPY is going to drop $10 here specifically right now. I waited 10 days for it to consolidate in the wedge. It's wedging. It's not looking more bullish. It's looking worse. So in theory, now is around the time where I could buy a 5-day contract and it go my way. If it doesn't, it simply just means, look at last time, you were stopping at the midpoint. So if we fall down again, I'm thinking we're going to fall at least to that midpoint. And then on the weekly side of things, because this is like the 2-week range, on just the last week range, right? You're currently holding on the midpoint right now. So once you get below this midpoint, you could then say for sure you're probably going to start hitting this point next, 618. That's structure. That's like structure breakdown of the weekly. And then you factor in the gaps, you factor in everything else, and you literally have a perfect picture as to what can happen. As you add more things, the direction starts to become clearer, I should say. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for this? This is where it gets exciting. We're going to start looking at the puts now. On the challenge account, the 622s are now $30. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to buy, what contract do I want? We're at reversal point number 2. You could still run up to reversal point number 3. We could just do what we did yesterday, which is just wait for number 3 and then start buying the puts. Yesterday we started buying at number 2. But we could start buying at number 3. Let's try it. We're going to get a 623 option. It costs $50 each. Remember, everybody, load up your challenge account. This is the account. They should have like 100K. The competition account. Load it up. The option I want you looking at right now is a 623 put. And I want us to buy it around number 3. If you're going to buy it with your real account, let me explain something to you. should you buy it with your real account? The first thing I would tell you is this is not the best setup you could possibly get right now. You could get a better setup. The better setup is waiting for number 4. That right there is what you should be doing for your other accounts. Wait for number 4, I'm telling ya, because the days where it starts doing number 4 again, everybody's going to be like, damn. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm going to start filling on the paper account here. I'm filling it now. So as it runs up a little bit higher, it'll fill me for all my contracts. I bought 1,000 right here. 1,000 puts for 623. And then at 624, which is basically where we're at. That's where we bought it. But once we get above 624, which is touching 625, you could start looking for your other puts on your other account, your main account. It's just make sure that you're looking at the weekly range just like I taught you. Just make sure, because now you could buy some puts for this to fall down to like either the midpoint again, or if this market's bearish, it's going to fall lower than it. So you should do 2 things. First thing is make sure you have a put down here, just in case it falls down. The second thing, buy a put with a strike price right here. So get 2 of them. Or, to be safer, let it run up a little bit higher and then get a put for this strike price, which is 624. That right there, on our main accounts, is going to be a really good trade. So that's what we're going to do there. Do you guys see the thought process? Because sometimes I trade everything with my main account, and sometimes I confuse you guys because you guys might think that all trades contain the same worthiness, but they don't in reality. In reality, it's like 100% trades in a day on a normal basis. But the last couple of days, we haven't had that much back and forth action. So like yesterday, for example, look at the trend. It was just down and then up the whole day until the last end of the day. So that's only like basically like 3 100% trades in theory. So in theory, if yesterday was only 3 100% trades, so far today was, let's just say at the open, that was 1. Then going back up, that was 2. Falling from number 2, that was 3. Running back up to number 3, that was 4. So today looks like you can have a lot more ups and downs, which means what we're going to do is wait for the better setup on our main account. But on our challenge account, which is where we're going to challenge ourselves, because we're no longer challenging ourselves on our main accounts, it's only the challenge accounts. Remember that. Because if you obviously challenge yourself on your main account, you're giving yourself a harder trade. That's what that means. So, yeah, just give yourself the easiest, best setups, because then you're going to be able to see what I see, which is consistency every single day. And you basically obtain a perfect win rate. You can obtain a perfect win rate. The only reason why people don't is because they just think every setup is the A+ setup. But that's not the case. So I hope that makes you guys understand it a little bit better. Not every setup is the same, but I do make you guys get into a lot of setups. And as long as you're buying a 0 day, usually every up and down contains 100%. Usually. As long as you go like 1 strike out. Usually. So for these contracts, we went 2 strikes out. So I'm not looking for 100%. I'm looking for like 30 or 20. It probably could go up to like 60 or 50. But I'm not trying to fight with the market, you know. I want an easy gain. I want a quick one. And that's all I want. That's all I need. So that's the thought process. And you know how I know that I am messing people up? Is because still to this day when I have conversations with people, the one problem that everybody has when I'm on the phone speaking to them is they have problems with believing in their trades. One day they believe in this, the next day they do the same thing they believed in yesterday, and it doesn't work out. So they're just like, oh, so that doesn't work out. They just couldn't find the component which wasn't making it work, or wasn't making it work out. You know what I mean? They just couldn't find that component. That's all it was. So don't say that everything you do is nonsensical, or it doesn't make sense, or it can't work, or, you know, the market's too chaotic and random. Of course, something is not going to work with this market. You can't think like that. That's honestly what cages you into a certain mindset where you actually don't trade well. That's what I'm telling you. The second you hear a YouTuber say something like along the lines of the market's random, or it's chaotic, or you won't understand it, or, you know what I mean? The second they start speaking like that, and they try to downplay their own incapabilities, and they basically self-project, you got to run away from them. You don't want to see any self-projection, because self-projection will speak loud. You'll easily be able to feel it. And that's the only thing. So right now our contracts are up 20% right now. I'm up 20,000 already. Actually, no, I apologize. That was the other trade. I'm now only up 10,000 right now. 10,500. So let me see what place I am in the world now. So I'm number 53 now. After this trade is done here, we should be number 48 in the world. Remember, now you filled half of the gap, so as you all can see, you quite literally filled it perfectly. That was, wow. Wow, look at that. Look at how perfect that is. Wow. Let's let it fall down to 623. We'll start selling it once it hits this number here. Structure points, ladies and gentlemen. Structure. That's all that matters. I had to stop getting off tangent. Why do I keep getting off tangent? I swear, every single time I look at a trading like diagram, it just makes me feel like this is just like a giant game, you know? It just feels like a game every single day. Like a game you just found out how to start doing glitches on. Like sneak outside the map. You guys ever did that in the video game? Where like you try to like break outside the map that the game developers made? That's what it feels like. All right, we're up 14,000, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start selling it here. 20,000 now. All right, go, 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 go. I'm selling my shares that I bought. 17,000, 18,000. Let's see if it could sell it on time. Come on. It only sold 90 right there, and I canceled the rest. If it just goes right back up, I'm fine with it, but I canceled the rest because I don't like that wick right there. To me, it tells me you're just gonna basically, yeah. I should have been quicker in saying that, but you could basically just fall right back down again. You might wait here for like another 5 minutes. Another 5-minute candle here would be phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen. That's this on the 5-minute. I was just showing you it on the 15-minute. So as you can see, you're just consolidating with this red candle here. I'm about to get ready to start selling it again. Waiting. I'm waiting. All right. Start selling it here. Start selling the rest of them here. We're just going to rebuy this if this bounces up higher. Now we're going to sell the rest. All right, perfect. I love how now when I try to sell it, you know how it takes time to get rid of all the contracts because I have a lot of contracts? That time it literally instantly got rid of it. But last time they didn't want to do that, right? So exactly how I thought, we're place 48 in the world. That's all I wanted. My next goal is to break into the top 30 in the world. So I want to be number 39 next. That's my next goal. Again, you got to micromanage. Get into as much really high quality setups as possible. Sell them out early, because that's what you need to do if you're trying to build to $1 million. You always sell out early. Always. Always. Especially if it fell from a level that was right next to the last area. You always sell out early. The only thing you don't sell out is the contracts you have 5 days. If you bought them at the top here. Because you still have plenty of time for the 5-day contracts. That's actually quite nice how we called that out. Like we would be number 48 in the world specifically. That was literally so perfect. That was spot on. That's kind of funny. For crypto, we can't trade none of this. XRP, go now. If you guys still got XRP, make sure you guys take a look at it. Please take a look at your XRP. That thing is absolutely in the sky. I'm going to put it on the screen right now. I'm just waiting for SPY to choose a direction here. Actually, let's just look at it right now. I can't help myself. So Bitcoin is stuck at the top. Bitcoin's going to crash soon. XRP, where are you? There you are. So for XRP, you instantly broke above the last range and you basically hit the king's point of this next high. And then you got sold off to here. So what you guys should do now is understand that this thing could literally start falling right back down into these lows that I told you to. Basically play puts on. You might fall into those lows now. And instead of you playing puts on them now you're going to play calls on these levels. Because think about it. Look at how XRP trends. When it runs up to a high, it always falls down right after. Runs up to a high, always falls down right after. So you're still in free fall territory, especially for it to finally do this run up at the end of the trend, like at the end of the Bitcoin cycle, where we're about to go into crypto winter. I don't know if I like that, you know? So if you guys got XRP again, take some profit if you're still looking to get out of this. Remember, if it's a long-term play and you're trying to hold XRP for the next 10 years, hold it. Don't listen to a word I'm saying. Hold it. If it's just a short-term trade, get out of the XRP trades that I told you guys to get into. Because remember, when we got into XRP, it was right down here at the bottom. We got into this right here. And then we sold it right here at this pink circle. Just due to the fact that you kept hitting the same ranges. And I wanted to see this go lower so I could buy it for a cheaper price. And then you just catapulted up into the sky. So it's kind of bittersweet, but it happens. It's okay. We're just now going to wait for it to hop down here. And if you look at this incline that it has, it looks like it might fall to this line here at one point. It's just following the wedge, you know? For target, looks like you're holding on the area that was once resistance and you're creating support now. So that's also very promising on target 10. Let's go ahead and take a look at SPY again. Let's see what's going on. The Coinbase plays are up 14%. So they're up a pretty good amount, honestly. Pretty good amount. I was thinking about it, but yeah, I'm not gonna do it. We're gonna do this instead. That's much more suitable. This looks like it's turning into support on SPY. However, let's just give it a second. Let's see if it starts falling towards the floor. I do not like the range that you're stuck in. If we look at chart number 7, everybody. Again, one of the most important charts we've ever developed. I have no idea where I put it. There it is. So according to chart number 7, let's put you at the opening price perfectly. Okay, according to this chart, you still have not hit the green circle or the red circle. Those are your main entries. Everything else in between is basic entries. So, yeah. I love how it's perfectly predicting yesterday and today. Look at yesterday. Ran up to that pink circle and dropped right underneath it. Just like today. Ran to the orange, not the pink circle, but it ran to the pink line and then dropped. Ran to the orange line, then dropped. Today ran to the pink line, then dropped. If we could run to the orange line again, that's where I want you guys buying your puts. So yeah, that's what you're waiting for. That's the A+ setup right there. That's the one that could turn into like a 200% gain, 400% gain, because you're testing the bigger whales, you know, the bigger ranges. Everything else must be 0 days and must be only 20% gain. Once you claim over 100 different gains and you have a nice safety net. And again, I want you to track this down. I want you to put all your gains that you've ever had into a folder so you can track it down. Once you hit 120% gains, I'm then going to allow you to start going for 40%. Because by that point, there's going to be some bittersweet moments with 20%. Some moments where I tell you to get into a trade and you're only going to go up 15% and I'm going to tell you sell out. And you might not like that. So as long as you understand the difference between 20% and 100% and how to actually actively trade it, meaning if something pops up with news or events or the trends start snapping in a weird way, you instantly know how to cover yourself with some insurance. Until you get to that point, though, you should all only be claiming 20%. You shouldn't be going for 50, 100%, 200% gains, because that's what's going to destroy your account. I'm a perfect example of that. When my contracts used to go up 200% and I still wouldn't sell it for SPY. So I had to learn my lesson a few times before I was just like, all right, 200% looks like that's around the peak of every single day. That's usually what contracts are going. And then when I started breaking it down and I started looking into it, I found out that no, with how my mentality was working and my perception and my psychology, I thought that every single day only had 300%, but it's more. It's like every single day you have up to a 400 to 500% gain every single day. That's the conclusion that I've made. And the reason why I only get 200%, it's usually because I'm waiting for a confirmation before I get into my better trades. The only time we don't wait for confirmation is when we're hitting the reversal points, because as soon as you hit it, in the contract, no discussion. What are you holding it for? It matters what your strike price is, depending on how much money you have. If you have, let's say, $500, if I'm you and I'm being honest, every single time I touch the third or fourth reversal point, the put that I will buy is for number 2 or for number 1. That's it. If I hit number 4, The only put that I would buy is number 3 or 2. That way, when you first hit these numbers, you're already in the money. And then if you continue to crash, now you're way in the money. Now you're up 100%, 300% just from that 0-day trade from up here. That's all you must do. That's pretty much it. On the weekly trend of things, it looks like we're falling down to the 1/8 point. So we'll see what happens there. We're going to be very patient with this, you know? No need to rush anything. I'm doing this so you guys can actually spot the different colored zones. So yeah, that's basically where the market's gonna fall if it falls beneath this midpoint. Beneath 622, you're falling straight down to 619. Straight down. By the way, I apologize for last night. We were live streaming and we were getting a lot of things done. And I ate too much food. That thing put me in a food coma. It's like that's the only reason why I knock out. You know that, right? Is when I eat. It's so weird. There we go, Spy. I'm liking what you're doing right now. See, me and you, we could be good business partners. I think we could lock something down. We're going to use Spy as a little business investment here. By the way, how's everybody doing with their gains? You can't just be sitting here in the background with no notes or without saying anything. How you guys doing? You know what's so crazy? You know all the messages you guys have been sending in the chat? So look at my screen real quick. This is literally all I saw on my Discord right now. I was just like, why is everybody being so quiet? And then I was like, why is the bar up here? And then I scrolled down. I'm like, oh my God, it didn't scroll down for me. Look at this. I just noticed all your gains, everybody. There we go, Danny. Look at that gain. Excellent. Fish, look at that gain right there. Excellent. We got Hoover. You said, anybody looking at McDonald's after their snack wrap finally came out? There we go. So you said retrace back to 489 on Microsoft. Just whenever you give the reason, just make sure you state why. For Tesla, you said Tesla's up. Reversal point 1.5. Second week of the month trend challenge or month trend change. No, yep. Yep, exactly, yep. So on the 14th, the trends are going to change. Usually they change every 7 days. So it's 14th, and if it doesn't change on the 14th, the trends are going to be the same to the 21st. So that's how we know. And then you said it's just with Word, dark mode. Nah, yeah, that's cool, Danny. What's good, Donald? What's good, everybody? BG. Reversal point 5, reversal point 5, reversal point 5. Excellent, ladies and gentlemen. There we go, Donald. Excellent percentages here. You said loan your wins to your business with proper forms. You can offset your taxes or a nonprofit that is yours. Exactly. Yep. That's the reason why I want everybody opening up business accounts. Remember, we have all your business LLC information down here on the Discord. If you go into the Discord and you go into the business section, I already posted how to open your LLC, registered agents, everything you need to know, everything. It's all posted here. Go ahead and read it all. Take care of it when you actually, have enough capital to do it. And make sure that everybody has a plan for opening up their LLC. You all need to have this planned. I like this. This is excellent, Fish. I like this a lot. So you're going to start dating it. You're going to put the call and put, the strike price, the buy, the P&L, close to silos played, profit 20%, profit but 40% loss, got in late, sold too soon. This is excellent. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's excellent right there. I might have to steal some of your ideas here. You said, good work. You shorted the ES and you made some good money thanks to me. Anytime. There we go. I told you guys. If you're in this room, you're going to be making money. That's how it works here. And you're going to be making a lot of money, not just one trade. 50 trades, 100 trades. So I just want you to make sure that you're thanking yourself for that, because you took a leap of faith. You got into the trade yourself and you made that profit. Right? So make sure that even though it may have been me who helped you, just make sure you understand that you were an integral part of that whole entire profit. Like you did it. That was you. You made this happen, So let's see you go. Let's see you with some more wins, right? Let's see what you could do. Maybe you're not going to trade today because the gain was already good enough. If that's the case, then so be it, right? But yeah, I want to see what you could do. Make sure you post your notes, your ideas, and yeah, I'll just keep posting trades for everybody to take. Of course, there's going to be some days where I'm not live on YouTube, and that's going to be the case, of course. I can't do this every day. But for now, we're just going to consistently do this because I have a plan, I have a plan. I'm motivated. I want to have a bunch of students here. I want to have a bunch of teachers here. So you're going to see me at my best right now for the next couple weeks until I take a little break again. So I thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. I thank you on YouTube. I thank you on the Discord. This makes me feel amazing, I love seeing this. Meech. And he said kind of like King's Point. Exactly. There we go. Thank you, Hoover. You understand? Yellow. So exactly. This could be yellow, but it just depends on if we hold at the top of these zones here. So with all the price action we've been getting right now, we can actually start color coding all of this if you guys want to. The first thing I would color code is this zone down here. This zone I would now turn into yellow for now. This is going to be the zone, the first zone that was made on July 2nd. We're now going to turn this to yellow because now this is called a buying zone. So every time it hits this, the market should get bought up here. Next thing I'm going to look for is the next selling zone. So where did the market get sold off from? Right here, it doesn't count because that's the first day you made it. The next day you went higher and made another zone, fell from it, but doesn't count because it's the first day you made it. You fell from it after hours, doesn't count because it's kind of the first day. You want to see the price action here. You fell here, and then you fell over here today. So because of today, we might have to turn this zone right here into purple. Just because today kind of confirms the idea that yesterday almost confirmed, but when you went above it, because I remember Danny gave us the same idea. The reason why I didn't do it yet that day was because the trend was so aggressive to the top side, it looked like you were just going to fall down on the purple and hold. But we didn't. We went right through it. When you opened up, it was at the purple zone. So remember, this is kind of funny, right? You opened up perfectly at the top right there with the wick. And then you just fall right back down to here. Back to the purple. And now you're falling again. So I think this is the correct range we need right here. I feel like this is it. So the next thing we have to fix is this down here. When it ran above 613, we got to fix the ranges down here. And we got to maybe color code these. For now, I mean, it could be the range, but that's a large range, let me tell you. $6 from 612 to 618. That's a very large range. By the way, when I talked about the individual who made money on YouTube, do you guys think that sometimes I talk too much? Like I say stuff that I just shouldn't say? Because I feel like I do that sometimes. I don't want to seem overconfident when I was talking that way. That's not what I was trying to do when I said that. I was trying to say that because I want people to understand that the level in which we operate at is such a crazy level that any person that just joins this group and watches us for a little bit, that they're very astonished. And I don't want them to be very astonished because it might ruin their progress. So I want them to just feel like this is normal. That's the only reason why I said it like that. So just so you all can understand, I stated that earlier just so you can all understand that this is normal to make profit every single day. It's actually real to be able to profit with a perfect 100% win rate. So just understand that could be you if you want it. That literally could be you. Just got to want it. Show up every single day. Do what you can. Never forget what I taught you. Always take notes of everything because everything is important. And you should be good. Literally. If you just take notes, you're going to be straight. I like how you traded. I love how you traded ES off of that because you just broke the fourth dimension. You know that, right? You trading futures, you just proved to everybody that. I mean, obviously it's the same thing. So it's like, are you really proving nothing? I guess not really, right? Because it's SPY and ES is the same thing, right? But the point that I'm trying to make here is the technicals that we use, like the ideas, the patterns, just our perspective. It can be used for any other future. It could be used for crypto. It could also even be used for Forex. So it becomes a very fun game where it's like a skill that you just learned is now able to make you trade any financial market really well. Some better than others. Like if you take some of these styles and you use it for Forex, you are unbelievably profitable. That was the only reason why I took that $10 account to $300 to $400 twice. I've never put more money into my Forex account ever. So that's why I can also confidently tell you guys, it's very hard to lose all your money on Forex unless you just keep getting margin called and you don't pay attention to it. If you actively trade all the time, it's practically impossible. You said I speak well. I mean, sometimes, honestly, you know what's crazy? I'll be very open with everybody here. I beat myself up over it a lot about how I speak. Because sometimes it's like, bro, you're too childish. You have a bunch of grown-ups here, right? I'm not trying to make anybody feel older. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But it's like, there's an environment that I'm in. I have to show respect, right? I have to show that the respect you give me is the same as I give you. And I feel like sometimes when I'm just joking around and being a little immature sometimes, it's just like, you know what I mean? It's a little much. It's a little much, but I think you guys understand. I'm just very enthusiastic about this. This makes me very happy. So it kind of makes me throw away that little mask that a person would normally have on their day-to-day. You guys actually see me and hear me in a way where not even my friends and family hear me speak this way and talk this way because I can't with them, you know? So I thank you for saying that as well. So you trade futures based on the SPY work? You want to see something cool? So since you trade futures, let me show you something real quick. Right now we're in a gold trade on futures. We just sold out of the oil trade. So first, let me show you the oil trade because I want to show you how crazy these styles are. Where's oil? So oil, I went long with everybody down here, as you can see. And then we basically sold it up here. Then we went short. And then we sold it down here. And then now you're right back up to here. So if you get above this box, you're simply going to do with what my my lines that I drew, what they show you, which is to hit this spot, fall down to at least this area right here, which is the halfway point, and then run up into a new high to this halfway point, and then fall down to the top of this box. So it's kind of like a zigging and zagging type of trend. Same thing the SPY does. And this, I mean, the profits, it's in the sky, you know. It's crazy. And then for gold right now, we're in a gold long. We've been waiting for gold to hold these lines here, as well as these lines down here. Look at how perfect it is. Just look at this, right? And this is what it looks like when I zoom out. As you can see, I have all the gold levels all the way to 4,000. And then this is basically what's going to be in the books. So when I post the books for you guys in a couple days here, because by the way, I'm going to come out with the books in a couple days. I'm almost done with the PDF stuff. I just got to figure out a couple more things. But yes, in these books, this is what you're going to have. It's going to show you exactly how to build each chart, the reasoning for it, how I discovered it, as well as how you could use it consistently to make it work for you. You trade CL also? What is CL? Let me check that. CL is what? Crude oil. Oh, no, that's oil. It is? CL. US oil. CL. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, because I had the crude. Oh, okay. I see now. I see now. It's a different one. Oh, no, it's the same thing, but it's just. I see now. Okay. That was just so confusing for a second. Usually you would see CL1 here, and then this would be called. Yeah, I don't know why. They literally reversed. Did they reverse the name? I think they reversed the thing. But yeah, CL is pretty good. Really good. Oh, I get it now. I understand now. Let me go back to it real quick. Yeah. CFDs on WTI crude oil. I might actually look at some of these these future names. Make sure I have the correct ones. Make sure I'm not charting the wrong one. I did that for SPY one time for like a year. By the way, we also trade palladium, but we're not into any palladium trades right now because this looks ridiculous. You're breaking all your yearly palladium levels. So on the bigger palladium chart, as you can see, it already broke the smaller one. So this was the small range, but it already broke out of it right into the sky. So what I want to see here is go on the day chart, watch how crazy this is. On the bigger, because it's like a Russian doll, right? Russian dolls. I don't know if you guys ever seen a Russian doll, but let me show you. Russian doll designs. So a Russian doll design basically looks like this, right? And it's like you could basically fit the smaller one in this one, and then this one you could fit it inside of that one, and then that one you could fit inside of this one, and then this one you could fit inside of that one. So when you're charting, the correct way to actually chart is to be able to create a style where it works on all time frames, and then you could just mash it and merge it together. So basically that's all I'm doing here. And according to this, if I zoom out here, let me go to this one right here, Palladium. Let me turn on the bigger one. Look at how wild this is. Ready for this? You see where the market just ran into? Wait a second. Let me go to the 1 hour. I actually know I think I gotta go to the 1 day. Okay, you see where the market just ran into? You're literally at the King's Point level. You're touching the bottom of it. And the reason why I know that is because if you zoom out, if you look at the last high, that's literally where you're at right now. That's King's Point. It's a blue circle. So the next circle you're going to hit on Palladium if you continue to run up is 1.507. But yeah, we're going to trade this very soon. And we're going to put a lot of capital into this trade. Let's look at SPY one more time. Let's see what's going on with you. Can we get into any easy trades here? So SPY is consolidating. This is basically what I wanted to avoid. So good job, everybody. We're perfectly avoiding the consolidation today. On the gold trade, I might have to sell the gold trade soon. The gold trade is up 400,000. So this is the gold trade here. Let me show everybody. I don't know if I just went over that, but we'll go over it real quickly. So the gold trade, let's go down here. Go, 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 go. Oh, no, it's up here. Whoops. Right here. Nope, wrong chart. There we go. Let's zoom in here. Actually, I just realized something. You just broke up into this range. We got the trade over here to the left. So it might go against us if you fall below here. So what we could do is if you fall below this wedge here, we could just sell out. It might do it though. That's the only problem. What I want to see is if you could just run straight up into this midpoint. Because if I'm up 400k and I only bought at this, think about that for a second. You're up 400k and you got into a location right here. You don't even want to know how much I was down right here. Right? You don't want to ask. I don't even want to ask. I didn't even check, honestly. I've been just waiting for it to actually retain this area and break out into this midpoint. That's excellent. 4-hour signals into the 1 minute time frame. That's excellent right there. That could bring a couple funny situations. Market's peaking, so there's a lot of momentum getting applied here. Target is still losing its momentum. Dr. Danny, whenever your contracts drop down and lose half of their value for target, so meaning when you're still profiting, like you're still a little profitable, just let me know, because it might happen during the day. And if somebody's actually actively paying attention to their target position, we might be able to buy some more, because I'm thinking target's heading to the sky, ladies and gentlemen. How do I know it? Because look at this, and then look at the left side. Look how similar this is right here. You fall down, consolidate aggressively, and then you just start, boom, heading up into the sky. You go from 100 to 180. You then fell all the way down to 90, 87, right? Consolidated backwards, like back and forth, and then boom, now you're above it. Last time when you got above it, you started literally gapping up into the sky, straight to 130. So that was the main reason as to why I have you guys getting those contracts, is because I'm thinking we can at least gap up straight up to at least 113 and then slowly run up to 130. And if that occurs, your contracts are going up times 5, maybe times 10. So you're going to be selling these contracts for 500% up here, maybe 1,000%. So I think we should just keep buying a little bit more. Honestly, I think it's a really good idea. Like, this is like a $5,000, $10,000 play. And listen, if September happens and we still don't get a run up, we're selling out. That's the deal. By September, we got to sell out of target, because Usually what occurs is by September, you already get the buying of presents for the holiday season. So it starts getting priced in already around September time. Maybe it could stretch into October, but that's still reaching because wait, when is Black Friday? Is it October or November? It's November, right? What is October? What happens in October? Is there anything in October? I don't think so. What? I don't even know. When is Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving is November 27th. Yeah, so it's like in November, right next to Black Friday, yeah. So yeah, we might be able to stretch into October, a month before Black Friday. I'm telling y'all, retail hates Black Friday. Retail absolutely hates Black Friday. All stocks get shut down. Not all of them, let me not say all, but for the most part, most of these stocks like Target, FedEx, they randomly just get shut down around this time. Because like they're trying to price everything in and it's already priced in, and now you actually had to go to the next downside trend. Because remember, our market's flowing. They never just go straight up into one direction. It flows. It's just some flow quicker than others and some flow more sharply than others. That's how you should think about it. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is, let me see. I'm going to sell the gold trade just so I can stop looking at it. I'm going to sell gold right now because it's still up 400K. I know it can go up to like a million, 2 million. But again, we're just going to leave it alone. We're going to take that, run away from it, and get into another trade later on. We just got to do the best that we can in any moment. That's basically what you mainly had to focus on. I guess a bunch of the people who are above me in the competition started losing money. So I'm now ranked 44 in the world instead of 48 without having to trade again. Again, let me know what place you guys are. I told you guys the deal was I'm going to drop down to 3,000-4,000 plays just due to the fact that I was already at the top. And I'm going to give you guys enough time so that by the time I get back up here, I want you guys to be in at least the top 100 in the world. So if you guys lost the challenge or if you guys been doing not as well as you wanted to, just let me know. I'll give you some tips. And then I'll have you basically, because I want you guys to win this challenge with me. Because if you guys win this, they're going to give you money, you know? They literally are going to give you free money. And then with that free money, now you have a head start. That's all you need to look for. What I was thinking was the 2,000 they're going to give me if I'm number one, because they're giving number one in the world 2,000. I'm going to take the 2,000. And we're going to throw it into another account where that's going to be the challenge account that we were given from Mumu. And then what we're going to do with that 2,000 is we're going to take it to, let me think. We'll take it to like 15K, 20K within a month. It depends how actively I'm trading on it. If I'm trading on the other accounts that are more serious, it might take longer, but if I'm not trading on those other accounts, we should be able to do it within 20 days, 15 days. Take 2,000 into 20K. That should be like really, really small step-by-step trades. And then after that, what we're going to do is I'm going to start getting I don't want to say that out loud, actually. Just know I'm going to help you guys. Just know. That's what I'm looking for with that capital. It's to help the Discord. Just put it, I'm going to put it to you like that. That's it. Your mind could wonder now, but that's all I'm going to say. And let me tell you, it's an integral part of you being a trader. This is a very important thing to have. So I'm going to make sure every single person here has it. It's more important than even having money, just so you can understand. So I'm going to make sure everybody has the opportunity to have it. And once I make sure everybody has the same opportunity, we're on the same playing field in terms of things that we need that are necessary to trade. Then we'll move on to what's the next necessary component. This is truly how you bring up a community. It's not by looking at them and helping them and teaching them. It's by actively stepping in and creating ways where fundamentally it is impossible for you to not take this trading to the next level. If I can create a system where it's fundamentally impossible for one to fail, that's basically what I want to do. That's the purpose of us doing all this. That's the purpose of me being here and teaching. Create a system that works on its own, so it can help the future generations. Because let me tell ya, I want to create something that never dies. That's my main goal, and I believe this community is that. This community, I want to be able to turn into something that it's gigantic. We're gonna have buildings around the world, different businesses we're gonna invest in, and yeah, I can't wait for it. The last dream I had, by the way, because I always tell you guys my dreams when it comes to the group. I had a dream the other day, and we were in, I don't know what state this was, but it was like by the water. It probably was Florida. For some reason, I keep either dreaming of Florida or Hawaii. That's what made me actually want to get the house in Hawaii, is because for some reason I keep having dreams that the whole entire team is there and I'm teaching you guys there. Like we're literally in a bus. I'm at the front of the bus with like a screen while somebody else drives. And we're driving from destination to destination and we're still trading. Because in Hawaii, when you trade, basically the market finishes around 9 a.m. So the market opens at 3 a.m. So usually I would wake up at like 2 or 3 a.m. and then I would be up to like 9. And then I have the whole entire day to do whatever I want when I'm over there. I could literally just go on the beach and just stare into the sky for no reason for like 6 hours. There's nowhere in the world where it feels like that, honestly. Besides like maybe Japan, but Japan, it kind of sucks because when I was in Japan, you trade at 10 p.m. and then you stop trading at around 3 a.m. No, 5 a.m. 5 a.m.? Yes, 5 a.m. So you stop trading around 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m., and that's probably the most annoying thing because when you're in Japan, you're mostly walking around and you're getting exhausted all the time. So trading at night, it wasn't it. I'll tell you that much. It also explains probably why I had this one bad trade. So when I was in Japan the first time, I was trying to take a $1,000 account to like 5K while I was on the trip to pay for my trip. And what happened was I ended up losing that whole entire $1,000. And I had to refund my app with basically the rest of the capital I had at the time that wasn't tied to any investments. And at the time, that was only around like 2,000-3,000. So what happened was I lost 1,000. I come back from the Japan trip. This is 2023, May of 2023. As soon as I get home, I do a crazy trade where I put $1,500 into a $2 play, and then I put 1,000 into a $3. No, was it 1,000? No, it was $1,500 into the $3 play because I got 500 contracts, and then I got 500 contracts at $2, which is only $1,000. So I spent $2,500. Within 2 hours, that day, I knew it was going to be explosive because the previous day, I was flying in, and when I was on the plane, I paid for $50. I paid for internet for $50, right? And I was like, all right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make my money back while I'm on the plane flying home. I can't go home and I can't just take that loss like that. That was so unnecessary and so stupid. So I'm like, I gotta make this back. So I was planning all night. I get on the plane, I buy the internet. The whole entire day was just literally stuck, consolidating. And because I was just staring at it all, like the whole entire flight, what happened was when I came back over here, I put the 1,000 into the I forgot what it was. I think it was it 1,000 into the calls? No, I think I put I put 1,000 into the calls, and then I put 1,500 into the puts. So the puts I got filled at a worser price. I got filled at $1 more. And I remember I was mad that day because I was like, oh my God, I wasn't even trying to get filled at $3. I was pacing back and forth, and I was like, this is so stupid. I don't know why I just did that. Watch me lose money on both sides now. I literally turned off the app. I went away. I came back home after like an hour or two, and I was up at $9,000. One side literally just went up times 10. It went from $2 to 20, and I went from 1,000 to 10,000. And the other side, I wasn't even down that much. The other side, I was only down to $1,200 from $1,500 in total, because it dropped from $3 to $2. So, yeah, that by far was one of my wildest experiences. And that's why I'm telling you guys, don't give up. Whenever you guys have a trade where it's just like you thought it was going to do something and you should have had, 1,000% that day or 500% that day, don't give it up. Do not stop trying. Do not stop trying. Keep trying to make it happen, and it's going to happen. The universe is just trying to test you. See if you really are made of what you say you are. I swear, every single time. And it's like until you notice that, then you kind of notice that in order for you to actually be a great trader, whenever I trade, the start of any week or the start of any day, I love when my first trade was a mistake. Because when my first trade is a mistake, I could then see how to fix it and see how I can turn the next trade into an even higher profit, basically. So it's like you're using your failures to actually see how you can succeed more later on in the day or later on in the week. It's like a psychological game that you have to play with yourself. But yeah, and you best believe after I did that $3 option, I never did that again. I have never done that again ever since that point. Because at that time, then I started being more active in other Discords, and I was like, that's not how you properly trade. If I try to teach people how to trade like that, they're gonna call me a joke. I'll put $1,000 into a $5 play. Where are you gonna get $1,000 from? That's what they're gonna tell me. So yeah, I dropped all of that bad stuff. It's kind of funny. Teaching caused me to drop basically all my bad habits. Because you can't teach like that. You're going to be a joke. So if you guys want to get better, again, try to teach. Try to teach like your wife, your family. Don't show them how to trade. Do not trade for them. I swear on everything I love, if I teach you, you're going to use this to teach people. You're not going to trade for them. Do not trade for nobody. I don't care who asks you. I don't care why they ask you. I don't care how close you are to them. I don't care how much they need it. Do not trade for them. Do not touch their accounts. Because I'm telling you, people are dirty. They'll blame you for anything. There's a lot of dirty people out there. So do not touch nobody's account. No matter how much of a good heart you have, I had to deal with that so many times. And yeah, I'm over it. If you want to help people, just teach them. Show them how to do it. Let them do it themselves. But yes, teaching will bring you to that next level very quickly. That's also why I believe they make you do that in the military. In the military, I forgot who told me that, but they actually cause you to teach things that you're learning so that you can learn it at a more rapid rate. But yeah, I apologize if I got a little serious right there. It was because, I just had a little like flashback to all the people who I helped, and like nobody was grateful for it. Nobody was. Not a single person. They just wanted more and more and more and more, and that's all people really do. Alrighty. SPY's still moving very slow here. It's consolidating just like we said it was this morning. Or said it would, basically. Nvidia doesn't look good. Target starting to get bought up a little bit. Gold, we sold you. We told everybody to sell Netflix because it's going to fall soon. And ladies and gentlemen, look at that. So now, since we were correct about the first ever idea we ever had about Netflix, because remember, we told you guys to buy down here. A bunch of you probably weren't even in the Discord at this time, so it's all right if you missed it. There's definitely going to be more, but just you got to document this. So now we're going to make DARP on Netflix real quick, just because I don't have it here done. Alrighty. I feel like I'm going to end up breaking this mouse again. For some reason, I keep breaking these mice. Like the one that I had from 2015, it had amazing build quality. Like, it lasted 5 years. Like, not even 5 years. I had it since 2020. No, I had it since 2015. So I had it for like 6 years or something like that. And then when it broke, I bought another one from Amazon, the same one. And I think the company started making them worse because they break quicker now. Like, if I'm just scrolling around like this, I break the mouse wheel sometimes. I mean, I guess I do it aggressively sometimes, but not really. Not really. I was probably more aggressive when I was younger playing those games. I hate when it does that. The tooltip thing. Okay, so look, this is the midpoint. This is where Netflix is going to drop down to, if you guys are interested. It's going to drop straight right back down to 673. And then once it drops down that much, we're then going to buy it for probably like a year out, 2 years out, and then try to see if we can get hit with another run up. So we're looking for the drop, and then after we drop, boom, we run up again. It might stay down here for a while, so remember, if you guys want to get some puts, how do you get the puts? It's very simple. Measure the range of the last highest point and the lowest point. Chop it up. Once it falls below that midpoint, that one right there, you can see this collapse out the box. Of course, if you're just like, all right, that's not really helping me. I need more information. I want information right now, where it's at, why it's there. Well, there you go, everybody. It fell below this quarter point here, which means now you're going to fall down to this line right here, this bigger line, and then you're going to fall down to the way bottom of the box, which is the bottom right here. And then you're probably going to fall out of it before you even get bought up. So you could fall to here on Netflix and then get bought up again to somewhere in here before you actually fall majorly out the sky. If not, you're just going to fall out the sky right now. I love how we were correct about this from last year. Remember, I never touched this chart. I made it in April of 2024. That's when I made this. It's pretty cool. And then look at AMD. These are the same charts I made in 2024. But I made one for AMD, like the one for Netflix, as you can see. And then I told you guys the circles are basically your entries. So first entry is up here, 130. Next entry is down here at 95. And then third entry is at 78. And look at how perfect that was. It just went $2 lower than it. And then you started springing right back up to what point, ladies and gentlemen? Your bigger midpoint. That's not the biggest point because it goes down here. But in terms of the short-term range, that's where you're heading towards. So that was the reason why I told you guys to buy 140, 150 calls. And in fact, I honestly want you guys to start selling out of them. If you guys have AMD still, get out of it, please. I'm going to put an alert in the Discord right now. For those of you who bought it down here, just please get out of it now. I don't care if it goes up higher. If it does, just make sure you have a runner. If you only have one contract, just sell, 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 sell. I'll get you another better play because this one was awesome. The only problem was we bought way too early. I bought with everybody over here in February. No, we bought right here actually. So we bought it right down here, and we just didn't have enough time. And then we got slaughtered by that SPY move when SPY just crashed out the sky. The AMD contracts, they just pretty much died. And then when it was at the low, we ran out of time. We could have bought more, but because the first trade was a mistake, what I wanted to do was wait for the next trade, right? Because remember, I got shorter contracts from everybody. I only got, I think, 2-month contracts or 1-month contracts, 30 days, while everybody else bought the 6 months and the 3 months. And if we had done that from the get-go, we would have been fine. So yeah, it's a learning lesson, you know. That's one way where we could get better. I want to fix that mistake on AMD. And the next trade we do, I want to make sure it's profitable. Like 100% entirely. Baba is also falling out the sky again. So if it could fall down to my buying points, which are down here, and Baba could fall to $85 again, everybody, I want you to put a good amount of capital into this. Because when I told everybody to buy it last year at 80, look how many times it just bounced above this line here. I love how it also bounced above the green line, ran up to here, fell right back down to the same buying point. And then when it fell down again, it almost touched it as well. That's what I was waiting for, actually. That's why I didn't buy a 96 here, is because I thought it would actually fall down to the green one instead. But yeah, it's all a learning lesson, you know. You just have to do as much charts as possible in 1 day or 1 week. That way, for the next 6 months, you're testing those 6 charts, 10 charts, 100 charts. And then by the time the next year occurs, with that data that you collected, you're able to operate at a much higher level now. So, yeah, just think about it like that. Just think about it like that. Let's take a look at SPY. Let's see what's going on over here. We're still very slow. Can I trade Tesla now or no? Tesla? No, no Tesla. Rocket Labs? Maybe. It looks like we might be able to trade this. It's slowing down towards the top. If you fall, you're falling from 40 straight down to like 29, 30. Let me look at some of these trades real quick. Rocket Lab, by the way, is a rocket company. This is dirt cheap. This is insanity. Nah, that's crazy. That's wild. A 7-day contract for $30 is $5. You're joking me right now. Why is the value so cheap right now? How about 15 days out? 14 days out? How much is it? $10. Yo, I think we should buy this, everybody. How much should we buy? I'm not too sure. This is my 3rd time trading it. The first 2 times, the times were successful. The first time I traded it, we bought contracts right here. We spent $100, and the next day we opened up at $300. So we were up 200%. And then what we did was we waited a couple days. We bought it down here, and we didn't even give it a chance. As soon as we were profitable, we sold it. But that last buy was, yeah, it was what basically took you up here. So that's awesome. We had the perfect buy. We just sold it very, very, very soon, which was just due to the fact that I made profit over here. So that's usually what you see me do. If I make profit somewhere, the next time I trade it, I usually either sell it very quickly, or I purposely buy 2 contracts, one that I know I'm going to sell very quickly, and then one where if it breaks out, I could sell it. So it's like you had to have all the different routes that this market can go in play when you're trading, because we're all human. We all get emotional. If I'm at 20,000 and the next day, you know, I'm at 30,000, 40,000, and then I drop to 10,000, I'm not going to be happy, you know? So what you want to do here is you want to be able to have different contracts for different reasons. So let's just say you went up from 10,000 or 15,000 and then you went up to 30,000. You doubled it. But you're still holding your contract because you know it could run up higher. Well, now what you could do is you could sell $5,000, dollars worth of it, because you're going to sell the shorter dated contracts. And those shorter dated contracts are going to end up making you the money for your longer dated contracts. So let's just say even if it doesn't run up to that crazy high. So like for Rocket Labs, right? Right here, you would have bought a call for like 30 or 27, just like how I did. And then you would have bought another call for up here, which is 32, 33, which is right next to the last high. That's basically how you would play this. One call for here, so if it runs up, you make back the money if it doesn't run up to here. So you're basically making this trade up here free by the time you sell out of the first one. So you got to be 5 steps ahead, By the time you sell this one, this contract's also free, which means that now if this thing wants to shoot up into the sky, you have no reason to sell it. Just let it go up 1,000%, 3,000%, 5,000%. You're going to be the only person holding it. That's how I want you guys trading, because then now you can't miss out on no wild move. One move, because I taught you how to, do it correctly or gauge them correctly and look for the move, and it changes your life. Just like how Tesla changed my life that one time. Tesla changed my life completely. I'll be honest with you all. Tesla has completely changed my life. Just because of Tesla. That's why I also love this company so much. The company. I'm not saying Elon, right? Elon, honestly, I used to like him a lot. I used to look up to him when I was younger because of the space companies he developed, because of how active he was in his businesses, as well as advancing stuff. There's barely any people alive today that advance stuff as much as him. Of course, he uses other people to do it, right? He uses like the smartest brains in this world to help him get to that next level and advance the technology that he's working on. And I know that. Everybody knows that. But he does it the best. Nobody can coordinate people and make them do what they're supposed to do better than Elon. By far. And yeah, that's the one thing I will never not say against him, but his character is changing, and I don't like it that much. I don't like the change because, in my opinion, the reason why I liked Elon in the first place and saw him as a role model was only because people used to always see him as the underdog, right? And because of that, he would work really hard. He still works really hard right now, but he doesn't advance his companies as he was doing before. He's slowed down, basically. There's like a curve. Now he's curving downwards. Not fast, but slowly. And I could feel it. And because of that, it's going to lead into some bittersweet moments, I would say. So I don't like how he's curving down right now. Maybe he's not curving down, and maybe it's just my perception of him, because I don't watch a lot of his videos and stuff no more. The one thing I do watch that's revolving around Elon, and I watch this every single other day, is these videos by this guy right here. It's basically about his space companies. So I actively look at this because I want to be able to invest into SpaceX the second they IPO. Because this right here is my last, basically my only company that I'm going to hold for like 30, 40 years. I want to hold this company until we actually end up building the civilization on Mars, because if we actually manage to do that with Tesla and SpaceX, and they can build this civilization by the time I turn 40 or 50, this is going to be a multi-billion-dollar play, potentially. So that's what I'm looking for right now, is what's going to turn us into billionaires in the future so that we can give it to our generations afterwards. But yeah, this is the only thing I watch revolving around Elon now. I don't like watching nothing else. I can't even watch his like interviews no more. But yeah, maybe there's something a personal little thing that I got going on that I can't really think about right now while I'm speaking live. I'm not too sure what it is. If it's anything else but besides like, but besides his like comments and stuff. Because the way he's leading Tesla, like with Trump, I don't care about that. Just so you all know, the political stuff, I actually don't care about none of that. The government shouldn't have done that. That was stupid, right? That's point blank. You don't put any one man in the power of doing what he was able to do, because now what he knows. I mean, no wonder, right? No wonder. Because the information that Elon learns very quickly. That's also another thing about him. He learns very quickly. He has almost photographic memory. So, yeah, he's definitely going to use that information to either build his own stuff or potentially create more problems for himself, because he's now highlighting the problems that exist in the government because he can see them all. So now he's creating more problems for himself, which is going to ruin his company's potential opportunities to grow, because people are going to undermine him. You see what I'm saying? So what he's doing, who cares, right? But since he did it, the government's going to try to now undermine him. And that's a problem. That's something that's going to affect Tesla, SpaceX, and everything else that he's involved in. So I hope Elon can stand whatever ground he's standing on, that he wants to stand on, and I hope he makes out of that. And I hope he goes back into the person who he was before, because, no, yeah, my eyes used to gleam when I would hear him talk. I'm telling y'all. I would be like, yo, Elon just updated a new or uploaded a new podcast or a new, episode for interview. I got to watch this. I got to watch this right now. That's how excited I used to be. I used to even watch every Tesla earnings call. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to create a bad, perception I have upon him, but I don't know. We'll just end it there. That's how I feel about him. I do thank his companies, because his companies changed my life. I will never not say that. Changed my life completely. This is the only reason why I traded SPY, was because Tesla took me to 100K. SPY didn't take me to 100K the first time. I only used SPY to take me from 3K to around 13K. And then most of my other trades after that were mostly Tesla trades. That's what actually took me from 13 all the way up to 100. Like that, within a snap of my fingers. And I didn't believe it. Like, when I first saw the number, it feels fake. It feels like I was on a paper account. It doesn't feel real. So I don't expect you guys to think that it's going to feel real. I don't want you guys to think like that, because it's not. But when it does happen, just make sure you can be like, all right, boom. Now it's time for the next plan. There is no way this contract just ran up from $15 to $40 on Rocket Labs. What? How? The $30 strike price for a couple of days out. Oh no, now it's back. That was so weird. For a second, that thing just jumped up to $40. I think we should buy Rocket Labs. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It might go against us, because remember, this is time for space companies. That's the reason why all the space companies are running right now. And I can't believe I actually perfectly predicted that. That's wild to me. The only time I've ever been able to perfectly predict the market was the biotechs when I first started trading stocks. Tesla in 2023. But I guess then again, that's just one company. So let's talk about sectors, right? So biotech sectors in 2021, and then at the end of 2021, I predicted the crypto drop. So I predicted, literally, I kid you not, I could show you the text where I wrote it on my old Discord, but I told everybody in 2021 in December that Bitcoin was basically, I'll show you where I said it. So in 2021, right around here, right around the run up, I was staring at 2017 and 2014. And basically, I said that the market was going to collapse. And by the summertime, by June, it's going to hit a low. So then we're going to buy it up and then wait 4 years. Look at June. This is January. This is June right here. And as you can see, you hit 17,000. You did go a little bit lower over here. But most of the other cryptos, like Ethereum, they all bottomed off right here in the summer in June. So when I saw that, I was like, oh my God. Looking at the past, you could use it to then see how to trade the future. And that's when I made that assumption, and that's when everything changed towards the end of 2021. And then I lost all my money, and then I went down a bad rabbit hole. I pretty much just suffocated myself, made myself feel extra terrible the whole time, and I didn't take advantage of none of that I learned from 2021 to 2022. I just wasted the whole entirety of 2022. Kind of like how I wasted the entirety of 2023, honestly. 2023, I wasted almost all of it. The only proud thing that I am, or the only proud thing that I did, that I'm happy about, I should say, was I started helping other Discords and I started teaching for them for free. Because remember, I was in that other Discord teaching his members for maybe about a year and a half. Because even when I opened my Discord, I was still teaching his members up until September. So that's 8 months plus that. So yeah, I was easily teaching inside this dude's Discord for like a year and a half for free. And yeah, that was the only reason why I was able to get to this level. And I'm happy I did that, you know? I am so happy I did that. Because in 2023, I had one lucky trade, a very good trade. I'm not going to speak to you about how much I made, but it was a very lucky trade. I say it was luck because when I made it, I knew the market was going to jump. I knew Tesla could hold there. But when I made it, I was too emotional. I was way too emotional. And I actually ended up selling out a little bit early. I sold out at a really good point. But you could say I missed out on like 20% of the capital. And that 20% was a lot of money, you know. That extra 20%, I literally would have been able to, you know, change my life. Just with that extra 20%. The rest of the money was still good enough. Trust me, it still changed my life. And it was on Tesla. However, it felt like luck. So when I started teaching again, and I was teaching for free, like you could say when I first started teaching, that was 6 months after I had that crazy Tesla trade. I had it in January of 2023. And then when I started teaching, it was basically in... When was it? It was in May of 2023. May or June. It was right when I came from my Japan trip. I was like, all right, I got to change my life. I literally have no meaning to life no more. Like, I don't care about money no more. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. And it felt like I was going down a bad rabbit hole. And then for like that whole entirety of 2023, I was just buying stuff to make myself feel better. You know? $3,000 camera. Let's just go to Japan. Let's just go to Hawaii. You know what I mean? It was so stupid. There was no meaning to it. So when I went on these trips and I got home, it was like, it was wasteful. I should have corrected my mindset first and how I felt about myself and my goals and my ambitions. Because then when I would have went on those trips, it would have been what I felt like when I went last time. When I went to my trip in Hawaii in February of this year, I'm telling you guys, that thing changed my life. I didn't even want to go on it because everybody started leaving from the disc. I mean, honestly, I started kicking them out. So I started kicking people out because they weren't doing what I told them to do. So I guess it's kind of my fault. But once that started disappearing in terms of the people here, it was like I just ruined everything that I learned in Hawaii. And it was like I just wasted it, pretty much is how I felt. But I'm telling you, it was the best trip I've ever had. I've never been on a trip and been like, there's a nice car, right? There's a nice Rolls Royce, or there's a nice GTR, there's a nice Porsche, there's a nice, you know, hotel building, or I've never looked at these things and been like, if I wanted to, I can get that within a week. You know, my life has never been at that point. But when you are at that point and it's just like you could do anything, you know what? I'm going to cancel my trip back home. I'm just going to stay here for another month. Like when you have that opportunity and that freedom, your whole view of this world changes. You become so much more happier. And I'm telling you, I was sitting on the beach for like 4 hours this one day. And I was building like a damn pyramid, like pyramids on the sand with my hands for like hours. And I was having the time of my life. I know it sounds childish. I know it probably sounds stupid. Like, okay, I get it. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, like, it put me in an area or in a zone where I've never felt like this. Where I was actually happy about going home because this wasn't just a trip that I took on a loan and I couldn't pay for it. This wasn't a trip that I took, that I saved up 6 months for, where I was excruciatingly saving up for it. It was something I did last minute, last second because I wanted to. And then when you're on the trip and you're still teaching people, still having one-on-ones, you're at the beach. Literally, I was at the beach having one-on-ones with you guys. Yo, that was so crazy. So yeah, like, I got to be able to tell you guys this because this is what you should be aiming for, You're going to get to a point where the money you make, you're just not satisfied no more. You're just like, all right, screw this. This is not giving me any meaning no more. I don't care about this no more. I'm going to take whatever I made and just bounce, do something else. But that doesn't have to be where your story ends with this, this trading game. You could really take this to the top, You could be the best in the world. You could make $100 million, $1 billion. You know what I mean? They could make movies about you guys. And I know they will. That's the craziest part is I know some of you, they're going to make movies about you because of how crazy you're going to do. Or the craziness that you're going to kind of just inject into the market and inject into people's minds because of how skillful you are. And I can't wait for that. Let me tell y'all. It better be when I'm alive too. I got to see at least one movie made about the students here. Because I'm making my own movie about myself. Just in case if you guys didn't know. I'm definitely going to make a movie about my life. Because, yeah, I feel like it was wild. It was wild. I don't even know what to say. It was like I was living in the fast lane for like years. And I thank God that he took everything away from me. You know that? I thank God that he took me from whatever money I made the first time. Because if he didn't, I would have been in a bad relationship still. I'm happy he took everything from me. He took everything that was negative, that was bringing me down and turning me into a bad person, and he took it all away. And that's the one thing that I'll always be grateful for, No way, you lived in Tokyo? You guys can't tell nobody. You guys are not going to tell nobody, right? My goal is to move to Japan. First, I'm going to move to Hawaii to set up the trading house. And then after that, I'm going to be moving to Japan within the next 6 months so that I can continue to build upon these animes that I've been writing for the last 5, 10, 15 years. So, whenever you guys want to come down there, you already know. Let me know whenever you come, and we'll set up like a whole entire week of just activities and stuff. And yeah, it'll be fun. Let me tell you, I love those places. The architecture in Japan is phenomenal. Everything is there for a reason. Even when they build new buildings, they literally put a sheet on top of the building so it doesn't look ugly to the neighbors. And then when the building's done, then they strip it off so they don't ruin the environment. Like, it's so beautiful. I can go on and on and on. Their street covers, their sewer caps. Some of their sewer caps for their streets are designed differently from each prefecture. There's literally art everywhere. Like, it oozes amazingness. So, I was starstruck walking around. I was like a little boy in a candy shop. Especially me loving anime. Oh, yeah, come on now. By far, my first trip to Japan, it was a stupid trip. By far, it was the stupidest trip I've ever taken because of the people I went with. But it was amazing, to say the least. My first... I don't know, I was so scared when I went there. I don't know why. I was frightened as hell. I don't like going places by myself. I do not like it. I'm thinking I'm about to get kidnapped and jumped. Looking behind my back every 5 minutes when I got over there. by day 3, I was like, yo, this feels fake. It feels like way too nice. People were stopping by just to help us get home, calling Ubers for us, helping us around the city. Like, I'm like, what is going on here? You said great place to live? Nah, yeah. The only bad thing about Japan, honestly, because we're talking a lot about the good, right? But what is the bad? The bad is, one, I'm pretty sure they're a little racist. Just, are you on my fucking bed again? I swear to God, if you peed on my bed, I'm gonna eat you. Alright, you're staying inside your cage now. She peed on my bed the other day and I couldn't sleep on it for 3 days. That shit got me mad tight. I'm not trying to do that again. I had to clean the damn bed with baking soda and peroxide. But yeah, anyways, like I was saying, I don't know if they're a little racist or if it's just me. But I could be wrong, though. I think I need a little bit more time there. Like, the way that they act when certain people are around, like, it's definitely not... If you're in a young environment with, like, younger Japanese, like 20 years old, nah, they're not racist. 100% they're not. But if you're looking at, like, the 40-year-olds, the 50-year-olds, nah, yeah, a little bit. A little bit, if I had to say. Because it shows with their system and rules. Like, with what they do in terms of arresting people. Because I have a bunch of friends over there. And most of my friends there, they're minorities. So it's like, the way they be telling me problems with the cops be happening is like, nah, yeah, it's a little weird. And in fact, Japan got screwed because of this the other day. They end up falsely saying that somebody had did something, and the guy sued the state or the country. And because of that, they needed to change their protocols. So they, like, the whole entire police force needed to be retrained again. My boy was telling me. Besides that, the main problem I would have with Japan, because you could deal with racism, right? To a certain extent, as long as people are not trying to hurt you or try to, I would say undermine you in any way. The main problem is that they're really antisocial there. You will feel so alone there if you don't have any friends. It's not even funny. I have no idea why their society was built like that. But yeah, it's very, very... Humidity, honestly, I could see that. The humidity, the weather was a little off when I went there. It was like crazy hot during the day, and then at night it was freezing. I still remember that. They were saying it was because it's by the ocean, so countries like that or places that are by the ocean, they tend to have like weird climates for some reason. But honestly, that's the only problem I see with Japan. They don't really communicate with each other as like they communicate, but it's like they don't open up to each other. They don't freely talk to people as we do over here. Actually, maybe the newer generation changes that. I feel like the newer generation is going to change that. The newer generations, because of social media, they're very similar with each other around the world. They're not that far off, honestly. I be seeing people in London speak like people in New York, speak like people in Atlanta, speak like people in China. Like, it's crazy. But it's only the younger audience now. So, I don't know. Maybe some of these problems are going to change in the next couple of years. But yeah, that was the weirdest thing I didn't like. You had to go up to the people to talk over there. That's honestly how it goes. But they'll talk to you. They'll be friendly. They're not going to like disrespect you or nothing. They're very nice over there. They're very helpful. They always will help you. If you drop something out your bag, or if you leave something on the floor, like one time I left like $400 worth of presents I was buying people. So when I come home back to New York, I could give it to them. And stupidly, I just left that stuff on the side of the street, like literally on a random street in the middle of the street because I was putting it down so I could fix something in my bag, and I just never picked it up. And I was going crazy. I was like, there's no way I just lost that. Somebody's definitely going to take that. I'm not blaming the Japanese, but probably a tourist or something like that. is going to take it or touch it. I run back like 2 miles, right? And the bag is still just standing there. I did that, I think, twice when I was in Japan. And now, yeah, it was always there every time. Nobody touches nothing over there. They will never touch your stuff unless it's a tourist. That's also another thing I love about them. And also, I don't know if you guys know this, but they love Americans. The way they were taught about the bombings was that America did that to them because of their mistakes, because of their shortcomings. So they teach the younger generation about their shortcomings from before. And what occurs is respect is born with the children. So it's very beautiful. I love that as well. They absolutely love Americans. You said BIC camera? Wait, isn't that a camera store over there? BIC camera? Why do I remember that being a store in Japan? Yo, the stores there are crazy. I don't know if you guys ever been to like... I mean, then again, a lot of you are not really in New York. I don't know if you guys been to like Fordham Road if you're from New York. Or where else can I relate this to? Honestly, I can't relate this to anything but Fordham Road in New York. But it's like mad stores with mad stuff thrown all over the place. Not literally thrown, but it literally looks like a discount store from 2008 with a bunch of stuff everywhere. And it'll have like 10 stories of different floors that you can explore with hundreds of different items. Phone chargers, remotes, switches, wires. It's actually insane. It's crazy. And it doesn't cost that much. It literally costs like $1, $2, $3 for some stuff. I think that's called Don Quixote. That was the place, I believe. I still remember that damn jingle. You said, what is NVIDIA about to do right now? Let's go check it. So NVIDIA, honestly, I think it doesn't look good for NVIDIA. A very tight wedge, yeah. I think this thing might fall from the sky now. There we go, Spy. Thank you. We've been waiting for you all day. You already gave us a 50% trade in the morning. And then you gave us another juicy trade in the afternoon. We just need one more. One more, ladies and gentlemen. Do you guys see any stocks that we could trade? What are you guys thinking right now? Let's trade something new. I still got to update this chart as well. It doesn't look good. It looks wonky. I'm so happy with last night, though. We updated pretty much almost every single chart here. Besides, like, some that don't need to be updated. Like, this one was really nice. This chart right here. This chart is probably one of my favorite charts. It just looks so good. I can't get over it. I love it. Like, to me, this looks like a Lamborghini here. Does that make sense? Or was that stupid? It looks like it has its own just ring to it. By the way, this is why the market's getting stuck up here. Let me zoom out and go to the right. You're right next to the midpoint. So you were stuck over here for a couple months before, and then now you're above the midpoint. So what I want to see you do when you fall down is basically hit this midpoint, but after you hit the monthly upside range, which is at the top, it's at 628. So there's a very good chance we might be able to run up again higher to 628. Just like I told you guys before, it's going to be 624 or 628 you're going to crash. If you get above 628, most likely 634 is going to have a nice little drop to it. But then 643 is going to be the main target. So again, 643 is the main target, ladies and gentlemen. That's all we're really waiting for. Once we hit 640s, that's it. Locking in your 900-day contracts. And we're pretty much just going to wait 2 years. All right, Spider-Man. Let's check our supply and demand zone. So right now you're back at the purple zone, everybody. By the way, does everybody understand why I colored this one purple and why I colored this one golden? Let me know if you don't understand it so I can explain it to you. So you could take some notes. Also, I went ahead and fixed these charts a little bit. So look at these charts now. See, now this one looks really good. You see? I hadn't updated it since April. And this one basically tells me you just broke out the wedge. SPY just broke out the wedge, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, stop speaking so fast, buddy. And yeah, it looks amazing so far. You're just filling that gap. You might go higher, though. I could definitely see this taking you up higher. To like right here. Like 630, 631. I definitely could see this happening now. So again, if you're buying 5-day puts, just understand you're at the bottom of the range. So it is going to be dangerous buying these puts up here. Even if it's after we fill the gap or at number 4. If you're buying at number 4, you're buying at number 4, right? That's not a bad idea, of course, because it's one of the most high probable setups that we have. However, do you guys understand what I mean when I say you're at the bottom of the floor? You're at the bottom of the wedge, right? Which means you might just want to run up to here. So you might as well just wait for a run up and then buy more puts up here. Or just get a very cheap call for us to run up higher. If you don't have any calls, remember, you could just buy one at any moment as long as you're buying the correct strike price. You don't necessarily need to have everything go your way. Just buy the right strike price and wait for it to get hit. Or you just wait for us to drop to a new low, like 613, and then we play for the 630s. This is also one of my favorite charts as well. This shows you all the possible levels that SPY could run into for the next couple years. And as you all can see, you're about to hit the first one right now, which is at 630 to basically like 626, like around here. It's just pointing out this box here, which is basically where you hit twice. And then, yeah, we'll drop straight down to like 610, 611. Maybe we'll hold. And then after that, we want to see if the market's going to run up higher or simply just continue to head down lower. How much lower? Basically to right here. This is where I think the market's going to fall, right here. And then potentially to right down here. It's either going to stop at 560 or 530. If it goes lower than 530, there's a good chance you might just end up at 460, 430. Right down here. So yeah, I also fixed this chart as well. Yep, that's nice. Buy 3 months out, buy 3 month out contracts across the entire S&P here. Yeah, you might just fall into this range here. You might hold in here like you held over here and then run up higher. And then after you hit that last high at 640, then you might just crash out the sky. All right, I'm slowing down. I could tell the drive is depreciating. So let's bring the energy back up here. And let's get things in order. All right, first things first, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to wait for SPY to fill a little bit more of the gap. It's about to hit number 4 on the reversal points. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and buy another trade on my paper account. But this time, I'm also going to get it on the $1 million account. That's the goal right now. Let's look at Intel real quick. Damn, Intel just ran up. Oh my goodness. You ran up yesterday from 22 straight up to 24. Or 23. And then you ran up to 24. Intel might be running up to 25 here. Yeah. Alright, alright, alright. How about Rocket Labs? RKLB. Rocket Labs. Puts. 7 days out. We could buy a put for 7 days out for just like $18 for 35 strike price. So if you fall down from up here, wait a second. I kind of wanted to fall down to, let me see, where are we? Oh yeah, hell yeah. You're basically at the middle. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Is this the middle or quarter point? Oh, that's the quarter point. My fault. The middle was up here at $48. You're at $40, so you can fall straight down to $36. So a 36 strike price is $30 right now. Take a picture of that. It's 1:30 right now, so what we're planning on doing here is basically allowing this to run up to number 4. We're then going to buy a put for SPY that expires today. The put that I would like to buy once you run up to this top portion here is basically going to be a 624. So again, once we run up to 625, I'm going to buy a 624 put for around $30 each. And I want to sell it for around 60 each, 60 to 90 each. So around 100%. Hmm. Let me see something real quick. I'm really about to trade Rocket Labs right now, but I kind of want to give it a second though. It's just it looks way too enticing right now. There was no drop right here on July 1st. So there's most likely going to be a drop towards the end of July here, is what it looks like. The only thing is should we go with something either far or close? We could do both, but I think what we should do first is just go with something close and pretty cheap, honestly. So this is my decision, everybody. I'm sending it inside of the trades channel. We bought one contract, 7 days out for short-term gains, right? All I'm simply looking at is how Rocket Lab normally trends when it runs up, and when it runs up and it makes a new high, you usually fall a good amount, like 29 right down here to 22, right? That's about $7, and then you run up again to here, let's just say, and then as you run up, you fall right back down. About $5 now. You run right back up. You fall down about $4 here. You run right back up over here. Now you're falling from 30 straight down to 23. So now you're falling $7 again. So again, when 7, 5, how much is this? 4 or 5? That's still 5. And then this one was 7. So it went from increasing the size, decreasing the size. So that's how you could tell that Rocket Lab right here was going to do something bigger. Was because it was increasing its size, and then when it did that last bigger jump towards the ultimate high, it made these weird highs that were next to each other, and then it collapsed. Look over here. You have a similar type of situation, but they're kind of far from each other. So just due to the price action being so close to each other, there may be a reason for you to actually break out up here to like 43, which if that happens and that occurs, what we're then going to do is buy the bigger contracts. That's the reason why I don't want to buy them here, is because I still feel like there's some potential for you to run out this box and then fall down to here like that. The strike price is 35. The reason why the 35 is the strike price is because if you look at King's Point is going to be right down here, right around 36, and then the next one is going to be right down here, right here, and then right here. So these are levels that Rocket Lab is going to fall into, which means depending on how fast it falls, even if it doesn't hit my strike price, if it falls to 26 very fast, I could just get rid of it for a nice gain. And if it falls to 35, which is right down here, 34, I'm now in the money. And these are easy levels. The true level is this level right here. This is the level you want to aim for. So we have so much extra potential here. We can go in the money $2, $3, $4. And that's kind of what I want to see here. That's the idea. Try to see if we can go at least one away from being in the money, if not $3 in the money. Just due to the fact this wedge is compressing, right? Make this wedge here like that. Make this wedge up here from this angle, just like that. It is compressing, and if this thing wants to just fall out, it's going to hit King's Point, which just like SPY, make the box from the low to the absolute high. It's going to want to hit the midpoint first, which is 36, which is again right next to 35. Actually, no, it's 37. 37.04. So that's still pretty close, right? It's about $2 of a fall from up here to down here, which is still some profit. As long as it happens during the day. So that's the only reason why I could go against us is one, it's going to want to run up to this point and then fall. Or two, it happens after hours and then it runs up pre-market and then we open up after it fell down. They might also do that as well. Okay, so now that we locked that in, the next thing I want us to do here is, let's go see what we could do. Let's run around here for a second. Rocket Labs, we bought it for 30. We're already up like 10%, I think. Nvidia is now down 22%. So if you guys want to buy that Nvidia contract a little bit cheaper for September, it's now $55 from $70. Let's keep it going. Let's look for the next better trade. What are we thinking, ladies and gentlemen? SPY looks like it's dolphin diving off of a cliff right now. So remember, we got rid of the gold, we got rid of oil, and we're waiting for the SPY futures now to come our way. So if this market falls out the sky, this whole entire time we're going to be profiting with the futures. As long as it doesn't just run up and we get margin called. As long as that doesn't happen. Which I'm automatically going to get rid of everything. If we continue to run up higher, I'm automatically getting rid of everything at 27 and then rebuying the puts at 34. 31 to 34. Because that's like a little range where I know we can get them a little bit cheaper. SPY, is this your final countdown? Are we heading into the abyss? Or do you still want to hold? Let's go ahead and make our wedge lines. Let's see what's going on here. And this is what I mean when I say don't sit in the passenger seat, everybody. Make sure that you consistently always are making these wedge lines to see how it's breaking out. Because yes, it is breaking to the downside right now. But how do you truly figure out where it's going? You got to take these horizontal boxes that I teach you to create all the time. And if I'm not teaching you correctly to how it applies to a way where you easily understand it, let's just say if I'm saying stuff and it just feels like, all right, like you lost me right there. Whenever that happens, just send a message. Pretty much. I was gonna say pretty Mitch. Who's Mitch? Nah, but yeah, pretty much. So where are we heading towards on SPY? In all honesty, it already hit what's it called? Hit the top, fell down towards the middle, and then ran up towards the quarter point. Fell down around that same area, and now ran up towards the tippity top. So because it already ran up towards the tippity top already, it could really just fall out the sky here. You just want to pay attention to the blue line, pay attention to this midpoint, and once all that's done, the last thing you got to worry about is this quarter point down here, which is at reversal point number 1. Anything else, you could just fall right through it and hit the bottom line down here at 621 again. So, yeah, just think about it like that, everybody. This might be a nice little buying place here, right at these bottoms. Let's go ahead and make your CS zones real quick. Let's color code them orange so we can actually tell which one's which. Yeah, so this is right next to your buying zone. You got that, everybody? If the market falls right here, it still hasn't hit it yet. SPY could still... That's one of the reasons why I do not like SPY, you know that? It's a love-hate relationship. It moves sometimes like a penny stock. But it's only because of how much money is just getting inserted into it. It's just trying to balance out correctly. It's just sometimes it just looks so weird. Like that trend on Friday was disgusting. This thing right here. Where was it? Where is it? Where are you? Was it last Friday? No, that trend, this looks right here. Right here? This looks good. That's fine. Over here, that's what it was. Wednesday. That trend was absolutely terrible towards the end of the day. I've never seen price action that bad. Even yesterday was better than that. You had proper downside at the proper reversal points. Besides being at number 4. The only thing that was very proper is that the next day, when you fell down pre-market, it's right next to number 4. So it almost hit it again. It's like avoiding the 4s for some reason. It's like cruising in the price action for like weeks while avoiding the 4s the next day. Because I'm not counting this, I'm just counting pre-market. That's wild. That's why I'm saying, like, you guys gotta wait. Wait, I'm telling you, wait. Because if you keep waiting, what's going to occur is the day where it does hit number 4, we have so much extra capital that we've been waiting on that we're going to trade with it. Of course, with the understanding that it could go up higher because this market is very explosive right now. So we're going to trade it carefully. But we're going to make sure we put a good amount into that trade so that within a couple days, if not that same day, we could witness this thing drop from 4 to the other 4. That's the reason why I want you guys to understand this is all for. This is what this is all for. Everything we do is just so that when that crazy day, that $6, $10 day is going to occur, you all already know it and you all already have capital planned for it. Like today is one of those days where when you hit number 3 to the top side or near number 3, if that thing would have just slipped a little bit more, this market would have just fell out the sky right there. And of course, if you did not know to buy on number 3 or near number 3, which was half of the gap from last night, but if you didn't know that, you wouldn't have bought on it. So you would have missed your opportunity to hop into a trade where tomorrow we might just continue to go down more. I think we might crash Monday, like overnight here. But just because we gap down today, it kind of removes the idea that we might fall out the sky right now. Because usually you don't just gap like that and then gap right after. That's a little bit more rare. So it does happen though. Don't believe it that it doesn't happen. I've seen it happen, but I'm telling you it's more rare than what the market's doing right now. It's a little bit more normal. So all we need to wait for is just number 4. When it happens, it happens. That's it. You know? If we're going to trade anything else, it's going to be on the test account, not on our main accounts. Or it's going to be a very cheap account, like $10, $20. And again, the reason as to why this is the case is because if I show you the weekly range, it's kind of stupid to invest here. You know what I mean? You're not at the high, so the prices are not the cheapest. You're not at the middle. You just got sent up into the sky and you've been consolidating by this quarter point the whole entire time. So it's like the market could literally go up here, back down to here, or right here, back down to here. Of course, for them right back up to here. So it could either do one of these right now. So I much rather it do one of these first and then we start buying something. It removes the whole entire idea of risk. Because think about it. When you hit this area, we first told you guys that the market at the opening price, when it was here, we told you that it could either run up to the top point, which is 624, or fall down to this bottom point, which is 619. The weekly ranges, right? And what did it do? It fell down to 632 perfectly, just like we wanted, and it ran to the quarter point. So if you're buying calls right now, right, you might just want to wait because it might just fall down to here, and then where you can, you know, hop back into another play, and it might go up higher. If you buy puts right now, again, if the market just goes up a little bit higher, which, think about it in this way. If you're going to buy puts, you're not at the best location, but you're at a pretty good location. You understand? Think about it like that. So if you're getting something with your main account, you're like, let's just say this account, you're going to swear on yourself, right? That you're going to take this account to $1 million. So this is your $1 million account, meaning this has to be you at your peak, at the most capable, at the most, you know, ready, the most confident. And as long as you understand that when you're trading on this account, you have to be the most focused, only getting the best trades. I'm telling you, you're not going to do anything but get to $1 million. It's literally it's going to happen. It's just you got to focus on it. And don't rush nothing. Patience. Patience is always the key here. And then once you guys get a little bit more consistent with, let's just say, this is one of my older trading styles. Some of you use it right now. Let me turn this off right here. This makes it too messy. Where is it? I'll use this chart here. My fault. What the hell's in my eye? Did I just see Borat? Is that where he's at? Was that you, Borat? No. He's somewhere else. I forgot what chart I put him on. There you go, Spidey. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how much is this first drop right here? Let's go ahead and measure it. How much is it? $1.98. All right, measure the next one. The uptrend's 285. All right, measure the next downtrend. Is that greater than or less than? Less than, right? Trends are compressing. Easy as that. I'll do it slower again. But first, I really want to get this done because I want to see what is going on right now. Give me 1 second. And then boom. After it compresses all the way to here, explosion. Nice. 81. Compressing again. So let's see now. All right. The first downtrend, $1.90. The second, the first uptrend, $2.85. The second downtrend, $1.66. The second uptrend, $1.91. Upside's also compressing. Next one's lower. It's $1.45. How about the uptrend? Way lower. That's compressing by a whole lot more, right? Which means that the next downtrend, if this almost went, down by a little bit over than half, that's about like 110% it dropped, right? From this high to this high. So in terms of a difference in price action, that's a big drop, which means if you're going to measure the next downtrend, the way you could have predicted the market was only going to fall this amount, I kid you not. Test it for yourself, and you're going to see how weird this is. This is how you always can know where a market's going. But if you measure the top to the bottom, that's 53 cents. So you would have known that it could have been 53 cents because if you do what you might call it, the same percentage of this one, like the decrease from this one from here to here, the uptrends, you could then say the downtrends are also going to do the same thing. And no, yeah, you wouldn't have been wrong. However, depending on how you measured it, you would have either got 30 cents, which is only right to here. So it just depends how you would have measured it. Because all you had to really do was do 30 cents and then double it to see double the range. But what I would have done is just took off $1 just like this one did. And if you take off $1, that's almost 48 cents, which would have been like right here. So you would have only lost like 3 cents. You would have been off, which is not bad. That's pretty close. And that's what matters here. It's what's consistently pretty close, because then you could just always technically be correct. And if you look at this here, this is $1 upside, and then you have 80 cents of downside. So what was the downside last time? It was 90. Or the upside was 90, then it went to 100. So it moved up by like 8 cents, right? The downside, however, was 53 cents. So if you look at the next downside, which was 81 cents, that's about, basically almost double, but not just double, it's like 75% of a double. So it's like 1.7. So that's what I was referring to when I say double the range, because if this right here is 50 cents, you could then say this next drop from this top could either be $1, 75 cents, which 75 cents is literally right here. That's why it perfectly fell like that. Or I would have put mine to like $1, honestly. If I'm being real, I would have just doubled it. Actually, no. What I would have done was I would have went off the 50 cents. So no, yeah. Let's do this one because it's better. The box in the background was just confusing me a little bit. So how I would have done it is you look at the last box. It's 53 cents. This one only moved up by how many cents? That's about, how much cents is that? Like 8 cents. So then, again, you would just add 8 cents to this box. Of course, you would then get 61 cents. So you would then say you're going to look for 61 cents of downside, which would have been like around here. Basically right next to that second candle. So that's how I actually would have done it. I would have just add the same amount of increase you had here to here. Just regular math, right? But this was the actual downside. So then if I did something and I traded that way and it continues to go a little bit lower, all I would have done was continue to measure it until it stops going lower. And then the second it stops, like just like this candle right here, the second I get that candle and if it just flips up to the here, I'm taking my whatever you want to call this, I'm taking my tool and then I'm going to look at the downside. It increased by 30 cents. So now the upside could increase by 30 cents, which is $1.30. So that is basically right here. And then you just keep going with it. That's how far you could run up. If you just stop at the midpoint and you hang below it, it simply means you're more bearish. It's probably going to do something a little bit either more or a little bit less. That's usually what it does. So what I like to do with these boxes, whenever I'm day trading this and swing trading this, is I'll aim for like the quarter point, which is basically where you're about to hit right now. So I would be selling right now, basically. You started feeling a little bit more of the gap here. This is a potential put area as well, everybody. Okay, you're up 20%. If it ends up running up higher, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to buy another one. I just want to see a slight little drop. Tiny little drop. Going right next to this green arrow here. Once you hit that area, I would like to see this bounce up again and potentially consolidate. If it just runs up to another high here, once it gets above this white line, just stop out of any 0-day puts and then buy it again at number 4. Let me see, 64. So we need, if we change 30 cents in terms of a strike price, and we get to 623.50, these contracts should be worth like 140, 130. 120 should be easy. So once we hit 120, I'm putting my stop loss. $120, by the way, is going to be 50%. So at 50%, I'm putting my stop loss. If it consolidates here for another 5 minutes, I'm also just going to put a stop loss and probably just stop out. Because consolidation up here just simply means now you're taking higher highs and now you're going to continue to head up higher. I forgot what they call that. What do they call that thing? The well, like a flag, whatever you whatever the hell you call it. Something flag, some type of flag pattern. Whatever that is. I think that's what that looks like right there, probably. I forgot. What do you call that? Is it the flag? It's not the flag. It's the other thing. The bullish wedge something. Is it? Bullish wedge? Bull pendant. I think that's what I was trying to think about. Yep. Yeah, so that's the only risk that it comes with these puts right now, is that you're going to run up to that number 4 reversal point now. We're going to play Spy's game, though. We're going to have some fun with this by the end of the day. It's about to be the weekend. Just make sure we close out good. All right, let's go back to the main chart. So that was the top of the purple right there as well. I repeat, that was the top of the new potential purple zone. We'll see if it wants to break out, though. Wait a second. Are you touching it? No, you're not. Perfect. In terms of calls, let's scout out some calls right now. So were these the ones I was looking at? Let me see. Calls 625, 626s are $12. Let's see. Let's just get it loaded up just in case. So just in case if it continues to head up higher, we're just going to get market filled for the calls above that white line. And if it looks bad, as soon as we get market filled, it just goes right below it. Just market fill right back out. And then we'll wait 30 minutes. Spy, you know you gotta do, just dolphin dive. Just straight out the window, off the 100th floor. That's all we need. Alright, let's look at some other plays around here while we let this sit around. Let's look at Tesla potentially now. Rocket Labs, you're selling off a tiny bit from the top. Tesla, you're still stuck at the same level, so we're still going to wait for it. Nvidia. Who knows? Maybe Nvidia might crash here. If Nvidia could, if the whole entire market could just drop off a cliff right now, I'll be very happy. Because all of our 0 days, we have a lot of 0 days. Yeah. Our Nvidia 160 put is also now $2 right now. So we would need Nvidia to collapse all the way to, this is for July 11th, right? July 11th, that's today's date. So in order for us to make money right now, we would need Nvidia to at least fall to 162. If Nvidia could fall to 162 right now, we would basically make all of our money back for the contract and we could just sell out. That's what I'm thinking. We could just head on out. Start running away at that point. You got this, Nvidia. Do your thing. All right. What else can we look at? Target. Still holding around the same area. Gold, you're getting sold off a tiny bit. Bitcoin, you're still holding these higher highs. Microsoft, you're finally at the top, ladies and gentlemen. You're at the peak. You're at the tippity top. So right now, what I think we should do is, let's take a look at our other Microsoft chart real quick. Let's see what's going on with that one. MSFT, where are you? MSFT. All right. The next high could potentially be around 508 or 511 on this chart from Microsoft. Which one was I looking at before? Was I looking at this one? I think I was pretty sure I was looking at this one here. 510, 512. I think I had another one. There was another Microsoft chart somewhere. I'm not too sure where it went. We'll figure it out. We'll find it out. Tesla, you're still stuck. Alright, any other companies? Robotics. The robotics companies went absolutely insane after April. 293 from 100. Oh my goodness. Look at this trend here. Oh yeah, it's most likely going to fall down to here now. I could definitely see it falling right back down to here. 180. This chart looks so nice. Yeah, this definitely looks like it's going to just come right back down here. Next thing we would have to do is, of course, DARP. Short-term DARP first. You're at the midpoint. No wonder. Then you would make another one. And then you would go like this. Now you have a quarter point. And then you just go ahead and right-click it, clone it, drag it to the top. And there you go. Now you have your other quarter point. So if I were to buy puts on this, I would to buy puts at that level, or I would buy puts at this level. The top one would be the A plus setup. The one below it would be the B setup. And then this one would be the B setup. It's either a okay trade or a really, really good trade. Think about it like that. That's how this is going to turn out. An okay trade or a really, really good trade. That's why I didn't put just the A setup. A could be probably just like a double touch of this same range, I guess. You could say that's A if you really want to. But I would never buy there. That's kind of pointless. Because a market's always going to do something either less than or more than. Think about it like that. And then if I'm playing like short-term calls, you could literally get some calls here. It hasn't fell down to here yet. So if you guys are looking at this company right now on the 8 hour, I'll probably go down to the 4 hour. Same thing actually, now that I'm thinking about it. So you haven't fell down to this zone here. This is literally how I traded Tesla. That's why I made like 100,000 in just like 3 days. It was just because it was at the floor, it was at the middle point, and I was like, all right, it's probably gonna hit this point up here. And then once it hit that point, I was like, all right, if it hits the midpoint and gets below it, it could then fall down to this point. And then we traded it both ways, up and puts down, sold at the midpoint. Then we played puts more down at the underneath the midpoint, sold down here, and we bought calls, and it ran literally right back up again. It was beautiful. It was like 6-7 perfect trades back to back. And the only reason why I was able to do that was because Tesla had a range that it was like brand new territory. So I guess this is not really brand new territory, so we'll see. If this runs into a crazy new high, it'll be easier to trade, honestly. But right now, this is not terrible. Put the alerts on for like 280. And then what I would do is have a 280 alert right here for me to buy puts to right here, which is 245. That right there looks like a really good plan to me. 280 to 245. On Rocket Labs, we're now up 20%. So let's go take a look at the space company we got into. We might just sell it. 18%. That quick. Right next to 20%. You guys know I like my 20% gains. So let's go to the space company. It should be around here somewhere. Why do I have so many nuclear companies? I just noticed that. What in the world? All right, everybody. So we bought the puts up here. Right around here. And right now they're up 18%. Which is only $6 because the option we bought was $30. So we could just hold it for a little bit longer. There's still plenty of room here. 7 days out. It's not bad though. This contract could literally open up at like 150% if it opens up down here. It's a $36 strike price. So what I did instead was, I think I had the 36. I was explaining to you guys the 35 strike that I had, but it was actually 36 this whole time. I thought I got 35 though. I guess I just got it closer because of that midpoint right here, the 37. So yeah, if it just hits around here, a little, or if it hits these wedge lines here, I might just sell it. We'll see how it looks once it does it. The SPY put is now up again. So let's go take a look at SPY here. Let's see what's going on. It still looks like you're curving, so let's ignore it for a second. What time is it? 2:19, 2:20. We still have plenty of time. If you guys want, you could put your stop losses here just in case, right? Like what if it just runs up into a crazy new number 4, number 5 high, right? It's up 10%, 20% every other second. So remember, be grateful for your percentages and always take notes of them, please. Because if you don't take notes of your trades, technically they don't really count because you're not going to really learn nothing from that that situation, you know? There we go. That's what I'm talking about, John. Hopefully Nvidia just keeps crashing. Hopefully the end of the day is just like ridiculously red. That's kind of what I want to see here. Because it kind of hit like a pointless area, if I'm being honest with you. When it ran up like right into here. And like so this is what we're waiting for, basically, everybody. The market right now, last time you did something similar to this situation of candlesticks here, it just brought you up into a new high. So we're going to see if this is going to take you up into number 4 now. Once we get that number 4 high, we'll see if situations are going to either 1, cool down, or 2, start to speed up again. Because right now it's very slow, so it's going to open up the trend again. Let's go back to that other chart where we were pretty much measuring everything. So like we stated before, we wanted you to run up $1.30. You only managed to ran up this many cents instead. 92 cents. And then you got right back below the midpoint. And as you can see, you're holding below it now. So if you can't get above this midpoint, what's going to happen is you're simply just going to continue to fall to the quarter point, which is about 624.02, potentially to down here, where you might open up the range again. I'm thinking it's going to open up to the downside. So this is how I go about predicting the future, or I try to predict the future. There's a bunch of different ideas and concepts swirling, and you're just trying to pick the best one that makes the most sense. And right now, this one makes the most sense to me because There's been many days where you do this to the upside, and when you show signs of you breaking out like this, if it continues, you're just going to head to King's Point very quickly, which means the market might be able to shut down to 622 very quickly. And if we're already in the money, which we are right now, by the way, everybody, we're already in the money. Just give it a few more minutes and you might be like 2-3 strikes in the money. So we'll see. We'll see what's the potential opportunity for today. Remember, take your gains whenever you go to 20%. Put your stop loss at that point too if you would like. Basically, right now you're at 100, so 20% right now, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking for. As well as if we now take the bottom, and then if we take the top, or at least the new high, the midpoint is now right down here at 623. There we go, John. That's what I'm talking about. That's a beautiful gain right there. You also jumped into the rocket play with me. Excellent. Remember, this is the best way for you to understand the concepts and the flow behind actually building an account from a low amount to a very high amount. You have to take all your gains. You always claim it. Just claim. It's up 10%, claim it. It's up 20%, just claim it again. It's up 30%, just claim it. Just keep claiming all of them. As long as you consistently do that, you're going to have a very fun time trading because most trades are going to just be profit. And then you're going to start to understand what trades can go more in your favor, what trades can go more against you. All of that and more, of course. I'm going to update the CS zone soon, by the way. I found a way to update them. I just got tested a little bit more. It deals with the number of boxes that we create in a day from open to where we're at, like whatever time we're trying to look at it. And then after you create the boxes, what you're able to then see is how one could go about potentially playing correct puts at correct areas, meaning like timing the puts correctly just due to the price action that already has occurred during the day, setting you up for greatness, you know, on that very first trade. Because any trade here is just, it's just like lukewarm. It's like C setups around here, D setups. This area is just terrible. You could literally just run up into a crazy new high and fill the rest of the gap, or just drop out the sky. That's why I went with something more expensive, because we made money faster, you know? That was the idea there. Okay, stop loss is set at 20%, just in case. My take profit is set at 50%. Stop me out right there. Alrighty, stopped out at 20%, everybody. We'll get into another trade in a second here. Very aggressive downside right there. So if you had a stop loss for a little bit more than 20%, like 40%, you would have got stopped out right there. You see that crazy flick? You might just continue to head even lower now. So we're going to wait a second. We're not going to, no matter how good it looks, we're not going to jump in yet. Because this might just run up to a crazy high. Let me check the NVIDIA. What did NVIDIA do after that? Pretty much nothing. Alright. That's all good. Rocket Labs, you're going to be my money-making machine. What I need you to do, and I need you to listen to me carefully, I need you to go in the money. If we go in the money, we're going to take $30 to $180. So for those of you who sold your Rocket Lab, what you could do is wait for this to get to the same price mine is, or just put a limit buy. Put a limit buy for like $26 for it to actually get even cheaper, so you don't have to watch it. Just place it right now. You know, that's so familiar to me now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe I should also add that in the teaching. Honestly, I should add that in the videos. Like basically what I'm trying to say right now is when you sell out of a play completely and you're gone from it, like when you sell, let's just say you buy a SPY call at 50 and you sell it at 70, you automatically know that if it falls to 30, you're going to buy it again. Because today is trending in a way where you just might do that, right? So you automatically put your limit to buy it at 30. That's what I would always suggest to people. Because then what happens is, before you even realize it, when the market starts making crazy moves like that wick right there, if you always train yourself to trade in that fashion, where you're always accounting for the crazy moves that could occur, you would put no bottom stop loss. You would just put a take profit. So you would just put a limit sell, and you would just put it at a very safe amount, 30% higher, 40% higher. And that's what I always usually would do. So if it gets filled, instantly, I go to those companies that got filled when I wasn't paying attention to it, because maybe I'm looking at another stock's chart. Because at the time, I only had like one chart for every stock done. So I didn't have that much stuff done. And yeah, I would just always have my trades in rotation, in rotation, in rotation, in rotation. And you just keep doing it. Pretty much. Coinbase? I'm listening. What happened to Coinbase? Did it crash? Come on, Coinbase. Just fall from the sky. You know you want to come down here. You know Bitcoin's done running up. I think we all know. Listen, I have a limited amount of time to be here with you, Coinbase. We have 35 days. That means we need at least a drop to 300 flat, because then our contracts are going to move up. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll be selling these Coinbase plays for $200 each. That's what I want right there. So from literally $30, we'll be at $200 on Rocket Labs. If we fully crash, because Rocket Labs is still dropping right now. Now I'm up 25%. Let me show you guys real quick. First, let me explain to you why I would get into a trade on Rocket Labs. When I barely trade it, I don't have that much charts done on it, but there's one integral part. That integral part is the wedges that I have. Every chart that I build, I will always create wedges that basically go off of the last highs. So that high, and I always update it every single day. So that means every day I don't just update my short-term charts, I update my long-term charts at the same time. Just due to the fact that if you had the same chart I did, you would have saw it touched here as well. And it was basically next to a similar high over here. So the idea is just basically to kind of play the consolidation for what it is. And yeah. You could measure it just like you do with SPY, like on the weekly, to see if it's compressing or slowing down. But honestly, if I'm being real with you guys, sometimes I'm a little lazy. So, fingers crossed. Sometimes it's just the easy ideas that work out the best, you know? You're consolidating at a high, the wedges are tightening, you could fall to this midpoint where we'll be in the money, or you might just collapse out the sky and hit the 200 where we're going to be like $5-6 in the money. If you fall down to $30, just so you guys can understand, if you fall down to $35, I would basically be at, because I still have 30 days of time to this. Or for Rocket Labs, we only have 7 days. Rocket Labs is only 7 days. So we only have 7 days of time to this. So we got to be out this play, basically, by Monday. We have to be out. We have to be gone from this. But if it runs to 35, like if it falls down to 35, and then falls down to 30, my contracts are going to be worth $800. So I'm going to go from just $30 to $800 if this could fall straight down to $30, which is an insane drop. It is, yeah, it's pretty crazy, honestly. But it could happen. That's like the maximum $800. But minimum, I'm just looking for like $60 to like $100, honestly. Because like I told you guys, we take a little bit of profit from SPY, and then we just redivert it into another play that's oversold or overbought. Just so that any SPY trade that we do take, it's never going to be the whole entirety of the account. Alrighty, so I'm looking for another SPY put here. SPY is launching up here. I'm getting ready to buy my puts again. We're going to wait for it to hit in the middle of 3 and 4. And then we'll see what it looks like. If it still looks strong, we'll wait for number 4. It looks like the market might just crash out the sky again. You're just losing momentum instantly. The one thing I want to see is if it falls down now, the one thing that tells me it's either crashing or heading up higher is this price action right here, right now. This is very important, everybody. So pay attention to this. You want to see one of two things. If it falls down, you want to see it hold right inside this midpoint, which is right about here. If it manages to fall. If it does not manage to fall here, what you can see is, of course, you just head up higher, right? However, usually a market's going to consolidate if it's trying to head up higher. It could just run up higher, of course, right? It's already consolidated enough. But since you already made a new high, you potentially could consolidate now, which means all I want to see is you make another candle above this orange box here. I want that candle to then be greater than this candle. And then the third candle, I want to see if it takes you back into the box where you're going to hold on the middle. If you hold on the middle, I can see you running up higher, and you might ask me why, right? Well, the reason as to why is because if you look at the left side, it's at the bottom first of the box, runs above it, now it's at the middle, and then boom, runs above it, holds at the top, and then runs above it. Now holds on this middle, right? Like this box's midpoint, runs above it, holds on the middle again, runs above it. So you might just fall right back down to 624.22 here, And then after you fall down to here, it might just get very fast to the downside. So you know what we could do? We could lock in just some cheap puts, if anything. 623 puts. Those 625 options that we just had, no, yeah, they just dropped down to $70. We sold at 100. So that was pretty nice. Tiny little paycheck right there. Now it's at $60 right now. Wow. Okay, how much of the gap did you fill yet? So the quarter point of this gap is basically going to be right around yeah, you might just run straight through it and start filling the rest of it. Yeah, so today's dangerous. Today's very dangerous. That's what I'm telling you guys. Let's not rush nothing. Let's take our gains whenever we can. There's both directions want you to go into their direction. It's very convincing both ways. So what you would do in this situation, like whenever you get to this situation where you're just like, all right, I have no idea what the market's doing, just consider counting the uptrends and downtrends. Remember, this was supposed to be 130, according to my guess, according to this right here. Since the downside was now only 80 cents compared to over here, it's the same amount. So if I got the same downside, the same upside would basically be right around here at 624.81. And then once I hit that high, I would either one, be looking at puts instantly, trying to market fill, or two, trying to see if it's just going to hit 625.70. Remember, we still have plenty of time right now. I told you guys I want this candle to be greater than the last candle. So if you guys are getting puts right here, you could just hop into a cheap put like right about now almost. Give it like 2 more seconds. And then you could play for 624. Play like a 624 put. It's not a stupid idea. Let's do it ourselves here. Alrighty. I want to see something. I got a 623 instead of the 624. I want to see how much this one can go up. Let's go ahead and post this in the Discord real quick. Na 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 na. There we go. That's that next high. Now let's wait for this third candle. Just one more minute, everybody. I'm watching you, Spy. What do you want to do, huh? You want to break out? Touch number 4, please. Yes. Just so we could buy a more expensive contract. Because even if we buy the $10 one and it goes up, it's just going to go up to 20, 30. And that's a good gain, don't get me wrong. 200, 300%. But I much more, rather prefer a more expensive contract and a smaller gain. It makes you understand the frequency of stuff. And not only that, that candle looks so strong. That last green candle, that thing looks like a brick. Let's see right here what they do. They might just wick you up to the top. We might have an opportunity here. Don't get me excited now. Can you please go up? Come on, doctor. We got a bunch of patients in the ER. It's all up to you, Spy. It's not a terrible spot for puts either. A couple of days out, if I'm being honest with everybody. The only problem is you see how you're holding in between these blue lines? I do not like that at all. Every time you do this, don't let me zoom out. Because if I zoom out and I show you, every time you poke above this blue box a little bit and you start doing this, it tends to hold it and run up to the next one. Until Spy actually doesn't listen to that, that's how I know the market's crashing. When it actually just goes above this like this and then stops here and goes beneath this blue one, that's how you know. So when I saw this the other day, I thought it was crashing straight back to the bottom again. And that's where I got the 613 number. It's just due to this here. But again, if you're going to go 5 days out, let's look for something appropriate, which is 5 days out. What strike price would we buy? We would buy, for puts, you would just get like a 620. And a 620 put would be $139 5 days out. If you go 4 days out, 620s are $100. That's a little too pricey. 3 days out, the 620s are $48. And that's pretty much it. So if anything, yeah, you would have to get the $130 put. That's basically the cheapest put you could buy right now. In fact, I'm going to buy some on my challenge account. I'm buying it right now. The reason is because we filled half of the gap and we didn't make a new low. And usually Spy's been doing that nonstop. So again, don't put too much capital, but just buy one contract maybe. Okay, so I'm getting them 5 days out. Actually, let me look at the 7 days out. 7 days out for 620. They didn't lose their value. 7 days out for this. These did lose their value. So we're going to get something 5 days out for 620. And we're going to buy the full amount of contracts right here, right now. So we're buying 1,000 contracts at $137. So that's 140K. We have 58,000 left to use. The next 58K, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to look at NVIDIA. Actually, no, NVIDIA's being weird. We could save it for Tesla. Because with Tesla, I know I can make back that 200K or 140K that we just used for SPY. I can make it back with 50. That's good enough. Anything lower than 50 is going to be a little difficult. Because if I have 50K, I'm just going to sell my Tesla trades for like 20%. Which would mean I'm going to sell out of my trades for like 13, 20, not even 20,000. 10,000, 13,000. So all I got to do is get 3 trades, 4 trades, and now I'm at 100K again. After that, it's pretty much just a scaling game, you know? Making sure you're using the appropriate amount of capital every single day. You have to plan for this. Make sure you remember that. This is all a planned event. Let me think. What else could we play here? What are you guys thinking? There's definitely some other stocks we could play while the whole entire stock market crashes again. SQQ maybe? Let's look at SQQ. SQQ. SQQ is gonna go up while SPY goes down. That's the idea. Let me see something real quick. If we get a December contract. Let me look at NVIDIA. When was the last time I did a trend that looks like this? Probably over here. I hate that new thing they added to TradingView. That thing is so annoying. Okay, so let's see here. Last time the trends looked like this. Probably over here, honestly. Kind of over here as well. Yeah, kind of did that same thing there too, yeah. Has a consolidation on the left side and falls. So when it falls here, it's probably going to stop right here at 156 on NVIDIA. Alright. Alrighty. We could dabble in NVIDIA. Okay, so I'm market filling for a 160 strike price for 7 days out. It's at a worser time to buy than normal, so if you guys would like, just put your strike price or put your limit buy at like 80 or 60. I could definitely see this running up the opposite way tomorrow and going up into the 170 high. That's the only thing that could ruin this idea here. However, I think it's going to play out pretty fairly. I think we just got to give it a second. Let's just give it some time. 7 days is enough. By Monday, we're going to waste 3 days. So or yeah, 2 days. So we're just gonna see if we want to sell it on Monday, and then we hop out. Maybe we'll take a loss on it. Total amount was 48,000 for that. So we'll see if we're gonna take a loss on it or see if we could sell it for like 61,000, 65K. The SPY puts, if I'm being real, I want to see if I can make another 20, 30,000 tomorrow morning just from that. So Monday morning, I'm thinking we're going to open up lower, and then we're going to V-shape right back up into a new high. That's what I'm thinking right now. It could be opposites though. So like today just continues to go up into a new high over the weekend, and then on Monday we're at the high, then we just drop out the sky. You could also do that as well. But I'm thinking more so bearish because of the weekly trends and the weekly flow. It doesn't look that good right now, honestly, for SPY. It doesn't look like how it was looking a couple weeks ago. I could tell you that much. This looks like a grade A shutdown of like a weekly shutdown. But then again, today's the 11th, so it could occur today because it's like right next to the 13th. But Monday, they might want to do it because Monday is right next to the 13th. It's the 14th. So Monday might be the change in the weekly trends or the monthly trends, right? Because every 2 weeks, the trends change. Every 7 days. So today is like almost the end of the second week. But technically, it ends on Sunday. So markets close on Sunday. So technically, you know what I mean? That's why I'm thinking today is the day where you could shift and change trends massively. That's why we were talking about it yesterday. I was just like, this could be the reason as to why it's fine to buy puts for tomorrow, like 1 days out. For NVIDIA, they ended up not working out, so we lost $20 on that. So that's what we got to make back. $20 on the other account. And then for the bigger accounts, I want to make as much as humanly possible, honestly. See if we could double these accounts from 200K to the 400K. See if we start doubling every single day. That's the only way we're going to reach number one in time. All right, anything else we could do here? Let me think. Anything else we could do here, ladies and gentlemen? Not really. I really want to play puts on Tesla. Did it fill the gap finally? Let's go on Webull. I'm about to play puts on Tesla right now, too. Did you fill the gap, doctor? What are you doing? You did fill the gap. Wait. You did not fill the gap. Alrighty. If you now choose to go to a low, oh my goodness. That would be so funny. There's another gap down here. I just noticed. Look at that. You have you're stuck in between two gaps, just like SPY. You gotta be joking with me. The reason why I say it like that is because gaps, they make things way more complicated. They add a certain feature to the market where normally you're not dealing with that problem and that situation in the background. And because of a gap existing and a gap being so close in both directions, it adds a whole layer of additional things you had to account for. That's basically the problem with that. To me, they're just annoying. I just hate when they happen. I like when they happen in my favor, of course. Why not? But you know what I mean? Like when they happen and then it's just like, even when you sell out that next day, it's just annoying to deal with. Because you're either going to fill a quarter of it, half of it, the whole thing, and then you're going to drop to a new low, and then you might make a new high, and then it's like all over the place. You could say there's like about 10 different situations that could occur with a gap. But once you get real confident with it, and you do it a couple times, it gets really easy, honestly. It becomes a lot of fun. It still is annoying to deal with, though. Like SPY right now, disappointing me right now. We'll see how it reacts to that gap at the bottom, because now what my understanding is so far in terms of gap knowledge is gaps to the upside are way different than gaps to the downside, including how they even are filled. That's what this is telling me if we don't drop into a new low. So it's going to basically teach me something new, basically, is what I'm saying. Okay, we're up 40% on the SPY calls or puts. I said calls. You get it, though. We're up 40% on the call. Stop saying calls. We're up 40% on the puts. And Yeah, we're giving it a second here. If you want, you can sell out. I'm just going to ignore it for a second. I want to make sure my other account got filled. How does NVIDIA get filled before SPY? Come on now. Hurry up. Before you give me a terrible buy. You're back to being up 40% here, everybody. I want to see if we could sell these contracts like I still stated to you before for like 100%. 100, 200% is what I'm thinking. Quick, you need 100, 200%. 50% already. Come on, you know what I need, SPY. And you got what I need. Every single time I say that, I think about the Snoop Dogg commercial with I don't know if you guys seen it. You guys got to watch it. It's really funny. It's Snoop Dogg with Jennifer Lopez, I think. I remember watching that when I was in like middle school. Like, what am I watching? I'm telling you, if you haven't seen it, you should watch it. Spy's playing whack-a-mole right now. Rocket Labs is crashing again. That looks promising. Alrighty, is there anything else we need to do here? We could buy some cheap calls to play the upside real quick. Let's open up Fidelity. I haven't traded on Fidelity in a little while here. We're not gonna rush it though. Remember that. You're just consolidating back and forth with a tilt to the upside. So I'm just going to investigate this tilt, ladies and gentlemen. In terms of how I would enter into this contract, it's just like this. You basically did something you weren't supposed to do. You went way lower than necessary. So because of that, I'm still holding my other puts so that you could fall down lower, right down to here. And then I'm going to sell them right at this area. Because remember, this is the CS zones. The spaces in between are the areas where you buy and sell. If it's breaking into the box, it's doing something that I don't want to see. So maybe it can hold at this midpoint here. That can also be a possibility, right? But at that point, I'm going to be up like 70, 80%. So I might take the gain, honestly. It's not a bad gain, right? Not bad at all. You're up 70% now? Decisions. Let's put a stop loss. I'm just messing with ya. You know I don't put stop losses. When I say put a stop loss, that means you either sell out in that moment or you're going to wait to completely get rid of your contract when it hits the target area. If it never hits the target area, you never sell your contract. That's how this works. That's the only way for you to get a great gain on any contracts, is for you to understand the consequences that come with holding it longer, as well as what the profit can even be in the first place. Because then you can suggest like a certain area where it's actually like a good idea to sell, you know? 80% here. Okay, so now we're just going to sell out. 86%. I'm selling out, everybody. Oh my god, you're blowing up. I'm selling now at market order. Holy shits. I'm going. 400%. 400%. That was more than I thought. Okay, so I'm going to hop into a call now on Fidelity. Options. I can't look at SPY yet. Go! Calls! Quick! Hurry up! I forgot how long this damn app takes. Quick! Go, 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 go. What calls do I want? Let me see. What price are we at? It's still not bad. It's still not a bad time. All right, let's get a 625 call. Let's do it. Let's get a 625 call. Let's buy one of them. I'm buying it for a market order. Preview. Oh my god, I know what I did wrong. What's going on? It's not letting me buy. Fidelity restricts what? Fidelity restricts certain opening actions. Options for that security that do not expire so they are eligible to... Oh, I forgot Fidelity doesn't let me trade 0 days. I forgot about that. Ah. That's okay. Maybe that will save us here. That was amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Rocket Labs are up 41% as well. So again, this is why I'm talking to you about the CS zones. This is probably one of my greatest trading styles I've ever created. It's about as strong as supply and demand zones. And it's about more correct than reversal points. But in their own ways, those other trading styles are very good and very important. Meaning they're very useful. You know? So again, I sold out for 400%. I guess we're just going to keep trading on Webull. Because Webull lets me trade to at least 415. So that's, that's whatever. Thank you, Spy, for letting everybody understand my concept of gaps. I think you just helped everybody today. So if you guys played that option right there, that's how you hold your options. That's why you would hold them. Remember, it was up 40%. I said, you know what? It's not good enough. It was up 50%. I said, you know what? It's not good enough. I'm fine with this going against me. And then when it went my way in the snap, boom. Now imagine how much those contracts are up right now. 600, 700, about 1,000% maybe. They're up 600% right now. And I remember we bought it for $10 and $11. Excellent. You also hit the middle of the day, which is why I had this purple zone here. So you see how you fell down to right there? That's also awesome. So that was the reason why you did that. So now I know. For tomorrow, I'm going to take that into consideration. When merging CS zones with the daily range, you can easily spot a situation where it's going to hit the midpoint very quickly and very easily. And in fact, it can go more in our favor, meaning I could sell for a higher gain. So now I know next time, maybe I'll get 2 contracts, sell it at the same spot I sold mine at, and then hold the second one for a little bit of an extra little run, and then market fill that one too. That should be a good idea. I like that idea a lot, actually. Look at you guys go. Whoever bought the calls or whoever can buy the calls, you lucky. But hold it for a little bit more, and you could sell it right around the 200. So I guess maybe around here, you could potentially market fill just to take your gain just in case if it falls back down and consolidates more. It's not a bad idea. Market's getting quicker though. I remember it's 3 o'clock now. So you know what we could do? We could add an option to our ideas here. I have a plan. Let me see. Come on, Rocket Labs. You're at $40 now from 30. I want to sell you at $200 tomorrow. Do it for the doctor. Let's go take a look and a peek at. By the way, SPY hit the 200, so market fill. Market fill your calls if you bought those calls. You'll understand why after. I'm not going to explain it to you right now for a reason. But give me like 5 minutes and then you'll understand. This looks like it might hold here. Rocket Labs might actually hold here, everybody. Because you're at the bottom of the like the little trend. If anything, you know what we could do? You know what? If we run up higher, this is what we're going to do. If we run up higher, we're just going to buy another contract that's a little more expensive with more time. We'll buy it 2 weeks out instead. If it runs up to the highest point. I'm not going to sell this contract though because I don't have nothing on the board to protect me if Rocket Labs falls out the sky. And it's more of a gut feeling. The reason why they went up was not because of the news. I was looking at all the news they had. I was reading through everything. It's more, I would say, situational for the timing of the year. Because all these rocket companies, they're relying on SpaceX's launches to provide more name or more glamour to the name of space, to the name of space exploration. And SpaceX is literally basically the grandfather of all these other space companies at this point. You know, they invented reusable rockets, and that's no joke. Just like a reusable plane, right? It's just some stuff gets detached, some stuff needs to be fixed when it lands. It's not fully reusable yet, where it could just go up and down, up and down. And a lot of these other companies like Rocket Labs launches stuff into space. So companies like them are waiting for Tesla to advance their technologies because they have smart engineers. I do agree with you. They really do. But the forceful nature of Elon, and again, it's getting less forceful, it's getting less advanced, it's getting less, I would say, he's getting less work done. However, he's still operating at a higher level than any other CEO in the world. And because of that, I still feel like his space company is going to do something massive very soon. Because they're supposed to use SpaceX for the moon landing. They're going to land on the moon soon. I think it's an unoccupied crew. It might be a crew. I'm not too sure. I got to check it again. Actually, no, yeah, I think it might be a crew because they're creating a elevator system for the rocket so that they can actually drop down the rover so that they could drive on it. So it might be a manned crew mission. Hopefully it's not a manned crew mission. I hope he does something unmanned because it would provide more certainty and more confidence to everybody watching. Because it's very hard to land on the moon, and to land on Mars is a whole different problem. Let me tell y'all. It's like a whole different situation. So how they're going to have to land on Mars is they're going to have to send out a pod where that pod is basically going to drop itself onto the surface of Mars. It's then going to lift open a gate or whatever you want to call it, like a little enclosed space. Is going to open it up, and there's going to be a little machine like a helicopter that flies out of it. It's going to fly to the designated area where we're supposed to land with a rocket, and it's going to have to start lasering the ground so that it can create a stable area for the rockets to land. Because SpaceX rockets, let me tell ya, it's not going to be a pretty sight if they land on Mars. There's no real flat area. He could probably find a flat area. I'm sure he could. His engineers are ingenious, you know. They could do anything, honestly. But the easier thing to do would be just to have something land there before them that could land there. Or you know what they could do? Change the rocket structure and give it bigger legs, because his new rockets that he released, version 3 Raptor, it saves a lot of weight, so he's able to put less rockets on his he's able to put more rockets on his ship and it's more power. So let me show you real quick so you can understand how quickly he's advancing the space industry, just so you can understand why these space companies are getting so much money thrown into them now. Because you can't invest into SpaceX publicly. You could do it privately during certain funding rounds, which the next one I'm going to show everybody. You're going to need around like 10, 15,000. But publicly, you can't really invest into SpaceX. So what people are doing is they're playing every other space company as a sympathy play. I kid you not. But Rocket Labs is a good company. I've been watching them for years now. And yeah, let me stop talking. Let me just show you. SpaceX Raptor. Don't tell me they have Raptor 4 already. There's no way. That's actually insane. So look, this is Raptor 1. This is Raptor 2. No way he made it smaller again. I don't understand this. Like, you would think that an engineer and a team of engineers can only improve something so much, but then they just keep going. They just keep improving it. So that was the first one. Look at the sea level thrust. Look at the RVAC thrust, right? Look at number 2. Look at how it keeps increasing and there's less stuff on it. That means it's lighter. So this one right here was probably, I don't know, like, watch this. So this is their weight. What just happened? This is their weight. Where is their weight? I don't know how to do these calculations, so we're just gonna look for something else. I mean, this is just, you understand this. I get it. I guess, right? You all can understand this. It looked like this before, then it looked like this, now it looks like this. Which means right here, because of so much important wires and other things, you need to have a metal shroud that protects this stuff, which is more weight. So because now this one doesn't have anything you need to protect at the top, you don't need an extra heat shield and shroud of metal around it, so it becomes lighter. Not just due to the parts that are not on it, but due to the fact that now you don't need to protect those parts. So it's, I'm telling you, it's ingenious. And then apparently he's doing number 4 now. There's no way he released it to public. I would have found out by now. He's probably like teasing it. No, this is December. So maybe he started production on it in one of his cams, but he keeps that stuff very tight-knit. He doesn't allow nobody to talk about it, nobody to see it. I'm pretty sure he probably makes people sign NDAs over this. So, word doesn't really leak out too much. But yeah, I could definitely see how word could leak out of the idea of it, but not the power or the specifics. But people are probably going to guess. It's probably not going to be that much better than number 3. Because it looks very similar to number 3. And I don't remember hearing about any other crazy changes in technology. But knowing, you know, a bunch of engineers that are just nonstop working on something and they're the smartest brains in this world, I mean, who knows, right? That's why it's very dangerous to play puts on these space companies. Because this, I'm pretty sure Rocket Lab is going to be a $400 or $500 stock soon. So, yeah, it's already at a crazy new high. You know, doing something wild here. But what I want to see is when this is actually done trending here, I want to see this fall down just like this one did. I want to see it literally repeat its trend, either smaller or bigger, and then I'll start investing more capital into it. That's my idea right now. Tesla, you're running up into a new high, so let's see what's going on over here. SPY, you're running up a little bit more. So again, let's go over why I told you to market fill. Now we can go over it. The reason why I told you to market fill at this area is because I want you all to make sure that you are all paying attention to these rules on the bottom right of my screen. These rules are insanely important, like really important. The reason why they're really important is because they pretty much tell you how to trade. So as long as you pay attention to this, you're always going to understand how to trade any single day and profit efficiently, but you have to pay attention to the rules. What do the rules state right here? I was just making some room so you could see it a little bit better. So the rules right here on the bottom right, all they state is basically A potential scalp, remember, scalp, right? That means a quick trade. You're only in it for a few minutes. Or you're only in it for a little bit of the trend if things are consolidating and they're stuck. It says for calls, what you're going to do is you're going to buy below the box and run into the box, then to the midpoint, then to the top, and finally out the box up to into a new high, right? Up into a new high. Stop losses on top of the box sell 95%. The mid is also a place to add a stop loss. So let's say if you had puts over here and you played from way up here to way down here, if you would have known about the midpoints, you would have known to stop out right there, and you would have literally had the best stop out point. Better than most. Same thing with over here, right? The only thing that would hamper it is stuff like this here. You see how you fall down from this bottom and then you hit this middle? When you fell from this middle, this could have meant that you were going to go into a new low. So that's why this candle was just very aggressive and all over the place. Because I feel like maybe this trading style is matching up with a few other different indicators or trading styles. And people are really tugging the market when stuff like that occurs. When you hit the midpoint here perfectly, then you run up into a new high, fall down into the middle. Now you're showing a rejection because you run up here, instantly fall down. Now in this situation is like very confusing. So it makes sense as to why this just broke out and started doing this weird trend here. Because of that move right there. This caused this reaction. Think about it like that. So now if I'm looking at the market like this, to me, this looks like it's switching into a bearish market now. This is the bearishness that I was talking about that I wanted to see. And it looks absolutely amazing. Okay, so let's look for some NVIDIA puts for 2 weeks out because the one-day puts didn't work out. And I told you guys yesterday, if those one-day puts don't work out, we're going to look for a 2-week put. And try to see if we can lock in something for the downside. We can also wait for Monday. Monday's not a bad idea, to be honest with you guys. I don't even, how much trades did we take today? I don't even remember. I have no idea, honestly. On the NVIDIA puts, we're already up 5,000. We're still up 5K as we speak, so I'm thinking, what, did NVIDIA not run up right there? Oh no, it did not. NVIDIA, where are you going? Come on. Shake and bake. You might want to fall down to 150, 162 here, yeah. Come on, NVIDIA, do it by the end of the day. You won't. Tesla? Tesla filled the gap, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, no, it did not. Almost did. What is your problem? Just fill it. Taking a sweet old time. Let me see something real quick. Is there any cheap Tesla trades? Let me see. Puts. How much are the puts a week out? Fidelity is so slow. This is terrible. I don't remember it being this slow before. Nvidia, you do not look good right now, buddy. Spies at the top, everybody. Puts. It's put time. So 1 week out puts on Tesla. Let's see, how far do I gotta go out? I wouldn't mind going out to 240, because that's where I think Tesla's gonna fall to. Let me see. That's not bad. 7 days out, a 240 play is $16. Let me see Tesla one more time. Where are we at again? By the way, SPY runs up to number 4. That's also another location where you can get a put, because what that means is you truly didn't get the reversal that we wanted. We wanted something much greater than that. But if it just stops here, remember, you're at the top of the CS zones, and what is the rule for the puts? The goal is to buy on top and fall into the box, then to the mid, then to the low, finally out the box, down into a previous low. That's basically what we did over here. We went down into a previous low. That's why we sold it there. And then we told you calls because when you're below a box, now you could buy a call. So since you're above the box, now you could buy a put. This is the only trading style that I've ever created that flips the psychology quicker than I can. This is the only indicator that is faster than me that I've built. And it's the craziest thing in the world. Sometimes I'll be trading with it and I'll be like, maybe he's not going to do that. There's no way. And then it does it 5 minutes later. And I'm just like, all right, I'm sorry for disrespecting you. I didn't know you got it like that. And I apologize. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get a Tesla put right now for $25 here. A 260 put. And then let's look at Tesla one more time with everybody. Pretty sure I just said I was going to look at it and I just turned it off. So for Tesla, you pretty much are about to fill the whole entire gap. But just like SPY, what I want to see you do is fill some of the gap and then fall. And you pretty much did that pre-market. But I want to see that happen during the day. So now since you already filled the whole entire thing, or you're almost done filling the whole entire thing, this will be a proper area to start buying into the trade. Alrighty. So we bought it, everybody. Let's go ahead and post this in the Discord. Excellent, BG. That's what I'm talking about, buddy. That's a nice 130% right there. Welcome to the 100% squad for today. Everybody got 100% today? Beautiful account, Growth John. 30% on $100. Today you're 3 for 4. Excellent. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good win rate. Just mark down why you had a loss or why you're only 3 for 4 and not 4 for 4. Because you're one of the greatest traders ever. As every single one of you who are in this Discord are as well. One of the greatest traders I've ever had the luxury of teaching. Every single person's on that same boat. I consider all of you great. So I hold you to a high standard so that you can aim for more. But right there, that is greatness. Just gotta keep making it even greater and greater. And a little bit of greater. With a little bit of spice on top. So everybody, there you go. SPY's dropping now. Now you can put a stop loss. And you can either market fill or just potentially stop out. You got what I need. Coinbase, make me proud, doctor. Give me a nice drop out the sky. Maybe you might fall into $100. If you fall to $100 on Coinbase, these options are instantly going to like 5,000-6,000. So yeah, it's not bad. $5,000-6,000 from just $30. You know, that's like a Tesla trade right there. Alrighty. SPY, you look terrible. Look like you might just break a leg or something. By the way, everybody, there you go. Right? We talked about this already. We said if the uptrend... That's crazy how it stopped at that same uptrend. You know that, right? Same level that I predicted just because of over here. Because this one increased a little bit. That's why it's not at the top, by the way. You see how the red went up a little bit above it? That is excellent. So how did I get 90 cents again? 90 cents, I got it because you only went 90 cents here. And you did 80 cents here. So I just literally copied and pasted it, yeah. And then all you got to do here is just put this at the top like that. And then put this at the bottom like that. That's $1.73. And then put this here, put this here. So you want $1.73 compared to $1.80. So that's, you ended up going 90 cents higher. So 90 cents plus 92 cents is going to equal 180. So you might actually do 180 here, where you're stopping at 150, 160. So if you're already stopping here, this could mean that you're going to fall and flip right back down to 632.90, 80 cents, which is half of the previous drop, basically, around half of it. It's like 80 cents or like, yeah, like 80, 78 cents, 79, right? 80 cents, that's 160. So yeah, you would have to actually go to like 85. Yeah, like 85, 86. 86 cents is like half of it. And that's one way where this could turn out, right? Another way where this could turn out is potentially just like this here. Let me take a little peek at Tesla real quick. Nvidia, why are you getting bought up? No. Bitcoin's slowing down already. Euro USD is confusing itself. Euro USD looks terrible. Following a trend nicely, yes, but it still does not look that good. You're going to snap here. And I'm pretty sure you're going to snap to the downside. Where's the 200 moving average? Where are you, huh? Oh, you already hit it. You might snap. Would you snap below it right now? You might snap below it, just like you did over here. You might not though at the same time. Let me look at a different time where it did the same thing. It hasn't done something like that since over here. So right now you're above it. You hit it. Are you below it or above it? You're above it, right? Yeah, you're above it and you smacked into it. So when was the last time you were above it and you smacked into it like that? Above it? No. 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 You didn't even smack into it when you were heading up higher. Above it. And then you smack into it. Above it. And then you smack into it. Above it. And you smack into it. You ended up going to another low. And at the end of the day, then you could have bought calls to go up to the next side. That's Thursday to Friday. And then the Monday was an uptrend as well. So depending on how low we go, we could be able to buy calls for Monday. If we could just fall out the sky here. But that, honestly, you would have to drop down like $4 or $5 if I'm being real with you guys. Look at how terrible these trends look at the top here. This is like by far one of the weirdest uptrends I've ever seen SPY do. Like one of the weirdest peaks. Like you're literally just gapping around, making everything a little bit more uncertain and chaotic. And then it's going to completely remove you from this range. So if you were playing with the CS zones and you made a big ass CS zone for the whole week, this is what you would be dealing with. You would basically be buying puts at the top whenever it runs up here. So the next time it gets up to the top, it'll probably run up to here. Like literally, I think it's going to run to 630, honestly. And then after it does that, it's just going to shock everybody, hit this box like that, go through it like this, hit it, and then boom. Just start flash crashing. It could start running up and having some nice retracements like that, but then it's going to keep going lower. That's what I'm waiting for. That's what I need right now. That'll make my whole entire year. We'll go on a vacation for the rest of the year. I'm playing with you guys. We're not going on a vacation. We're never taking a vacation. Not anytime soon, at least. Maybe in like 3 years, 2 years. We'll take like a month off or 2 months off. You guys think you have a problem trading? I think you could. I imagine I'm masquerading my like a gambling addiction with trading this whole time. That's what I've been doing, huh? Nah, but yeah. So it's just like it's so much fun to me. Like I just can't stop doing it. And it's more so not even the profit. It's more so when you have an idea of a trend occurring and a trend going in a certain way. And then you have a really nice chart that you work, hours endlessly on to fix and to make it, appropriate, comprehensible with all the rules on the screen and all that. And then it works and you like get to robotically trade without putting much thought into it. It feels so good. Because it feels like, you finally have leveled up. You finally got to that next level. That level that you were always complaining about, always saying, I can't wait till I get to that level. You finally get to that level. But once you get to that level, what are you thinking? What are you building? What is your goals? What is your aspirations, right? If you don't have none of that yet, even when you don't have the money and you don't have the success, if you don't automatically, not even try to, I forgot the word that people use. Starts with an M. Manifest. There you go. So people say manifest stuff, but it's not even manifesting it. It's, I would say, once you understand your knowledge and your confidence, and you can build it appropriately. Whenever it comes to situations that you have a tough time on, you always are able to adapt. In my opinion, when it gets to that point, it's not about manifesting no more. Now it's more so about planning. Planning is simply great. Manifesting is simply great planning. That's it. That's what manifesting is. It's simply really good planning. And anything will happen your way. So as long as you guys are always planning stuff in terms of, all right, once I get to 1,000, I'm instantly, no more 0 days. No more 0 days. 5 days only. That's it. I'm selling after a day or two. No averaging down. 4th reversal point is when I'm getting into it. Averaging down on the 9th or 10th reversal point if it wants to have a crazy ass day. Yeah, just be simple. Simple stuff. You know what to do. You know what not to do. And if you don't know what not to do, that's when you come to me. And then I'll tell you what not to do and what to do. I'll give you a route so that you can follow and build with your own journey. I'm not going to cage you into a certain mindset. I'm not going to lower your chances of being able to be successful. It's simply going to be somebody who you can always just use as guardrails. Whenever you need me and you need the guardrails, they're going to be there. But you got to ask for it. So yeah. It's 3:40 right now. Let's go see if we can hop into any leap plays now. Leaps, sleeps, sleeps. It's time for it. It's Friday. Value is now. It should be dead before it starts picking up the next 10 minutes. Usually volume picks up at this time, so that's why leap contracts, they go up towards the end of the day. So you technically buy a contract that's more expensive when you're buying at 3. You kind of want to buy it at 1 to 2 o'clock. That's like the best time possible, if I'm being real with you. Okay, so where should we check? Let's check over here. Let's go to Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs, what are you doing? Looks like you're selling off. Rocket Labs, come on. You know what to do. Drop straight down to $30. Let us sell out for $1,000 tomorrow. And then boom. We'll have more opportunities here. Nvidia, come on now. You know what to do as well. If you could crash within 20 minutes and you could just drop $5, you know what I mean? That would make a perfect scenario for the weekend. But I don't know if you love us like that, Nvidia. I don't know what's going to happen with this one. This one's a little bit, it's like the odd brother out of the 3. Spy, Nvidia, and Tesla. Nvidia's, Spy, Nvidia, Tesla. Yeah, those 3 right there. Just due to their volume and how much people trade them per day. Nvidia is the weird one, I would say. Tesla is, honestly, it trends very nicely. Tesla trends very nicely. Nvidia, I feel like it still needs more time to be alive up here in these 140s, 160s, 180 levels before we get more comfortable with it, because right now we don't have that much price action up here. It's just a lot of it down here, and then we're now all the way up here. So it's most likely going to chill on top of the previous price action, which is 140s. That's the reason why I'm telling you guys to buy the 140s for September. Let me see, which one did I buy? I forgot. I bought a 110. Oh my goodness, why did I get so far? I got a 110 for September. What was my thinking for that? Let me think. Why would it tell you guys to get a 110? Oh, because the midpoint. Is that why? 120 is the midpoint. And it went higher. Let me see. I think I wrote it on the Discord yesterday. I don't remember right now. I'll look at my notes yesterday. Unless any of you remember. Do you guys remember what I said with Nvidia? That's very far out, though. We might go back to the drawing board for that one. Let me see. Let me look at this chart. Let's look at the DARP. 110 is where? Oh, it was because of open interest. Open interest, that's why. I remember now. You had a crazy amount of open interest. Also, I told you guys the reason why we were going to buy something like that was because if you would have bought something for $30 down here, you would have been able to sell it for around $1,000 to $2,000 up here. So if we buy something for $40 up here, technically, and then once it gets shut down massively, because this market's very uneasy, it's not structured at all. I'm telling you guys, this market could really make a new low. Like, it's not proper at all here. None of this is proper. So yeah, we just got to see how fast it's going to shut down and for what news, right? What events, maybe the Fed rate cut if they choose to do that. Because if the Fed cuts rates, I'm telling you guys, the Fed was supposed to start continuing to cut rates before, and usually when they cut rates, what happens to a market is it will fall out the sky. But what did they do? They paused rates. So no wonder why the SPY kept running up higher. The funniest thing was when you crashed in February, it was because of tariffs, not because of rates. So now that you're right back up to a higher high because of tariffs, and because most of the tariff news and information has been priced in, you could really find a nice middle ground about like right around, like 120. And a 110 call would basically, that's the end of the range. That's why I would tell you to play that. So that's the reason as to why. 110 is at the bottom of the range. The next contract I kind of really want to buy right now is going to be a contract for... This is when we run up to 170. So this is if NVIDIA just keeps waking up higher, or we just open up at the same level tomorrow, which is Monday. I'm also going to buy these here. If not, I'll just keep the 110s, and I'll wait for Monday for me to get into another contract at like 1 p.m. to play the continuation of downside. Okay, so the puts that I really would want to get for NVIDIA right now, the ones that I know are going to work out no matter what, are definitely going to be why did I say it like that? Are definitely going to be. Why? Alrighty. I'm thinking about a 230 150 put for NVIDIA that expires in 35 days. A 150 put for NVIDIA would be amazing. Why? Because 150 is at the top of the range, meaning you need, no matter what, you're going to have to hit the top of this box to hold and show some support. Just because of all these highs over here, you need to do that. So even if you want to go up higher, this is like a very probable trade to occur. Even if NVIDIA started falling from the top, it's not stupid to buy into it. It's just make sure you don't put your whole entire account. Make sure you're not going to be too unhappy if this does not occur, because I could see this getting bought up again and going up a little bit higher. It's just right now I'm very lenient on the side of buying a whole nother one right now. 48,000 open interest for that contract right there. 21,000 volume just today. The low was 200 for the 150s. Right now it's at 233. So it didn't go up that much. And what would be the gain, for instance, if NVIDIA falls down to let's say 155 only? If we only fall down to 155, we're going to be up 100% tomorrow, right? If let's just say we run up higher and we go to 170, we're going to be down 30%, which means we're going to be down about like $80 if this runs up to the high. So we're going to pay 230. We'll be down $80 tomorrow, which means that's not good enough for us to average down. So maybe this is not a proper time to buy, because the point that I would average down on this is not really a good point right now. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to buy one just being down that much. So that sounds more like I'm just signing myself up to make a mistake right now. That's my final conclusion. We're waiting for Monday. Just like that, everybody. Because that's losing too much capital, and if we were down 90%, 80%, I would be like, all right, then we can average down. But if you just open up at 170, you're not going to be down that much, because the contracts are so far out. So we might as well just wait for Monday, wait for 1 o'clock, and then we're going to buy into this. That's the new play. That's the new idea right now, everybody. If you're a lunatic, you could buy a $500 one if you want for 160. The only problem is that was at 419, so you're already up $80 right now. You might just want to wait for this to go lower tomorrow, or maybe towards the end of the day here, if it could just run up. How about this? Is there a $3 play for NVIDIA that we can hop into? We can hop into something really cheap, just like how we did today, but even cheaper. Let's see, a $3 play that's realistic. No, none. We can hop into another $20 play, but I'd rather not. We already failed on one of them, so we got to go back to the drawing board. We got to write the notes about it tonight, and then we're going to create a plan tonight so that tomorrow when we actually trade, we understand how we could trade it better for NVIDIA. That's the game plan. You can't just do so much things in one day at one time because your brain is getting overstimulated, you know? It's taking in too much information. I'm not gonna lie to you, this was phenomenal. Today was an amazing Friday. Friday is usually the hardest day of the week to trade, and definitely today was one of the hardest days all week because of these gaps. It was as hard as Tuesday, but Tuesday ended up being a really nice trend. I mean, this is really nice. Don't get me wrong. There was a lot of money we made today, like a ridiculous amount. Let's not even try to say we didn't, because we made a really good amount. The Nvidia contracts, I'm up $7,000 on it. I'm up 13%. Just because I put 48K, you're up 7,000. Imagine that, guys. Imagine if that was you, right? And you put in 48,000 into something, and now you're up 7K. You would really want to sell that. You would probably take that gain, split it in half, of course, right? And use the other half to buy yourself something. That's literally a down payment on a car. If you have kids and you need to buy them a car, if you need a car yourself, that's a down payment for your car, you know? Just like that. The profit comes so quickly, it's not even funny. It's ridiculous. You just gotta sell early. Sell early, sell early, sell early, sell early, sell early. Stop looking at people making thousands of percentages, because I'm telling you, they waited their whole life for them to make one gain, and then they're posting it everywhere, throwing it in everybody's face. I'm happy for them, of course. I'm probably more happy for a person getting 1,000% than that person is for themselves, because I know what goes into 1,000% trade and how hard it is to get that. It's like 1 out of 100 every single day, depending on the flow of that day, that is, and how well you can wiggle about whenever you get into some tough waters and you don't get stuck. That's what's really important here. There we go. So those SPY puts for 5 days out. Did we buy all of them? It didn't even buy all of them for me. How much time do you need to buy that? Because I guarantee you, if I was trying to sell it, you would have filled right away. They're trying to undermine my account, everybody. Imagine. That's how people act sometimes. You just got to take it as it is and move on, everybody. That's also why I suggest to people to not trade with Robinhood, because Robinhood is always going to sell your stuff out, and you're always going to be an unhappy chappy, you know? Come on, SPY, do what you got to do here. Let me see it. We all want to see what you got. Oh yeah, I forgot. Let's look for some lead plays. I completely forgot about that. Let's look for more trades like Rocket Labs. We're not going to enter into another space company, though, so don't forget that. Whenever you get into a company, unless it's a big market cap like Nvidia, Intel, and like SMCI, you can get into like all three at the same time sometimes. But just try to not get into the same sector, please. Always write that down. Nice down move. Love it. 4 hour predicted it at 2 a.m. this morning. You said 4 hour predicted it at 2 a.m. this morning? For what company? SPY? I apologize. I just saw your comment now. I want to look at the banking stocks for some reason. Bank of America just popped into my head. BA. It's in the game. BA. That's Boeing. Wrong company. Yo, Danny. Wait, no, Danny's not here. I thought Danny was here for a second. I gotta tell Danny about this, because he was trading it, and they were suffocating his contracts. He played a crazy uptrend though. He bought the low right around here. You want to hear what's the worst part about Boeing? Every accident that happens with it, it tends to crash and then go right back up higher. Every accident where people blow up on a plane and 200, 300 people are dying, this stock is going up right after. These people. That's messed up. Is that me? Is it not just me? This company should not have any type of, you know what I mean, opportunities to do what it's doing right now. They messed up a lot. Like a lot. It looks like you're actually going to crash here. Look at this. This uptrend is the only thing that changes the game here. But then again, it doesn't really change it. You can run all the way up to 255 now. Yeah, that's terrible. Not in terms of a gain, but in terms of how this company is just always somehow going up with bad news. Probably because of their ties to the government, if I had to say. BAC, there you go. Bank of America. So Bank of America hit a low around April, which is when the whole market just fell out the sky. And then right now you're at a high. Yeah, to me this looks like Bank of America is forming a nice wedge so that it could just break it. You have a wedge here, which means if you take those same lines and do a little bit of something like this, you can easily see trajectories, which is clearly what it's following, right? We can put this over here because of the left side. Put it right there, actually, right? Where should I put it? Let's see. Ooh, I like that right there. That's really nice. I could probably make a better line, though. Let me see something. I like this one more. I like the new lines I made more. So we're going to use these instead. Oh, yeah. I like these more. Again, this is the greatest trading style you will ever see in the world. Make sure you recognize that. I'm not trying to say that to make myself seem better than I am. Trust me, I'm not. I'm saying that because the thought process that I had to get to in order to create something like this was, it was like digging into a dirt hole and then somehow finding a way to build a factory that can help me dig holes better while I was inside the hole. Like, it doesn't make any sense how I got this good with trading. Doesn't even make sense to me sometimes. Like, I can understand it for what it is. I can accept it. But it wasn't really me when you really think about it. It was me getting taken into that deep level of thought and then being able to create an idea that was consistently working all the time, no matter the day, the year. And with then just that, you're able to gain more perspectives, right? More lenses so that you can see the world. And just because of a trading style, you could literally change your life. Just because things are starting to click in your own brain. So that's the midpoint. That's a really nice point to play puts to. This looks like a really nice put level. I'm not going to lie to you. You started falling already, but when is their earnings? Earnings is in 5 days. And you're at the top of the trend? We might be able to just wait for earnings to happen and then start buying contracts like a month out, 2 months out. I think that's the best play. Unless earnings is just going to shut this thing down. That might not be a pretty story here then. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, remember how my goal was to get to number 39 in the world by the end of today? Well, guess what, everybody? We are number 39. So we met our goal. I forgot what number we started with, like 60 or something, 50. It cycles very quickly, so I don't even remember. But we are number 41 in the world, and we still, guess what? The puts, oh, now we're number 41, I just realized. So we just moved from 39 to 41. You little shit. 2 minutes before the end of the day. What I was trying to say was we're still holding puts. So if we fall out the sky, we have a bunch of puts for Nvidia, $50,000 in Nvidia, and then for the SPY trade, I have only $68,000 inside of it right now, and I'm trying to buy more. I'm literally just gonna let it keep filling, and that's pretty much it. Let me see, what is SPY at? I'm thinking it's gonna fall way lower than this. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Wow. About 10,000 on that SPY put now. About to be 10,000 on Nvidia too. So now what are we in the world? 38 in the world now. Just like that. So of course, just to play it smart, just to play it safe, I think you guys all know me. I'm going to cancel me buying more contracts now. And I'm going to begin to sell out of the contracts because I met my goal. So why would I hold the contracts and wait for Monday, wait for something crazy to happen and go against me when I have my money here? Just take the money. It's only at 8,000 right now, but we're just going to take it. That's all I want. Take that. We're going to hold Nvidia though. I like the Nvidia trade. And then what we're going to do on Monday is basically, if we open up at a high, meaning we open up about like 625 and we fill that gap, as long as we fill that gap above us, we're going to all get into puts again. Every single one of us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic show today. Fantastic work. We're going to go ahead and take a little break here, and we're going to do the same thing we did yesterday, which is we're going to pop back on, and I need to fix more charts. I'm not going to lie to you. I got to fix a lot of charts here. So that's my duty right now, is we're going to go through all the rest of the charts for SPY. I need to organize them still a little bit more. And then after we're done with that, we can start with the new set of videos. Oh, now you don't want to sell my contracts fast, huh? They're trying to get me, everybody. How's my RDW, by the way? I'm about to just sell this. You're getting me tight. Come on. What are you doing over here? Every other space company's running but you. Oh, now it started to run. There we go. We look like we're at the bottom of a nice little uptrend here. This might actually be picking up now. We probably just bought it in like the midst of, you know, consolidation. You got to a 275, Sherman. I don't know if you can hear me back there, but that put that you got on Tesla is fundamentally impeccable. That is impeccable right there. That's amazing. How much time you got to it? Let me see. July 18th. So yeah, it's just for
7 days.
There we go. Yeah, that's excellent, bro. Because if we just crash right back down to the bottom of the range here, you're going to be up much more than I will ever be. That's excellent.
I just used some of the capital that I got kicked out of.
Oh, excellent. So you just used a little bit of that for that? Hell yeah. There we go. Let me see. Do they have a calculator on this app? Yeah, this would be a beautiful time for Tesla to drop out the sky right now. Nobody would expect it. You would probably go up to like $200-300 with these plays. At least with the ones I got. With the ones you got, Sherman, I'm thinking you're gonna be able to sell them for like 700, potentially. As long as we just collapse perfectly within range and within the same time that I wanted to do the collapse. That's all we're looking for right now. Joby, what is your problem? Joby Aviation. Okay, so next week, what is our goals, ladies and gentlemen? Next week, our goals are going to be to hit the top 20, top 10 by Monday. Because I'm going to need some time to catch up to number one. He's up, I think, 1,100%. So he's up to $1 million already. So he might be, you know, just flying right now in the background. Oh, he's at 1.3 now. 1.3 million. These people keep losing their money, though. They keep going up to $1 million and going right back down. So if I can get to $1 million, I could probably win this challenge. Remember, we're at 200 and... How much are we at? 240,000 right now. And still climbing. I didn't sell the rest of those SPY puts. I couldn't sell them. It didn't want to get filled. So I'm just going to hold them for Monday and then that's it. It's whatever. I'm not just going to go back and forth with this. No losses at all today, though. 0 losses, so that's beautiful as well. With every account. Wait, did we take a loss? No, NVIDIA. We took a $20 loss on NVIDIA. That's the only loss for today. Doesn't really count, though, because we made 400% with that one SPY call, or the SPY put. So that was awesome. That was really nice trade right there. We'll also explain when I come back from my little break. I'll explain to you how I managed to actually time that 400% drop. I'll explain it to you in a few. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and take care of some one-on-ones now. I'm going to be calling everybody. If you need help, you need to message me and specify the help, specify your knowledge, and specify what your goals are for even trading in the first place, because that all really does matter to your day trades as well as your day-to-day actions. So just specify those random, little questions, your purpose, what you're stuck on, what you need help with, and I guess you can give me your schedule if you want, just so I can operate around it. And that's all. Got that, everybody? I'm going to see you in a couple hours here. Not a couple hours, probably like an hour, 40 minutes, 30 minutes. I have nothing to do today. And remember, I told you guys I was not going to go out, so I can't go out. I can't go out on Fridays until we have at least 100 students. So until we have another 100 students in here, I can't do nothing. Just so you all can understand, I'm serious about this. We're now 37 in the world. That's what I love to see. If it just keeps dropping right now, I'm just going to start selling them very slowly. Honestly. Because I don't like when a market drops like that after hours. Usually the next day you just start running up. Okay, so we're up 12,000 right here. So I'm going to continue to sell now. While I still can. I have 4 more minutes to sell. Up 13,000 now. So I'm at 240K now in total. And we have an extra, after we sell this, we're going to have 200K that we could play with, which means we already made the NVIDIA contract almost free just with today's capital. So we could sell NVIDIA as well, just take all our gains. But then again, I want this account to grow by Monday. Let me look at NVIDIA real quick. Maybe I might sell it too. Let's check it real quick before I go. Yeah, we're going to hold it. We're going to hold this. Oh, yeah, hell yeah, I'm holding this. Yeah, I definitely am. So let's see, everybody. Let's see. Can I spot any of you in the top 100? Let's see it. Who's in top 100? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I don't see none of you up here. What's going on back there? Come on, Tesla. Do what you gotta do and give us that drop. Come on, it's about time. Oh. If Tesla falls to 240, imagine Tesla falls $40 overnight. If Tesla falls $40 overnight, our contracts are most likely going to hit. Let's see. Like by Monday, if we open up and we're already gapping down, just so you can understand how much profit you should have. We might not sell it here, of course, but this is just so you can understand. We bought it for $25. If we fall down $40, these contracts are easily going to $200. No, yeah, 100%. If you fall down $100, which I don't know how likely that is, right? Very unlikely, especially after being down this much. I'm more so expecting like a $20 drop, $30 drop within like 3 days, 2 days. And if we can get that much, we'll be up $200-300. If it's like a crazy amount, $60, $70. No, yeah, we're gonna be up 1,000%.